Welcome to Uber Chariot!
Slow the hell down!
You're gonna kill somebody!
You mind if I pick up another passenger?
There's not even room for my lungs!
Guess they canceled.
See?
Stay mad, baby! Girl, period.
I'm finna die in this little piece of crap! Ow!
5 stars. Help support the ponies.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? What's new? What's happening? How's everybody doing tonight? So happy everybody could make it for this wonderful Friday night free for all, F it Friday, whatever you want to call it, fun for all. What, hip hip hooray, something like that. I don't know, but just not gay. That's right, we're here. We're not queer. And speaking of queer, here's Dave. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. How's it going?
And he got his friend Rich, the drunken senpai.
Dude, that's the most messed up intro I've ever heard him come into. Speaking of gay, here's Davey.
And we have a special guest. This guy has really needs no introduction. He is the purveyor of the best meats around. It is Anton, the king of Biltong.
Yeah.
What up?
Good evening. Good evening.
How's it going? Everybody's here tonight. And of course, Bella's sleeping. She hasn't got, she heard Biltong. She's like, what? Where? It's not for you.
Meat.
So how's everybody's week been? Good?
Dude, yesterday, I don't know what happened. But there was no way I was functioning yesterday.
I heard you had some Taco Bell.
I don't know. Apparently, it's just all lettuce.
Oh, now it's all well.
I don't think that's what it was really, but yeah, it was just horrible. I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I started puking, and just almost every hour on the hour, I was either puking or crapping myself. I'm just like, all right, I can't do this. I can't do nothing.
You're supposed to pick the lettuce, not shit in it.
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't eat lettuce at all. I really don't. My wife forces me to eat a salad once in a while.
Is that what they said you had? Cyclosporin or whatever it's called?
No, I don't know what it is. I don't know what caused it, and I'm going off that. But literally, the only lettuce I have eaten within the past week was at a place called Cookout where they have walking tacos.
Oh, I love Cookout.
Yeah. And that's the only place where I got lettuce from. So if it was that, it's all lettuce now, not just Taco Bell. But I doubt that was it because I'm not going through it right now.
I don't know what states. There's certain states they're saying that's the problem. There's 4 or 5 states where they're basically don't eat lettuce if you're in these states.
It's in Alabama.
Is it Alabama? Okay.
Yeah, I heard it was Tyler Farms.
What?
The lettuce from Tyler Farms, and they supply Kroger, Walmart, and Taco Bell, and a bunch of people. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Right.
It always is.
Yes,
No more
Davey, I
taco-
know I don't have a background. It's causing problems with my camera right now when I turn that on, so I'm just
No,
gonna
you're
leave it
fine.
on.
It's fine.
Yeah, he texts me.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, your background's not working. So is it the computer or is it the Rumble Studio, do you think? Or what do you think it is?
No, it's fully Rumble Studio.
Is it? All right.
When Studio is open, it screws everything up. It's fully Rumble Studio now. I've actually pinpointed that down.
Look, it's the Queen of Biltong says, this is why you should only eat meat. Probably.
Yes.
You wouldn't have this problem.
From
I mean, I would love
Biltong
to.
USA.
I would love to have that just my diet, but see, I need other things as well, and it's either that or take vitamins for the rest of my life. I'll just choke it up and eat a carrot once in a while.
A long ways.
No.
So did you guys all see last night? I know, I think Davey did. You were out of commission. Did you see this
I
stuff with
still
Trump?
watched.
You still watched?
Yeah.
I actually spent several hours today putting every one of those PDFs into Grok and asking Grok to tell me what they meant and what the truth is. And surprisingly, Grok's answers were not basically that we need more investigations. That's all this means, is we need more investigations. This looks really bad, but it doesn't really prove anything because it wasn't really widespread. You know, it's telling me how it wasn't widespread. It didn't affect multiple states. And like, well, how do we know if they didn't investigate? And Grok's like, good point. Maybe we should investigate.
Well, I mean, it's not only that. You got this in multiple states all over the place. Yes, it might have been done in different ways. Nothing actually is the same in any state the way they did it. But, I mean, in the broad spectrum of everything, what is it, 13 states now?
It's been quite a few. They know. Well, the ones that they know about for sure, I think it's 6 or 7 states where they know however many 255 million or 255,000 illegal aliens are registered to vote in these 5 states.
And I'm just going to go ahead and say it, Davey.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I have gotten wrong was the signatures, where the signatures come from, right?
Yeah.
Everything else I have said about this, all of the election shit that's come out, everything I have said is actually in these files. And it's fucking amazing to me. I'm proud of myself because I sat there and watched this. I sat there and looked through it. I didn't need this. Look, it is actual evidence now. I'll admit it. But everything I've said, except for where the signatures came from, because I was saying, could this be part of, the packet that they come in for the illegals that come in here? That the ones that actually do come through the border and do the little amnesty, or not amnesty, but asylum thing right away. All they would have to do is just say, hey, look, sign this person's name. That is your sponsor. And now they're signing your name for your ballot that they can use elsewhere.
No, so you can
Apparently
sign whatever.
It's the homeless and whatever else in there. It's not the illegals doing it.
The people who are casting their ballot vote can literally put a smiley face, and then their witness can sign their name on it. So you could just have anybody. But I got a question, Anton. You're an American citizen now, or
Green card.
you green? So I listen. I'm half and half a dummy and half a dummy. But so are you allowed? Does that mean you're allowed to vote or no?
No, not with a green card.
No,
No vote. No.
He can legally own a gun though with a green card.
Yes, I can legally own a gun, but I cannot vote. But my wife's American, so I came here and I still want to be a woman. So I'm sorry.
I mean,
At least
how
you're
does
one of
that
the good
work?
ones.
She stole me basically. So
How does that work?
It used to be you take a boat and you how did he? Never mind, my bad. I thought.
I mean,
Well,
I don't
first
think
you go like to a mall or a coffee shop and you see a pretty girl and you say hi. You talk to her, you get her name, maybe a number, maybe go on a few dates.
All right,
one
you know
thing's
what?
lead for another.
I thought it was like the olden days.
I'm
with his
sorry.
aunt.
I thought you meant how do you meet a girl and how do you get married?
No.
Never mind.
No, I thought he meant like his ancestors on a boat on the way here.
No, I'm pretty sure Anton probably took a plane.
yeah, it was a long swim. I decided to take the plane.
He came on a raft built of biltong.
We're doing this. We're doing this.
He's
Fine,
telling you.
what's your question, man? You obviously have a question.
No. I mean, just like, okay, your wife's an American citizen. She has all the rights. You can legally own a gun, but you cannot vote, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out.
A green card
Why?
is a lawful permanent resident. So he doesn't ever have to become a citizen if he doesn't want to.
Right.
I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think if you have a green card you can be technically drafted. But I'm not 100% sure. You might be able to be drafted if you have a green card.
I don't think
Yeah,
it has
I
to.
don't think you can get drafted, but it means I
Okay.
can live here. I am allowed to work, and I pay taxes, etc., etc.
The downside is that if you did something wrong while you're on a green card, they could revoke your green card and ship you out. Once you become a citizen, as long as you didn't do anything prior to becoming a citizen, there's really nothing they can do to you at that point. You could be the biggest, whatever,
Yeah.
you know.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I was wondering how that works because.
So if I do a DUI, for example, there's a good chance they could revoke my green card.
Yeah.
You know, if anything nefarious, so you got to really be on best behavior.
Well, look, at least prove you can be an upstanding citizen before you become an American piece of shit. Okay.
But that's the thing, too,
well,
like, how long-
I have a problem with that. At least you should, prove yourself a little
Here's a
bit.
good question for Anthony. How long did it take you to get the green card? How many years?
We kind of hit it right in 2020, but it took about 3 years
Okay.
from when we got married. But there's a lot of documentation you need, and of course, we got bad lawyers, so they didn't give me half the documentation. So I had to wait for a lot of stuff to get mailed from South Africa. Like unabridged birth certificate is just not something we have. So I had to go and apply at our Home Affairs guys to get that, and that took like 6 months, and then it took like 6 months to mail it here. So that took like a year. But it was about 3 years. I think it will probably be faster if you have all the documentation and you submit. It's probably something like 18 months.
Well, the reason I'm asking because I don't even know the story of that guy, that Mohammed Khalil, the guy that was the Algerian Palestinian guy who came on a student visa at 32 years old to go to Colombia, and then less than a year later he had a green card, and I was like, that's not possible. Somebody did something.
There's a lot of we deal with a few things, people coming over and things like that. There's a lot of nefarious things happening. There's people in the government that shouldn't be there, and I'm of the opinion, if you're not born here, you shouldn't be involved in government, because I'm a very big patriotic American. Once I become an American, I'm very patriotic. I don't even have a South African flag. I only fly American flags. I'm of the opinion, you fly a foreign country's flag, they should give you a one-way ticket to that country. You can go live there, seeing that it's such a good country, that you're waving their flags. But my mindset will never be American, because I wasn't born here. As much as I love the country and as patriotic as I am, and as much as I, am conservative in my views, kind of in line with what the Constitution is and things like that, I'm still a South African, because that's where I was born. So I don't think.
As soon as you become an American, you will become an African American.
Yes. Well, all my kids are African American.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can he?
He'd be
Can
an
he claim it?
Elon American,
No,
though.
I bet your ass he can claim it.
Well, no. He's a white South
They
African.
don't,
That's
they
not gonna
don't,
work.
they don't allow it on the documents. My wife wanted to do the first kid. She wanted to do it, and they don't allow it on the documents, man. You should bring the blonde African American.
Oh man, I would do it, and I would make no. How are you gonna stop me? How are you gonna stop me? Because I anyway. Yeah, because Elon Musk is is African American.
Yeah. No, it's 100%, man. I don't, that's just African Americans are Americans. Those guys have no idea what Africa means, man.
They're Black America.
That thing all came about. None of that existed prior to the 60s. That was all thing when it wanted to be, like this movement for like Black nationalism. So they said, we want to be separate. We're going to be African Americans. It's like, well, nobody was called Italian Americans or Irish Americans or Polish Americans or any of these other, it was just Americans.
Right.
When Whitney Houston came to South Africa, she had a show in Cape Town, and everybody was very happy and cheering. And then she said something about, being home, and they started throwing bottles at her. because
Jesus.
even the South African, the like local black South Africans know that the African Americans are not African, man.
So do the Africans not like black
No,
Americans?
not at all. Like,
Yeah, because they make them look bad.
So in Africa, the tribes don't like each other. So South Africa's probably got 8 or 9 different black tribes living in South Africa. In South Africa alone, not the rest of Africa. There's hundreds of tribes. The tribes don't like each other. The tribes still kill each other.
So this shit is genetic.
Yeah. So you should go look when Mugabe took over, when we were talking about Rhodesia and Zimbabwe, when Mugabe took over Rhodesia, when it became Zimbabwe, he basically committed genocide against his competition and killed like 20,000 of one tribe in Zimbabwe. Just murdered, just slaughtered them because they were a threat to his power. And then he just remained in power for like 50 years or something.
This
Yeah,
sounds
but
like how we got barbecue.
Yeah, but it's not
Yeah.
a real, like, people don't really like to talk about it because it's a messy history, and it's stuff
Yes.
that, like, it's not politically correct when you actually look at the facts of what happened to Africa. And
Yeah.
like, the people now that are living in South Africa and in that part of Africa aren't from there.
Nope.
Like, now I'm not talking about the white people. I'm talking about the
No,
black
the
people.
black people. Yeah, they came after we settled it.
Yeah.
They were,
Well,
yeah,
see-
we fixed it, and then they came and they said, now it's ours. And it's like,
That's
no,
the
it's
problem.
not
You
really.
colonized.
Anton, Rick says, Anton, you are more patriotic than any blue, pink, purple, rainbow, etc. liberal born here. You're a brother as far as I'm concerned. That was by
Thank you very
Rick.
much. Thank you.
I mean, look, everybody was complaining when we were bringing 64 white South African farmers over. Oh, what are they going to do? This.
Yes.
That's what they do. They
Exactly.
make a business out of it. They're upstanding citizens, and they actually
The whole thing makes
Follow the
sense. These
American
are
dream.
farmers that can't farm in South Africa anymore, so bring them here to farm, because you claim that the white people don't want to farm anymore, so here's a bunch that do.
right.
I think the murder rate for South African farmers is 600 per 100,000. It's higher than war-torn countries. It's the most dangerous job in the world right now to do. So
Jesus.
yes, it might be a good idea if you like food, you know, those might be the guys you want because they know how to farm. I mean, the South African farmers are very good. So we are Dutch lineage, and the Dutch are very good farmers because they know how to work with water, and they know, you know, half of the Netherlands is under sea level.
Really?
You know? Yeah, so they've got those gates that keep the ocean out.
Well, that's what I was going to say. That's the one problem I have with the Dutch, is because of them we got all these dikes.
I mean, he's not wrong, though.
Yeah, it's true.
I try to be funny every once in a while.
But I mean, farming is pretty much ingrained in the South African, you know, the Afrikaans, which I'm part of, the Afrikaans culture. But farming is a massive part of that. Now, I grew up in the city, but I mean, my great grandfather on both sides had farms, big farms, you know, and that's just how we used to make a living. And those guys know what they're doing, man. So if you want to grow food, those are the guys that can do it for sure.
Jonathan says, wasn't the death toll in Rwanda over 280,000?
In
No,
Rwanda, yeah, I mean,
It was huge.
but Rwanda is pretty far from South Africa.
Yeah,
but
no,
yeah,
I mean,
no, Rwanda, there was a massive war. I mean, those guys just slaughtered each other. The problem is, you know, it's not just the wars. It's the cruelty at which it is done. You know, you should go look in, Jim, when you got some time. You should go look into when the Muslims invaded Mozambique from the north, from Tanzania. That was just a couple of years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago. They invaded from Tanzania in the north. They invaded into Mozambique. Man, the stuff that those guys did is unbelievable. It's just it's barbaric. It reminds me of what people talk about in Haiti. It reminded me of that. I thought I was watching Haiti.
Yeah, and it's just, Haiti's a very strange example, like a strange country when you look at the fact that it's an island half of the island is the Dominican Republic and the other half is Haiti. The Dominican Republic is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
That they put up a wall to keep Haiti out.
by fine, I mean it's like your average Central American, South American country. It has its problems, it has its issues, but there's a government and they have social services and electricity and every stuff. Haiti has been just fucked for 40 years, 50 years at least.
I mean, you got people like Barbecue running around down there eating people's flesh just to scare people. I get how barbaric can you really get?
You know what barbecue doesn't have is the runs from the lettuce. I promise
you. Yeah.
No, he just has a brain rotting disease now from eating people.
Oh
yeah.
Howdy, Doc. Good to see you.
No,
so everybody in the chat, I just want to let you know it'll be a little different tonight. I'm not going to be able to pull up everybody's comments and talk to them because there's a bunch of people here. So I'm going to talk to the chat. The chat, I'll pull up stuff if I can. If you really want me to pull up a question, I guess.
Yes,
there's always that option of
Same with our chat. Just before we want to say hi to our chat first. Rick, how you doing? Other Yellow, what's up? Jonah, hi. Spuds, how you doing? What up, Rick? What up, Rhoda? What up, Mike? How's everybody? Ed Spuds, how's everybody doing? Yeah, we're trying to,
Where the fuck is Deluxe not at?
Deluxe is planting stuff. Why would you do to
he's a farmer too. I figured he'd like this one.
Yeah.
Well, since you did that, now I have to do this. What's up, Les Paul? How you doing? Neuro, great to see you. Dawn, what's up? Nice to see ya. What's up, Miss Gatlin? How's it going? Lurch Linger, awesome to have you. What the F? Awesome. Thanks for being here, Miss Hacker. Jonathan, none of your business. Tom Bravo, Spuds. Jay Schwartz, the Narrow Way. How you doing? Well, I said hi to Queen of Bill Talk earlier. NASCAR Mo, awesome to see you. Wild Arms, I hope you're doing well too. Gundam, good to see you. Formula dialed in. All right. Detention center worker arrested. That's cool. Anne Marie, awesome to have you here tonight. Tiberius, the algorithms are not, gods are not being kind tonight. Well, we have to see. Anne Marie says she loves that accent. Who else? Anyone? I good to see you. I only like Americans living in America as long as they all pledge allegiance to the flag. I mean, I think another big problem in the U.S. is that we stopped doing that every morning in school. That kind of was just something that you got used to doing, and you said those words, and it made a difference. It really did.
Well, I mean, it's hard when you have when you're allowing teachers to allow kids to shit in the corners of the classroom because they identify as a cat to stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance while they're trying to lick themselves.
Look, there's no evidence they're sticking kitty litter boxes in classrooms.
Oh no, there's evidence of that. I know of a school that did that in a small town in Illinois. They had a kitty litter box in a middle school for a kid.
I know. I've argued with AI this, and I just figured out, Davey, the reason why this AI is willing to give me real information very quickly because I bully it. It's Chinese.
Oh.
But I can't find a real damn bit of information about anything China from it.
No, they won't do that. Lisa Adder, good to see you. It says most of our Amish are Dutch. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're Pennsylvania Dutch. Yeah. Pam Graham, good to see you. What's the news on Mitch McConnell? I don't have any news on Mitch McConnell. Has anybody heard anything about Mitch?
Mitch hasn't got any news on Mitch McConnell.
That dude is a vegetable. They're just keeping him on life support. We all know it. Just to say he technically is alive.
I think so.
Catherine K, good to see you. There's bad juju in Port-au-Prince. Haiti has no products to export. What's up, Kofi? Holding it down over there on Kick. Salty C, good to see you. Nana, 1776, awesome to have you tonight. And I think that's everybody. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I thought the Clinton Foundation solved Haiti. Well, they solved the money problem when they took the $1 billion and left.
Oh, yeah. Built 6 houses and everything else was administrative fees. Yeah.
So, and what's it like to live in a totally different country most of your life? Because how long? When did you come to America?
Yeah, about 15 years ago. So I mean, most of my life, yes.
So what is it like having to pick up and just move to another country? For me, moving to another state is just crazy enough. I couldn't imagine picking up my entire life from another country and moving.
It's actually so when you left school and you left your parents' house and you got your first job and you got your first apartment and you were pretty much on your own.
Mhm.
Okay, it's like that, but you don't know anything about how things work because everything here works different to what it works like in South Africa. So the DMV is different. The tax officers are different. So it's like you leave school and now you're on your own. So you got to go kind of, get your own money and get your own apartment. So the good thing is I made pretty decent money, so I could get that easily. But nothing makes sense. When you go to the shops, you don't know any product. Like you don't know the stuff you're buying. So you try and you're like, I bought meat because I can identify steak, but you don't know any of the brand names. So it's like looking at stuff you don't understand. The kind of basic candies like maybe like a Mars bar, but I don't know what a Snickers is because I never had one, and stuff like that. So it was like not knowing anything and just leaving school, but I was like 40, so it's like hell, am I doing the right thing?
I thought it was a culture shock coming from Delaware to Tennessee there. I mean, that was huge to me.
Yeah,
and I didn't know anybody. So I came on my own. We were 3 partners in the business. One guy stayed in South Africa, and then the other partner kind of left when I came in. We had a company. We were basically selling our software to who contracted out to the bigger companies. So he went as a support guy, so like a sales support guy to that company. So I ran this side of things, and I was here by myself. Like I had no family, no friends or anything, but I knew South Africa wasn't like I was not going to make it there. Like things were going south too quick. So it was like, all right, so do you kind of accumulate wealth and die in South Africa, or do you spend it all coming here and have a chance to live, So it's like, all right, well, let's just, roll that dice.
Right.
That's what happened.
So it's kind of similar to what the people did in the turn of the 18th 19th century or whatever. I don't know, is it 19th century, 20th century, when they were coming over from Ireland, from Italy, from basically all the countries where it was like there was they didn't see prospects for themselves there, so they were kids and other people they were getting on. Basically, their entire life savings was to get a passage to the U.S. to try to start a new life. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah. So when I came over, the exchange rate I had to pay about 13 South African rand for $1. So I did all my math on around 12 to 13. By the time I did my major exchanges, it was 20. So I lost like a third of all my money just on exchange rate.
Did you have any Cougarans when you came?
No, I should have bought those. That would have been a good move,
What's a Cougarand?
Oh, there's gold coins. South African gold coins.
It's like a gold coin. So you buy it and it's linked to gold, so you don't lose value on it. It's a Krugerrand's like an international like coin from South Africa. Everybody knows. Well,
they used to be really popular.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they about, I guess, $1,000 odd a coin now.
Yeah, gold is through the roof.
Yeah, I think they like an ounce or something.
They're an ounce. I think it's like 4,300 an ounce now.
Oh, it's the 43 now. Yeah, it's an ounce. I remember when gold was $300 an ounce.
I do too. Yeah.
And Krugerrands were like $350 or whatever. Should have bought a bunch then.
Yeah.
That makes sense with the data centers and the memory chips and everything being all connections are gold plated. Yeah, that makes sense.
They're using a lot more gold in industry and stuff like that. And once you use technically, once you use the gold in any type of industrial process, it shouldn't be used. It can only be used once for like electronics and stuff like that. It can't be. You have to use like it's same thing with copper. You have to use pure virgin copper or pure virgin gold. Same thing with silver. Anything you're using for electronics. I don't know if it has to do with the electrons and different things. You're moving particles around in it because you're not changing it, but somehow it is changing on some kind of microscopic
any kind of impurities in the system will actually slow the flow of electrons within the wire. So yeah, that's why it's like even the manufacturing, the lithography and everything that we do, lithography or whatever the fuck it is, that we do to build the chips and everything, like any bridges that you have to make with pure copper, if there are any impurities, and of course, once it hits the air, once it comes in contact with oxygen, it's going to oxidize immediately. So any kind of impurities like that actually slow the process down. So, the worse the impedance is, the slower the chip is, which is how you get your speed and RAM and things like that, would be those impurities along the way slowing the speed down.
Yeah. Silver is actually the best conductor, but because of how fast it tarnishes and the other things that happen, it has to be used only in like a completely sealed, like never exposed to any air or anything like that. If it's, you get
right.
I feel like a special ed kid in a regular class right now.
Well,
you guys are talking about all this stuff, and I just want to go. So, what's South Africa like? Is it nice?
Well, there's two electricians on the show right now, so
yeah. I'm just scared. I'm scared as hell of high voltage. Like I've shocked myself way too many times. No, I don't want to mess with it.
I've been hit by 277, 480, but I don't want anything bigger than that.
Yeah, I got hit really hard by we got 240, like 110. There's not a thing with us, and I didn't know that the breaker was labeled incorrectly. So in my shower in the morning, when you shower and you touch the faucet, you get electrocuted. And I didn't understand why. Yeah, something was up, and I'm like, so you like switch the water on and it just zaps you, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. So eventually I end up in the so our setups in South Africa is a lot different to here. Like the water heater is generally in the ceiling. Mm-hmm. So I climb in the ceiling and I look and I suspect like the what do you call it, element of the water heater. I suspect something's wrong with that. So I don't want to fiddle with the wires, so I put, I go to the breaker and I switch it off, and I undo the element, and I see it's got a crack in it. So basically, what happened was the electricity was conducted through the water into the shower, which was pretty much below it, and then when you work on so if you open the faucet, it's fine until you're under the water, and once you get water on you, being earthed in the shower, when you touch the faucet, you get zapped. And I didn't know what was going on. Then I figured out, all right, so it's this. So I switched the breaker off, and it was the wrong breaker. So I put my hand in the water heater, and I grabbed this this element, and I pulled back. And the wires, when I undid it off the element, they were behind me, and I didn't see them. So I stuck my arm on the 220 volt, 240 volt, and I was earthed through the water heater with my arm in the water. It was the hardest I've ever been electrocuted, and I couldn't stand. I was just sitting there, and I couldn't get up, and I couldn't get out of the roof for about 15 minutes.
Well, see, with mine, Jim, those little old military hand cranks for generators?
Yeah.
Okay, we were playing with one of them when I was a military contractor, right? Mm-hmm. I got shocked with one of them damn things.
Yeah, those will get you. Like the old crank telephones.
It threw me across the room.
Yeah, the old crank telephones will get you.
No. I don't want to mess with voltage. High voltage, you stay away from me. All right.
You just have to there's like a lot of things that when you're operating on stuff, like really like when I was in the Navy, some of the stuff we worked on was very high volt, 20,000, 30,000 volts in some of these radar systems. So it's a one-handed operation. Only one hand goes in at a time. Your other hand goes behind your back. Because if anything happens, it's just going to go through that one arm. You know what I mean? And so it's not going to kill you. It'll burn you, but it's not going to kill you. You never stick two hands inside something like this because they go right through your heart.
Yes. Well, that's exactly what I did. And that did not work out well.
Is that why that happens?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'll make
Electricity's always trying to find the shortest path to ground.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you may be it.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what color the wire is. Electricity's colorblind.
Next time I stick a fork in socket, I'll just make sure I do one hand.
In the air?
I mean, just one, and just go like this and just let electricity flow out of my finger.
If you can do that?
If anybody can do it, we know I can. I probably can.
2,500 subs, he sticks a fork in a light socket.
What the?
So Doc says he's seen a few tweets that the governor has supposedly been told that Mitch McConnell's dead, but nothing concrete. But I thought he was fine. They had that posted that AI video. I mean, that video of him with his wife, though, with the pillows.
Yeah. We all know what that's about. Come on. The only thing that messed it up was Lindsey Graham's death.
So
Yeah, I agree with you.
America First wants to know if you know Elon Musk.
Absolutely. I got him on speed dial, man.
That would be funny if he's not joking.
Yeah, no.
If you really knew him, just like, yeah, we all know each other.
Yeah, every
That's
time
what
he's in
people think,
Texas,
you
he
know?
stops by.
Yeah. No.
Just put television on. Y'all can talk in the background. Oh, okay. All right. You make me feel
Well,
good.
I do. This is going to be an interesting take. This is going to get really heavy with me, Davey. You already know where I'm going with this whole conversation. Okay, I want to see what a non-citizen thinks of this. All right. Now, of course, we got the whole what is it? The election thing that happened yesterday, right? You know, Trump's speech, the election. Check this out. Can you bring up my screen real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead. Head of stage. Hold on. Wait. Oh, hold on. I need to remove ad.
We got this here from Nick's order. Holy crap, President Trump reveals the CIA, FBI, and NSA knew in 2020 that China was attempting to manufacture fake ballots to have Joe Biden elected, but they hid it from President Trump. Hold up.
The quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were
was the Russia
used to
hoax
destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that was supposed to burn the bag.
Okay. China's meddling in 2020. You want to know why I actually do believe what he's saying is true?
Well, they were making a big deal about China meddling when Biden was president. Well, I saw this too, but there's also what's his name? What was his name? The guy Blinken being interviewed by CNN, basically going hard on him about China meddling in the election, worried about China meddling in the 2024 election.
Right.
So you know what they will. They're liars. They're propagandists. They will say whatever they need to say in the moment for the position they want to take in the moment. It doesn't matter what they said last week or what they plan on saying next week.
It does matter, though.
No, I'm saying that.
Right.
To them.
The only other adversary of ours who's anywhere near as good as the Russians is China. So why should Russia have all the fun? And since Russia is clearly backing Republicans, why don't we ask China to back us?
I hereby tonight ask China.
That's right. And not only that, China, if you're listening, why don't you get Trump's tax returns? I'm sure our media would richly reward you.
And I mean, what was released though?
His tax returns were released. That's weird.
Really? Yeah. All right. You know what I'm going to bring up, Davey? You know what I'm going to bring up. Let me grab it real quick.
All right, while you're doing that, I want to thank Tim Lorsung for $5 on the PayPal. Thank you so much. That means right now, folks, we are $95 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. I had the wrong damn banner up.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. So I had the banner up from last night. Anyway.
What do you think about the elections here, Anton? Like, I mean, I don't know how much in the political sphere you are, but like, what are your thoughts on the way things are here compared to back home?
I think people here are a lot more active when it comes to elections and politics. There's a lot more discussion, but I think, you know, where I'm from, if you vote or not doesn't really make a big difference. Like, literally doesn't make a difference. The same government's been in power for, like, I think it's 30 years, going on 30 years now, and I don't think they're going to change soon. But here, at least, you know, I don't want to go down the conspiracy, you know, kind of rabbit holes, but for the most part, you're supposed to have a say with your vote. So I think people feel a little bit more positive in terms of voting, if I can put it that way. You know, and I say that, you know, forgetting about people saying they're going to do things for you and not doing it. So take that out of the equation. You know, just the whole, so take the politics out of it, and just the fact that you can actually go and vote and have the possibility of changing things. I think that's a lot more positive here. And I kind of feel people shouldn't get too blackballed when it comes to voting. You know, it's voting or it's civil war. Like, those are your options. You know what I'm saying? And people,
it's coming to both.
Well, the problem is people don't understand what civil war means. And civil war is not fun. People think, oh, we're going to run around the streets and I'm going to put a little mask on. Yeah, wait till you got to shoot your brother. All right? Or he's going to shoot you. Because that's what happens in civil war.
Yes.
You know, it's like family, and, you know, and it's not pretty, man. It's not pretty. You
There's
know,
no cops to call. There's nobody else but you protecting yourself and your family.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Find some like motherfuckers like you, but that's about it. Until you
and they
become
come
a
for you at
standing
night while
army.
you're sleeping, and it's not, man. That's not where you want to go. You know, we had.
I see the U.S. going more along the lines of what Ireland went through for 30, 40 years, the Troubles. You know, or it was longer than that.
Probably.
But that's where I see the U.S. going. I don't see it being like a full-blown civil war, just because.
Which is probably almost worse, man, because that's like terror for 40 years. You know.
Yeah, no, that's what it's going to be. I think, though.
I agree.
We're kind of already living with that. If you look at what's been happening with the attacks on the ICE facilities and the different things, we're kind of there right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you, or actually mention that one half is already living that. Just by the way.
Yeah, but they're LARPing at it.
They are attacking, you know. They're the ones throwing stuff.
They're LARPing at it because nothing is ever done to these people. Every time they do this, they get away with a little slap on the wrist. Don't do it again. Be a good boy. Or a good girl, or whatever you want to be. Be a good Caesar, Zim, whatever. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, right. I have a theory on that, because I've watched this in numerous kind of times and places, because I've been in a few different countries, and it's almost like the people who can really cause damage don't want to do anything until it's a declaration of war, if I can put it that way, you know. Because I mean, I understand that the kind of green hair, you know, soy latte drinking people are causing trouble.
They're also dangerous, though.
Well, yes, but if a couple of people on, I don't want to say the right side, but if a couple of people on the opposite side decide, look, we've now just had about enough of your nonsense, like, it's going to end really bad, really fast.
Yeah, that's the thing. When the people that they think are the evil, bad people that they're always saying how bad the right is, or whatever you want to call the right, whatever, but the vast majority of military veterans
Yeah.
on the right,
People that can actually shoot, people that are not afraid of guns.
people that have been to war.
Yes.
Those people decide that, okay, I don't have a choice now. They're coming after my family or my friends, or they're going to come after me. This LARPing and these games these people are playing, I don't know, man. It's not going to be like that. That was it. What was that Civil War movie?
I don't know. I mean, that could eventually come. Okay, look, that's supposed to take place in 2047. The character was supposed to be Trump. Whatever. You can stick it to any kind of Republican that continues on with this MAGA theme at that point in time. It doesn't have to be Trump. That's what everybody thinks. In 2047, could it be an all-out war like that? What you saw was the end of it. Where did it begin?
Well, I think we're seeing echoes, whatever you want to call it, glimmers of it now. We got Hawaii basically just came out with a ruling basically saying the Supreme Court doesn't matter. They're a racist Supreme Court. We don't have to listen to them. This just happened today. Yep. So I don't know, man. It seems these basically, I think we're going to have some Democrat states are going to secede again, and and it's going to be a problem.
And just like we were saying before, when we watched the movie on one of our movie nights, and Davey brought up the point, we are inching closer and closer to the opening scene where that person runs in with a flag and blows themselves up in the crowd. We're inching closer to that, especially with Allah Akbar right there in our backyard.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I inundated with that.
1 second here. Anana Mouse Dodo says, can you ask Anton if he tried more widespread distribution, e.g. supermarkets? Biltong reminds me when I was growing up and relatives would bring back stuff from South Africa.
So to wholesale biltong into like supermarkets and stuff, you have to invoke the government, which we are really trying hard not to do. It actually deteriorates your product. And so we can sell direct, but once you go into the wholesale market, it's a completely different animal. And we're trying to avoid that as much as we can. I would rather sell directly to people, and you could get the product from us, a better quality, better price. Once you have inspectors on site and, you have that whole process rolling, everything just increases in price. And I don't see a massive benefit, except, the other problem with like retailers, like let's say Walmart. I mean, people have spoken to us, but, you end up with a lot of product and a very little margin. So you end up going to now you got to make, literal metric tons a week, and your margins just shrink away because the big boys take the money. So, and once you're in that kind of rut, I don't know if you can get out of it because now you're basically supplying those guys, and you're just a cog in a machine then suddenly.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to go that direction.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of other businesses. I mean, like I don't know if anyone knows what Portillo's is. If they've heard of Portillo's beef, it's real. Well, they used to be just in the Chicago area. It was a family business, the Portillo family. They were connected. And, the younger generations that are no longer involved in that decided they're going to expand it and they're going to blow it all up. And so now they're all over the place. Basically, most of the country, there's Portillo's restaurants, and they basically have huge factories that make the beef now. Well, it's just the quality's not there anymore. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not made. The bread's not baked fresh daily on site. And,
yeah. I got something, Jim. This guy has something to say about a civil war.
Oh my God.
Oh, sorry, let me raise this a little.
If we have a modern civil war where it's liberals against conservatives would get the shit kicked out of them. You guys have no allies. No one else in the world likes you. Who are your allies going to be? Russia, already bitten off more than they can chew. The I country doesn't even help us in wars that they start. You would have no allies. No one likes you outside of like the South. Also, you guys don't read, and you want a war against the blue hair they thems that you love to bully. I'm telling you, the blue hair they thems are going to be reading. They're going to be reading Sun Tzu's The Art of War. They're going to be studying the Battle of Algiers and IRA tactics in Belfast. They're going to be learning how to make C4 and hack drones.
So while they're learning
we
all
already
that,
know this stuff.
Yeah.
So while they're reading up about how to fight like us, we're already fighting like that.
Yeah.
Like, I have to be
And-
nice.
Jennifer with the dono was hoping to see Queen of Biltong again, too. Such a cute couple.
That's what Jennifer says for the dodo. But yeah, this while they're reading all this, figuring out.
Hi.
I'm always close by.
That's good. That's good. While they're reading and trying to figure this stuff out, the people who they're trying to fight against already are doing this shit. I mean, how many rednecks do you know just sit in the middle of a field and blow shit up just for fun? Or
wait, is that a camera on the side of his house?
No, that's a light.
Yeah, that looks like a light.
That's a light.
And how to make C4 and
Yeah, that's a
hack
lie.
drones.
Okay.
You guys think that you would win this imaginary civil war because you have more guns. That's not how you fight a modern war. We're seeing that in Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine is tossing them a beating on just drones. They're just getting them right in their
The
foxholes.
only reason
And that's what
Ukraine is doing anything is because all of NATO is supplying them with weapons and intelligence. That's the only reason.
Right.
Exactly.
And do you understand the redneck hillbillies all know how to fucking use drones? We can strap a little C4 and shove it straight to your face. Are you kidding me? I know how to fly these little damn things. Are you kidding me? They're like $40-$50 at the store.
Well, the other thing is, if you don't know how to fire a weapon, it's a little surprising when you shoot the first time.
Yes.
This is not, what is that? I don't play games, video games. But
Call of Duty?
Yeah, it's not
Fortnite?
Call of Duty, yes. It's not that. You don't just, and you don't find one behind a box and upgrade.
Even when I still go to the range now, like when you get in there for the first time, like, and you're just listening to the power of it. Like if you're in a range, an indoor range with like a shotgun, you can still feel the concussion from it. Like these movies, after I started shooting guns, I started watching like action movies a lot differently. Like you see these guys just shooting off inside of a warehouse, and you're like, that would just would just blow your ears out constantly with 10 guns shooting at each other like that. It makes no sense. Have you shot a gun in the US or I don't or okay.
Yeah, so where I'm sitting here, our front door is to my left, which would probably be the right of the screen or something. And then right behind us, this side on my right, is 21 acres going to the south. So I walk outside and I just go behind the building and then I shoot targets. So I don't need to go anywhere. I just shoot right here.
That's nice. That's what I want. That's what I want out here. I want to just be able to walk out my back door and shoot a shotgun off and just be like, "Morning, fuckers!" And that's it.
Yep. That's exactly what we can do. So we go every well, we were doing it every night for a while, but of course, like tonight, I'm here, so no shooting tonight. But we just bail around the side. I've got about 100 different magazines that take about 100 .22. Long rifle bullets, so we just fill them up and then we go shoot 100 rounds at the back of the building here quick from like 7 to 7:30 and then we come back.
Well, see, there you go. How many rounds do you have? 100, because you have the ability to magazine 100.
Yes.
Any more than that, you have to stop and reload.
Yes.
You need more.
Yes.
Always.
Oh, you can never have enough.
The question of how many guns is enough for an American is all of them.
All of them, yes.
What up, Jacob?
How many guns do you need? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I did get a rant here. Let me pull this up. So I did get a rant. Hold on. Oh, I have to. Damn it! I hate that I have to do this. Hold on 1 second. So CF Rob says, Anton, can you please show us a package of your Biltong product? Give us a real advertisement with your product. I've done that. Where have you been?
Jim is way better at that than what I am.
Thank you for the $1, though. I appreciate it.
And
hold on, I got one right here. I'll take care of it. So that means we're 94 away from a first additional hour and 44 away from television. So how you guys feeling? You guys good? You hungry? You peckish? You feel like you need a little energy, feel like there's something that you just have to have, you know, you need some protein, you need to eat. Well, try some of the king of biltongs, biltong right here. This is pure Wagyu original, all right? 50% protein, everything you could possibly need, made fresh daily in Texas by him and his beautiful wife and their 27 kids that they put to work making the biltong every day, day in, day out, feeding the cows, making them graze, taking it to you. And if you use promo code Jim, you'll save 10%. That's at www.biltongusa.com. It's very excellent. Right there. Wagyu original. It tastes great. You can't go wrong.
It's so good.
There we go.
It's so good. It doesn't last. It doesn't last in my house.
I have to get me some.
Yeah, it doesn't last. It maybe lasts 2 days in my house, and that's because I have to beat my 13-year-old off with a stick because he's like, "Oh, is that biltong?"
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't just like.
I didn't. No.
You put the space in the right place.
the emphasis on the wrong syllable. Richard, is that what it is?
Yes.
And by the way, Spuds with a dono. We've been in a cold civil war since January 1993. Hillary herself is afraid of the Chinese double-crossing her and her cohorts again. Otherwise, she would have won in 2016.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, look, they didn't push it hard enough in 2016. I do believe that. It wasn't enough because they thought they had it in the bag. She didn't even campaign, remember?
Yeah, no, she didn't go to the swing states.
No,
yeah,
she didn't.
I agree with you. I think they underestimated the amount of support for Trump. That was the first election that I was actually here and watched it happen. And the sentiment, you know, it's weird. You can pick up on social media, like you can see what people say, and you can see the likes on posts. Like someone would post a Hillary and it only has a few likes, and then someone posts something Trump and you see a lot of likes, and you could just kind of feel the sentiment. That same sentiment was around in 2024, but in 2020 you could just see like that sentiment. It was a lot more 50-50, but I think there was a lot of cheating in 2020.
There was a lot of curating during 2020 with, kicking people off social media.
Yep.
You said anything about the facts. You said anything about black people. You said anything about women. You were gone.
Yes.
Yeah. So the support for Trump in 2016 or 2015, 2016, the rallies, the amount of people, that was like, I never saw anything like that in my life ever. You know, they tried to copy that with Kamala in 2024, like this stuff, but it was all phony. You could see it. Like the people were there for the concerts, and as soon as the concert was over, they were leaving. Nobody left a Trump rally. You know, nobody left a Trump rally. Like I was part of the Tea Party movement when that happened. I was at the rallies. I was at those things. It didn't have anywhere near the support Trump had, and that was like a wave election that crushed Obama, like his control on Congress.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't think Trump could win. Nope.
Let's go ahead and finish this real quick because I want to.
It gets better. It gets better.
I definitely want to talk to Jim about this too because I think he's gonna love this conversation. But go ahead.
Be like here. Also, it would be mostly South versus the North. And the South so conveniently always forgets that we have winter up here and wars are fought outside. The Northerners are going to be using ice fishing chains.
Northeast and West against the rest of the country.
Long johns that we already own, under Carhartt overalls that we already own, with gloves that we already own. How are you going to get this stuff? Because Amazon is not a viable supply line in the middle of a war.
You do understand that every single person in the fucking South owns multiples of everything you just named, right?
Nope.
Well, not me. I'm in Florida. I don't need that. I own multiple pairs of shorts and flip-flops.
Yeah, but you know what you have to make
but
up
I
for
will
that?
fight the whole war in shorts and flip-flops.
You know what you have to counter that? Florida man. A lot of them. There is a reason why there's a subsect of a human called Florida man, because those guys they'll walk in snow in their bare feet. They don't care.
Can we use the Russian chocolate method and send them to the front line? I mean, that would be awesome. The war would be over immediately.
By the way, it's very funny to the people who told you to stay home, that the meat and all the groceries at the store come from the meat and fairy gods, and the Walmart gods and the grocery store Kroger gods. Nobody had to go farm. Nobody had to do anything because it just ended up on the shelves. You just get it from Walmart. These are the same people, and it's crazy.
Yeah, he's like, it won't jump into your stores and everything. Yeah, I just go around the corner.
Yeah.
Seriously, I got crops all over. What are you talking about? I need some corn right there. I need some soy right there. What do I need? It's within 10 miles of me.
Yeah, Anton just goes outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Literally, he just goes outside.
War. You also have terrible economies. The red states are terrible. You have two red states that make money, Texas and Florida. Famously reliable ally, the Florida man, and Texas, known the world over for their generosity. The Texan is going to help out all the other welfare states that you cobble together. I kind of hope that there is another civil war, because the South and the right have been running their fucking mouths for so long. And somebody needs to shut you guys the fuck up. You could not win in a modern civil war. Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm a counterpoint for this guy. And this is the map that shows the voting patterns in the United States. As you can see, this north that he speaks of is it's like glommed into these areas called cities. And everywhere else where they grow the food and they have the crops and the cattle, the pigs,
How are you going to get your shit if we don't go in there?
Yeah. You have to come to these places where these people, where it's bright ruby red, they don't agree with you, Mr. Mophead.
Yeah, it's so funny to listen to them think like, oh, we're smart. We know a lot more than you do. We make a lot more money. No, stupid. You pay a lot more in taxes. That's why. That's why you would be nowhere without the farms all in that red. All in that red. You guys have no idea where you know how to make coffee. That's congratulations.
Most of your manufacturing goes there because you don't want it in your big cities. So we cut you off from everything. I mean, how are you even going to fix your infrastructure when you can't even get iron in?
Yeah.
So this is the point. I go, yeah, okay. There are some blue people, whatever you want to call them, people in these red areas, but there's also some people with red people in those blue areas too. It's just they're not enough to overcome the blue areas, just like there's not enough in the red areas to overcome. So these people, he thinks like it's all like, like whatever, Wisconsin or Illinois, like, it's like, no, basically you got two parts of Illinois that are blue and the rest of Illinois is not. And guess what? Those two areas in Illinois that are blue, you can't even own guns. They like really restrict them. There's not a single gun shop in Cook County, or I'm sorry, Chicago. Cook County does have gun shops, but not Chicago.
But I mean, look, and this is what infuriates me. Like, was this the last election or
this was 2024? This was 2024.
2024, and Trump only won by, they say, 2 million votes or whatever it was. This infuriates the fuck out of me because all this red and still just won by a couple million votes.
Let's just say they pad the votes in some states, like they pad the votes in Illinois, they pad the votes in
you remember California. The Muskegon, Wisconsin incident? That was in the files. I did say, Davey, that's going to be a bigger story later.
Yep.
I did say it because there was no way. I mean, everything come out. Why did they have caches of weapons? I mean, they were just registering people to vote. Why do you need weapons? And then all of a sudden, all that just dropped off the face of the map and nobody was speaking about it ever again.
This comment came in when Anton was talking about stepping outside and shooting. He says, I do that here in Virginia despite Dame Fiona Spermberger. Oh. Thank you for the 10. Wasted Quake Rangers. So that means, folks, we are now just 84 away from our first hour and 34 away from Bellavision. How did I do that? So we're gonna get. Don't worry, people. We're gonna get to the news. We're just talking, having a good time right now.
Oh yeah, I'm having a great time doing this shit.
I'm loving getting to know a little bit about Anton because I love when people outside of our country and our culture and everything who come here and experience it for the first time and they don't, I like to get their perspective on things because they're an outside source.
Well, let's see.
Oh, I did get a raid too. I'm sorry, and I had another round. So I got a raid from Billdozer. Thank you, Billdozer, for the raid over on Rumble.
What up, Billdozer? But I'm gonna love this conversation. Jim.
Oh, wait, I got 2 rants. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Let's get you through this.
Get through these rants. All right. So okay. Move up. So it says, CF Rob says, thanks, Jim. I've never actually seen the Biltong packages. Probably wasn't watching the screen when you showed it. I've shot a lot of Colt 45 at the Cap Encampment at Barksdale Air Force Base. Then shot a Marine sniper rifle in the Louisiana swamp.
Cool.
Were you part of the Cuban freedom fighters?
Oh.
Anyway, thank you so much for the 3. With that means, folks, we are now just $81 away from adding a first additional hour and 31 away from Bellavision. All right. And then thank you. Oh, wait, never mind.
Let me show you real quick. So this is my youngest African American son. So hey,
how you doing, buddy?
Say hi.
What's up?
You like Biltong?
You like Biltong? Sitting with Daddy, better say yes.
Kid came out with a steak.
Oh yeah, he's a big boy. He's only 2 years old. So,
and then I had the raid from Billdozer. Thank you so much. And then 20 from Anne Marie. I'd shoot, but my dog would have a heart attack. Thank you for the 20. And with that 20, I'm just going to go ahead and activate Bellavision for the evening. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I still, when you're in a country where the future is very bleak, it's nice to be in a place where, there's a pretty good chance if you work hard, you can actually get somewhere. I know, even that.
I mean, you're proving it, brother.
Well, it's not as easy, I think, as it was. And I think a lot of it's, the government regulations put a big handbrake on a lot of things. Right. You realize that, as you start getting involved in things, you just realize, well, the government puts a stop here. They put a stop here. I always think of, Amos Miller getting persecuted by the government for trying to sell people real food. And I mean, that's not the kind of thing you want. You want more freedom. I mean, you as a person should decide where you want to go do whatever it is you want to go do, as long as you, don't hurt and impact other people's lives. Right. But there's no better country in the entire world than the USA. Anyway.
No, there's
I appreciate that though.
Spuds for $1 says, obviously this clown doesn't know the song by Hank Williams Jr. A country boy can survive. Exactly. And Marlene says, he's adorable. You are a blessed man.
Thank you very much.
Polish Dog says Trump won many northern states too, which is true. And Joe says there would be no winter fighting. The war would end around September.
Yes. I don't know. I think a lot of right-leaning people are
overconfident.
I'm not gonna say overconfident. I just think you're too comfortable with it. They look. These people have been violent before. They've gone out and they've shot. They've gone out and they've killed. They can swarm you in an instant and then disappear into the fucking night. I think you guys they are coordinated. You are not. Until you get that coordination, there's nothing you can do.
I agree with you. But so here's a question for you. What happens when we start coordinating?
Then it'd be over.
No. If we start coordinating now, what do you think is going to happen?
War?
No. We're going to have every 3-letter agency crawling up everybody's behinds.
Well, yeah, but
that's why we don't organize, because everybody is worried about, I still got to make a living. I've got 4 kids. I've got to pay for them. I'm a little conservative because I've got to make sure I get my citizenship. If I start organizing and I get my neighbors together and I say, all right, listen, man, we're going to do something every Saturday
you'd
morning.
Definitely be out of the country in a heartbeat.
Exactly. So but if it's what happened to I want to go back to, is it May 29? Was it 2020?
The attack on the White House, yes.
Yes. What? How
Yes.
many people went to jail for that again?
There were 17 that actually brought charges, and not a single one of them actually went through. It was all dismissed, and even some of them got paid out for the attack on the White House, yes.
So J6 had a similar result, didn't it?
Oh.
No, J6
No.
didn't have a similar result. J6 was what ended up 1,500 people in jail for, and most of them didn't have charges. They just sat in a jail cell for 3 years.
Right. Yeah, left and right. That's the problem. That's why the left will organize and the right won't. Because if the right organizes, because they know if the right organizes,
it's a problem.
It's a yes, it's a massive problem, because you got 1776 coming if the right organizes.
You also have the right, definitely a bunch of hillbillies and everything. You want to cut the internet? Cool. We'll still talk to each other.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Everybody I know has Baofeng radios.
Yep.
There's a lot of shit out there. I mean, you got, oh, shit. You got shortwave. You got all types. I can even fucking bring up, what is that? The Morse code. I mean, you know how easy that is? All it takes is just one fucking line. One small little copper strand ran. And all you hear is deep, 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 and I can tell you a message. You'll be able to intercept it, but hey, it's that easy. I know how to do it. But,
so why did you bring this up, Richard, again?
Because if you want to cut the community, look, we've covered the.
No, I'm talking about the Cornell law.
Oh, well, as soon as Jim comes back, because I know he's gonna love this conversation.
He can hear you.
Okay, and so we got to break this down here, because I've been on this tirade for a minute, and I've even talked to an ex-CIA lawyer, Jim Sweeney. And the only thing he ever tripped me up in this conversation was, can you see how quick or how easily it could be weaponized? And I do now, but I want to go through this with you. So it says, this is 18 U.S. Code 2381, treason. It's the only law that is written into the Constitution. And it's written as such: whoever owing allegiance to the United States. Let's break this down. Jim, what would you say is owing allegiance to the United States?
Any citizen of the United States, for sure. Any citizen, of the United States owes allegiance.
Why?
It's because you just do. I don't have a definition of why. You just do. You're an American citizen. You owe allegiance to the United States. You were born in the compact, the social compact or whatever of the Constitution.
Okay, let's throw a wrench in this right now. Let's say Trump is everything the left says he is. He is the second coming of Hitler. So if you don't follow his command, you've committed treason?
No. Treason is aiding because his commands are not sacrosanct. The difference is waging. I know where you're going. I kind of know. I shouldn't say I know where you're going with this. I think I know where you're going with this. It's with basically the stuff going on, the people who are basically actively aiding our enemies.
Yeah.
This came up there was a question.
However, I'm going
one
to
of the
add
hearings
more
that just happened, where it was brought up about, are we in right now, are we in war? Would you consider this war? What's going on? The war on drugs, the war on terror.
Actually, let's break that down, but let's go to the owing allegiance part, because the way I look at it, owing allegiance means you gave an oath to this country. You took some kind of office. You laid your hand on that Bible and you said, "I swear."
Definitely anyone who ever swore, which be any police officer, any elected official, any any military,
any kind of oath,
kind of oath. Anybody who served in the military.
Would you take an actual? Okay, you remember saying the Pledge of Allegiance as a kid,
right?
Okay, as a child, would you hold yourself to that? When you gave that oath as a child,
exactly
would
right.
you hold it?
That was an oath, and you pledged allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
But you didn't
to
know
the
what it
republic
meant.
for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That was your oath of allegiance to the United States.
But as a child, you didn't know what that meant. That's like
So
if you
we're all like the Nazi youth, you're saying the Pledge of Allegiance?
No. I'm saying if you don't know what it means and you do it just because it's supposed to be a thing, is that really an oath? Or can you be upheld to that because you didn't even know what the hell you were talking about? You just had to go through it through school because that was a requirement.
Well, I understand what you're saying. Like legally, you can't hold somebody that didn't actually take the oath and swear the allegiance. But personally, if it was Jim was the emperor of America, any American citizen who did any of these things would be charged for treason. Because basically, this is saying that unless they take an oath, then any one of these other people who's never sworn an oath can go and give aid and comfort to the enemy, and they couldn't be charged with treason.
But that would be sedition.
Yeah.
We have this argument all the time, Jen.
The difference between sedition and treason is somebody gave an oath to this country. If you never gave that oath as a child, the Pledge of Allegiance, all right, when does that really come into play? When you actually give that oath, when does that really come into play? That can be a different conversation for a different time. The way I'm looking at this is somebody gave an oath to this country. Okay. I'm not talking about the individual civilian that was just born here just because you're born here, you're supposed to swear allegiance. No, fuck you. Because
that's basically what they're saying, though, by this birthright citizenship case, is that anybody who's born here is subject to our jurisdiction, which would mean they owe us their allegiance.
Exactly. But that also means I was physically born in Germany. Doesn't matter that I was born to U.S. parents. Doesn't matter that I was born on a U.S. Air Force base. I was physically born in the country of Germany. So my allegiance is to Germany?
No, because, you were born on a military base. That was considered U.S. land, wasn't it, at the time? Or I don't know.
Okay, so allegiance is where you give your own allegiance to. You have the ability to. It's not because you were born here. It's not because you exist as an American citizen that you owe allegiance to the United States. I would hold Anton here to that oath. When I pledge allegiance, I would hold him to that because he's old enough to understand what that means.
If I'm not mistaken, when you become a naturalized citizen, you have to swear the oath of allegiance,
yes.
don't you?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
I would hold him to that oath because he understands what that oath means. I would not hold that to a child because that child doesn't know.
Well, wouldn't a child? Well, I mean, not a child, but once you're 18, you should have had civics classes. You should have been taught these things. You should know the Constitution. You should know all these things. So you should know that when you turn 18, you are a citizen and you have all the rights and responsibilities of a citizen.
You should. But do we?
I don't know. I do. I don't know what these kids these days. They think they're owed stuff and they don't think they owe anything.
Hey, let's see. We're getting into the gray area. All right, Anton. Owing allegiance to the United States. What do you think that means to you?
Well, I think if you benefit from this country, then you should give back to the country.
Okay.
If you so there's a reason people come here to work here, right? Because they benefit from it.
Right.
And they take resources, I would argue scarce American resources from other people. So if you want to benefit from what the country has to offer, when the call comes, then you should offer back to the country which it needs, in my opinion.
See, we need more motherfuckers like him.
Yes, we do. Really quick,
the difference is, and this is not, and this is not any offense to anybody. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but the difference is someone like Anton comes, they came here because they want to be part of something. They want to grow something. They want to better themselves. He didn't come here to get something from us. He came here to make something of himself. That's the difference.
Right.
Yeah, he came here with the mind to better the country and not take from the country, which most of the people nowadays are doing. They're coming here to just get that free handout and whatnot.
Yeah, they walk through the border, they get a free phone. They get told, here's this, you're going to get $3,000 a month for food. You get an apartment, you get to stay in a 4- or 5-star hotel because we don't have enough place for you to stay. While we've got veterans and other people sleeping on the street. That's why people are pissed.
By the way, Anton, how much of a kick in the nuts is it that you're doing it right and everybody else gets paid to do it wrong?
Dude, don't fucking even stop. I deport fucking everyone. Everyone.
Yes.
Everyone. Afuera.
I have a quick question for Anton. Okay, because me and Rich have this debate also. And if you come from another country, right, and you have a child here, and your child is an American citizen, do you think it's right for that child who, whatever, religion or whatever it is, whatever their parents' countries, the things that they do over there that the parents bring here, so their firstborn child is an American citizen, do you think it's right for them to run or be allowed to run for an office? Or does it have to wait a certain amount of generations?
I would probably say, man, that's a hard one because, my kids, so my kids would sing. Well, I guess I'm not a good case for your question because my kids
you have
well,
actually have an American wife, so yeah.
the thing is, so my kids don't even know who Taylor Swift is. Like, they don't know. My daughter's 12. Yeah, she doesn't know. They know who Ozzy Osbourne is.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, and
Prince of Darkness.
And they know Slipknot, but they do not know Taylor Swift. Yeah, so I'm not, but and I guess, my wife's American, but maybe I'm not. But I don't think, as a general rule, if let's say it's like a family that moves from abroad, I think there's an argument to be made for the first generation from them not to be in office. I can see that because a lot of the culture from the other country, and some of the countries are not great, is still ingrained in that kid. So I can see the argument for that for sure. But I'm also of the mind, if you come here and your kids are born here and you're not a citizen, neither are your children. Like, that shit makes no sense to me. Like, none.
Doesn't make any sense to anybody who's.
No, so let me throw something at you guys, because this is something that I've been thinking about, right? So, because America is very kind of, constitutional. You have, constitutional rights. You have due process. You got all these things. So I'm in the US. I've been here 15 years. I've got 4 kids. I'm married to an American woman. I have a green card. So does the rights in America apply to me or not?
Yes.
Yes.
No, they do not apply to me.
Not all of them, but yes.
None of them. Zero. Because I am not a citizen. The Constitution of South Africa applies to me.
But you are subject to the jurisdiction thereof because you are here on a visa.
You're a lawful permanent resident here. The way the United States is supposed to work is anybody who's here, all right, with our permission, gets all the benefits of all our rights, basically.
Almost all.
Now, you're not going to be told that you can't say something, but if you say something that the government doesn't like, if you advocate for something against the government's, they'll just tell you to leave. They're not going to arrest you. They can't throw you. You can't be thrown in jail for speaking, but you could be asked to leave if you're not a, like if you're not a citizen, you could be asked to leave. We don't want you. You just got to go.
But maybe that's the problem with the system, because you guys are very generous. Because remember, many of the rights you have and assume here, it's not in existence in most other places in the world.
Well, no other place in the world has the freedom of speech. No other place.
Exactly.
No.
And, the right to bear arms, defend yourself, and things like that is like, that's not a thing, man.
I think there's one country, it's in the Baltics or something.
Sweden, actually, I think it's Sweden that actually the federal government issues firearms to their citizens if you want them.
Switzerland,
yeah.
But there is
but
one.
you can count them on one hand. You know what I'm saying?
It's a former Soviet cover. It's not Romania. It's somebody like in that area that has basically like really, it might be the Czech Republic or something, where it's like they basically modeled their Second Amendment after right constitution against.
My point is, it's not a widespread thing. And if I'm not a citizen here, then I'm not privy to the rights here, because my country's constitution applies to me. I'm but a guest here until I become a citizen.
Well,
And
technically right now, you're a lawful permanent resident. You have a green card, so that means you have every intention on staying here permanently.
Yes,
Right.
but that is
So-
also, it's renewable every 10
renewable.
years. I got to renew it, but I'm still a guest. I'm still a guest. So I have to be on best behavior like guests should be. I can't do stupid stuff. I have to
Right.
behave myself because I'm a guest and I should be.
So everybody
grateful.
needs to buy more biltong so that
Yes.
Anton can afford to become an American citizen. It's very expensive. It's $10,000 to $15,000 last time I heard somebody that went through it.
It's a little pricey. It's a little pricey.
It's very
But
pricey.
it'll definitely get done. So something that I've said many times is so I wouldn't have had kids if I were in South Africa, just because there's no future for them, and I have 4 now. So that would be something that I would have never done in my life, and I am eternally grateful to this country for giving me that opportunity, because that's not something I would have ever done. I came here single with no kids, and I met my wife, and now we have 4. So I'm beyond blessed.
You are living the American dream.
Yes, and America made that possible. So I'm very grateful for that. I did not ever come here, to get welfare. We never took up any of the PPP loans, any of that bullshit in COVID. Never touched it, because neither myself and my wife, being Americans, even she was very much against taking anything from the government. Because when you looked at the questionnaires that they gave to the people to fill in for that, like, I just felt like these guys, man, they're gonna come fetch a kidney if you sign this paper. So we didn't touch any of that. We took no loans. We made it through the entire thing on our own. So we, and with of course good customers, good support from customers of ours. But I didn't come here with the intention of taking anything from anybody else. I came here to contribute and to build. I don't even send money out of the country, which I believe you send money out, they should just nail you like 90%
Yes.
tax. 90% of anything you export, 90% tax, be done. Yeah, no, absolutely.
That's a great. I've never even thought of that. That would be a great idea. Anybody sending money out of the country back to where they originally from should be taxed.
Yeah,
should be taxed on it, because there's no reason for them to come here, make the money, and they pay their taxes. The only time they pay taxes is when they're actually buying something, and so the people who are paying them aren't paying taxes on it. So I think that's a great idea.
You want to solve the illegal immigrant problem? Put the employers in prison and tax the money that goes out the country.
It's funny you say that, because that used to be a Democratic stance back in the day. Remember, Jim? Back in the 90s, they were all claiming that. They all, like Chuck Schumer, all the people who are rah immigrants right now were saying that back in the 90s, when Clinton was president, that we need to get these immigrants out, that the owners of these businesses should be penalized for it and go to jail and stuff like that. And now all of a sudden, what happened to that?
They're voting for him. That's what happened. All right. That's the bottom line, is they figured out they can get these people, enough of them to vote, and they could get them to pack them in to boost their chances to get more seats in the Congress, because it's all done through apportionment. It doesn't matter if they're citizens or not. It's just bodies, which, call it what you will. That's been baked into the Constitution since the 3/5 compromise. So it's really not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find something.
I did have another super chat here from AI World Champion. Jim at Jim Tells You is the internet's anchorman. Well, thank you. And you guys, I warn you all the time, I'm just like Ron Burgundy. If you say something, I will read it. So be gentle. Thank you. And with that, folks, we are now just $56 away from adding a first additional hour to the show.
I was
Hold on, Rich. I got one. Spuds for $1 said that's how they defeated the aliens in Independence Day, with shortwave, ham radio, and Morse code. Then we can defeat a bunch of blue-haired idiots who can't read cursive. And that's my theory on not teaching kids cursive nowadays is so they can't read the original Declaration of Independence.
Yep.
Because they, just like everything else, they when they digitize it, they take stuff out. They omit things all the time.
Well,
So
what happens if there's a solar flare or something or and we lose all digital everything? That information is just gone. What happens? We'll be like idiocracy. We will be. I mean, till some people, actually can start rebuilding things.
We're already fucking there. The Crocs proves it. All right.
Right. Well, I
Hold on, Anton. You know about the Crocs thing with idiocracy, right?
I do.
Okay.
I have a few friends that wear them, and I just shake my head, man. I can't take people that walk around in flip flops and Crocs and stuff. I have a hard time, taking them serious because unless you're at your house, but if you go out anywhere, if you go outside of your property and you don't have proper attire on, if something goes wrong, what, you're gonna run out of your flops? I don't understand.
That's why you flip them back. That's sport mode. That means you can run.
I saw some couple of, I don't know, kids on having a fight on the internet, one of these stupid things, and the one guy had socks on and the other guy had socks and flops on, and I'm like, how do you guys want to be taken serious if you're gonna go for a brawl and that's how you dress? You cannot even get your footing. I find it peculiar.
I mean, it's going to be fun to watch that happen. I'm serious, but I will be honest with you. I think they're going to be able to adapt very quickly. They have done so. They have seen it. Or they have shown you. Like every time you go after anything of theirs, even their money supply, that may disappear for a little bit, USAID, and then all of a sudden, you see them well-funded everywhere else.
Yes.
Like they're able to adapt and survive very, very quickly. To anything you throw at them, you're going to have to keep them off base the entire damn time. And that's going to be incredibly hard, especially when nobody's coordinating with each other at all.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just said I agree. It's that is a very long conversation. That might online here might not be where you want to do that.
I love how we're having the conversation while the definition of treason is right behind us, by the way.
I know.
So this Joe says this $2 identifies as 61 an extra hour, please. Well, I can count it as 2, but my guerrilla math doesn't go that far. Thank you so much. With that means, folks, we are now just $54 away from adding a first additional hour.
I got Rick. Rick says, Jim tells you that is why Glenn Beck created his archives in Texas, so the government can't control all his copies. And Jonah for $1 says, was Anton considered a boar farmer?
Boer.
I'm a boer. Yes, I'm Afrikaans. South Africans are basically considered boers. Boer. Yes.
But
I didn't farm. But yes.
What is a boer farmer?
So a boer. So a boer is basically a farmer. A boer is a farmer. A boer is Afrikaans for farmer, and most people that farm are Afrikaans. So like what I am.
So why would you kill your farmers? That just sounds so stupid.
Well, we don't. The communists do, which is 95% of the country.
Good point.
Have you? Yeah. What was the name of that movie? Animal Farm.
Yes.
That we watched.
No. Well, okay, you're talking about the original?
You're talking about the new one where they basically
not the new one.
And made it about capitalism instead of communism.
Yeah, not the new one. The one before, the one that we watched, Rich. The 1991.
Yes.
That I've never seen that. We watched it on one of our Saturday shows. That nailed socialism and communism perfectly.
Yes. That was the whole point of it.
And the new one just is dumb. I don't know. But yeah, it's crazy.
Let's go back to this a little bit, because this is going to get fun here for Jim.
Renee says allegiance means you can be drafted. I think allegiance means more than that. I don't think it's just that you can be drafted. I mean, honestly, my personal, in my heart of hearts, I say that any United States citizen owes allegiance to the Constitution and the country. That's how I feel. Now, it might not be legally right, but if you're going to have the rights as a citizen of the United States, You have the responsibility to defend the Constitution.
But
Yes,
do
I
I
agree.
also do I also not have the ability to defect if I want to and say I owe allegiance to Russia now? Just
Sure,
because.
you can, but then you would basically get, this whole thing
All right.
here. We would come and get you. And put you in a
I
place.
mean, it's still a point. If I owe allegiance to whoever I say I do, it's not birthright. It's not just because you're here. It's none of that. It's where you give it. If I owe allegiance to my wife because I took that oath. I owe allegiance to her because I said those vows. That is my allegiance to her. Now, if me standing up and saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty. If I say that,
Forgot it. You might as well defect
I'll
to
finish
Russia
it.
now.
Yeah.
You forgot it. You might as well defect to
I
Russia.
get you.
Rich.
Shut the
That's
hell
it.
up.
Joe says, as a kid, I was taught what the pledge meant. Understanding it might be what he means. Knowing what it means was taught to me in 2nd grade.
Knowing what it means, but do you know the reason you were giving that up?
Implications, I guess.
Right. But let's get into this point right here. Levies war against them. What do you consider war to be, Jim?
Well, war would be, I personally think war is not just anything declared by Congress. It's any time we're in any type of conflict, anybody who's opposing us as a country, people who are trying to do us harm. Personally, my belief is anybody who aids the Chinese is committing treason. Anyone who aids the North Koreans is committing treason. Anyone who aids the Iranians, anyone who aids cartels, anyone, you know what I mean? Anyone who's aiding anyone who's actively trying to harm our country, our way of life would be. And that is just, I know it's not the law. I'm not a lawyer. I just
Actively
look like one.
No, you are close. Actively trying to harm the way of the the lives of the American people. Okay. Anton, I know me and Davey have had these conversations forever. Anton, what does levying war against them mean to you?
Yeah, I agree with Jim. Anyone who tries to negatively impact America in any way. So,
Okay.
so if you come here to take resources and funnel them out of the country, that can be seen as a declaration of war.
Right. Okay. Hold on. Of warfare.
Gundam has a great point. He says, I can guarantee a scary majority of those swearing into the military claim to defend a constitution they've never read.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's just go with AI bullshit real quick. Okay. You got conventional warfare, which is a traditional state-on-state conflict using regular military forces, irregular warfare, attrition warfare, unconventional warfare. Ground, naval, air, space. Okay. You also have economic warfare, informational warfare. The six different types of warfare, which it now actually does include
there's cyber warfare, all this other stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just that Congress declared war. Like, nowhere does it say in here anything about Congress declaring war.
So shutting down the government to make the people who are reliant on the government for food stamps and welfare and things like that, making them suffer because you want to give illegals health care would be economic warfare, correct?
Yeah. Emptying your prisons and psychiatric hospitals and sending people here to commit crimes against us is warfare against us as a population. The entire invasion that occurred of 25 million people during the Biden administration was warfare on the American public. I
also got
personally think
informational
like
and psychological with that because of the Russiagate hoax. That was literally our government making up fucking lies to say vote for this person because I want that person instead.
Can a president commit treason?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yes.
I mean, if a president, I'm serious. The whole Obama pushing the Russiagate hoax was him committing treason because he used informational and psychological warfare against you to make you vote for Hillary Clinton, who he wanted, not who you wanted. That was straight up lies pushed by them to make you vote who they wanted. That was informational and psychological warfare. I'm sorry. President did commit treason.
By the way, real quick, Brooks says money sent from foreign-born population in the U.S. to households abroad is about $50.9 billion in 2018.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, can take half of that in taxes, man.
Yeah.
Right.
They take half of that just for anything else. They take half of that when you get paid. They take half of that, by the time you get paid Friday, by Saturday, they've taken 60, 70%.
Yep.
But, okay, so we've gotten past the levies war. It's pretty much anything. It's not a broad spectrum. It's not conventional warfare. If it were conventional warfare, they would have wrote take up arms against, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Or they would have said declared war. Like, there's a difference. Like, we can, someone else could be at war with us without us even realizing it.
Yes.
And if somebody's helping them, like, my opinion,
we've been
all
at
this
war
Antifa,
since World
all
War
this
II.
other stuff that's going on, these groups that are traveling around and doing these things, the money coming in, the Soros money and the other stuff, funding the protests, that is a war against us. It's an internal war trying to, spark, a civil war, a conflict, disrupt the way of life, anti-Americanism, all this other stuff. Like I'm a very, very anti-communist.
Yeah. Yes. I am 100% behind that. But, of course, or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere. Okay, we all know what that means. Anybody that goes against... Here's the thing.
Why wasn't... what was
here's
that
what I want to say, though.
Remember the guy that they busted in Afghanistan, John, that was working with the Taliban? Why wasn't he charged with treason?
That is a good question, because the last time it was actually invoked was like 1960 something.
That's what I'm saying. Why wasn't he charged with treason?
He should have been.
And held, tried in a military tribunal.
He should have been.
And business taken care of, let's just say.
Because I think a lot of that stuff is kind of aided by some people. You know what I mean? Like, I think stuff like that is bigger than that person was just a fall guy.
John Walker Lind was his name. Damn it, I knew it would come to me.
Yeah.
Johnny Walker. What did he do?
I mean, he made liquor.
It was great. Liquor, I barely know her. But anyway, yeah, I think a lot of that stuff that comes out and those people, I think they're a proxy for a lot of this stuff. I think that it's information that somebody wants it to get out, and the reason why they're not charged with treason is because they're the fall guy. And they'll do whatever, because whatever happened, Jim, what happened to him? What does it say happened to him? Like
John Walker Lind, if I'm not mistaken, I think he came and he was prosecuted for something, and I think Obama commuted his sentence.
Whatever happened to that dude that leaked the Ukraine Russia death toll on Discord?
That 22-year-old that happened to have national security clearance, that everybody that at 20-something years old, the National Guard guy.
Yeah. Who supposedly got everything right, except he changed the death toll. I mean, that was the only thing that he altered in that document was the death toll. Come on, really? But whatever happened to him?
By the way, Jennifer with the dono. Anton, please tell us about your Rustic Ranch channel.
No, I can do that. So we've been on Rumble for quite some time. We actually started on YouTube. Then we didn't do much there. We just kind of messed around, and then we got involved with a lot of people on Rumble. So we actually, before we became what we are now, we had a restaurant. We did a lot of cooking. So in the beginning, we shared a lot of recipes, and I did a lot of stuff on Rumble in terms of cooking and making food and showing people how to do that. And then we moved out to our, to our property, which is 21 acres out here in the kind of rural area of Texas. We're on a highway, so we got a massive highway running right past the front of our property, but we out in the far kind of sticks of Texas. So we got 21 acres of like nothing. Plus the properties, both sides of us have nothing on them. So it's just open land, which is cool. So we didn't know, how to. Internet out here is also not the greatest, so we didn't exactly know how to start up again. So we just kind of do stuff around the, around the property, and it seemed like people kind of like sitting and talking. So I would like do stuff. So I would plant fence posts, and we would talk to people while I'm doing work, and that was okay. People kind of enjoyed it a little bit, but they would tune in and tune out because there's a lot going on. And the one day it was raining, so we just sat down, and I couldn't go outside. I couldn't go do what I wanted to do, and we just were talking generally with people, and people really liked that. So we said, okay, well, let's try it again, and then we just started doing that. So when the 4th of July rolled around, I said, well, what we're going to do is how about we do some American history. So we looked at the creation of the Army, the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force. We did the start of the Civil War. We did the people opposing. So exactly this, who would be considered traitors. And there was a lot of information. Like, I didn't know Benjamin Franklin's son, William Franklin, actually opposed his dad. And with the Civil War, with a Revolutionary War, which was also a civil war, just by the way, Benjamin Franklin and his son never spoke again.
Really?
His son actually, moved away to Canada and then to England. Like, it split their family in two. So I didn't know that. And a lot of the Canadians were actually treasonous Americans, if you could put it that way. They were the Brits that didn't want to conform to America and went to Canada. So that was interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Well, originally they
You
thought
motherfuckers were the redcoats.
Originally they thought there was going to be 14 colonies. They thought that Canada was going to come along, and they didn't. But I just want to point out, I was wrong about John Walker Lind. Obama did not commute his sentence. All right, he was he got a plea bargain for 20 years. He was released in 2019.
Okay. So he's still some time.
He's walking around alive somewhere.
Oh.
But so we just doing some history, and we did the if you want a little bit of a black pill around schooling, you should go look into the school system of America. So we did some history on the school system today. That is scary stuff, man.
Well, the school system's been taken over. The school, like when I was in school, I'm a public school educated from Chicago public schools, and I got a pretty damn good education, I have to admit.
Well, from where?
Chicago public schools.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you would have to be the exception, because in 30 goddamn schools in Chicago right now, can a motherfucker read or write at grade level?
I was in school in the 80s.
Yeah,
okay?
Rich,
It's changed. That's the thing. It has changed. Like, they started, my teachers were teachers in the 50s and 60s. You know what I mean? And they were all old. Like, my teachers were all old.
And it was okay, I guess.
But I'm saying, like, there was before what happened was the communist plan was to take, they need to get the kids. So how you get the kids? You take over the schools. Take over the schools, you got to take over the teachers. To take over the teachers, you got to take over the teaching colleges. That's expanded to not just the teaching colleges, but now all the universities. And now that's why we have what we have, is because the entire teaching apparatus, education apparatus in the United States is run by communists.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yuri Bezmenov said that years ago in the 80s, I believe, 70s or 80s.
And this is an example right here. Public schools should go back to an 8th grade Constitution test before advancing to high school. My generation knew the Constitution by the time they were 14. That is correct. You could not graduate from the 8th grade without passing the Constitution test. You had to do it.
You know the fucked up thing? My 9th grade year, I took U.S. government, and that was an elective course. I didn't have to. It was fun as hell. I'm not going to lie. That was one of the best classes I've ever had. I mean, learning German, my German 1 and German 2 class. Holy shit. That was fun. So literally, I got to say whatever I wanted to, as long as it was in German. I couldn't get in trouble.
You guys are familiar with a country called Prussia, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Russia with a P. Yes.
Yes.
So do you know what the Prussian system of schooling is?
It's what we have. It's what we have in the U.S.
Yes, and it was implemented to produce factory workers.
That's why we had the bells in the school.
Correct.
We have the bells.
Correct.
So you go
And
to
that's
bells,
why
go to this,
the
bells, go to
system
that.
runs the same as a factory system, and it was brought here on request of the Rockefellers and Carnegie by a guy called, his last name was Mann, that actually went, he was the first, I don't know, Secretary of Education or whatever. And he went to Prussia and he studied their system, and he was very impressed by the authority that the teacher had in the front of the class and the discipline enforced on the children, and the fact that they could sit still and they all learned the same information at the same time via the same mechanisms. And the problem is when the revolution, when the industrial revolution hit, there were massive factories that needed thousands of workers to be able to show up at the same time, stand in the same place, do the same menial task every day, day in, day out, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week into the school system.
Would it surprise you, Anton, to know that I got a better education when I was locked up as a kid than I got in public school?
Oh, I would not be surprised at all. There's a reason I homeschool, man. Like, I would not send my kids near the education system. Like,
put it this way. I use getting in trouble with the law to get away from my abusive mother. Okay. The judge knew it. It's whatever kind of situation. He kind of fucked me right there at the end, but I understood what he was doing. It's cool. But when I was locked up, I was learning physics. I was learning calculus. My teachers could not help me. I was self-taught.
Yes.
Because
how old were you?
At the time, 15, 16.
I just want
I
to
turned 16.
Just want to give a baseline and everybody let everybody know that you were locked up at the age of 16.
I mean,
15.
from the ages of 13 to 17, my ass was in juvenile detention more than I was in school. What are you talking about? My 8th grade year, I spent 33 days in class. The rest of the time, I was either locked up or suspended. And I still helped 5 other motherfuckers pass 8th grade. Figure that out. All right? But I was learning physics. I was learning calculus while I was locked up. Self-taught, because it's government things. Okay, these kids are retarded. They're not going to learn anything. These are the problem child. The bitch she couldn't do long division. My teacher in this locked up place couldn't do long division.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm teaching myself. I come back. I leave state's custody. I come back into the public fucking school system. And just because I'm a problem child, I'm putting remedial courses where in my 10th grade fucking year, I'm learning how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide whole numbers for the first month.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the major problem with our school system, and that's why it's brutal what they're trying to do to get rid of the gifted classes, because basically they teach to the dumbest person in the class, and everyone else who's not that, it's like, oh, whatever. And so it's like they're not, you spend you come back from a new school year, you come back and it's basically for the first 3 months you're learning all the shit you learned last year just because they figured the dumb kids forgot it, so you got to reteach it. Yeah, I'm not insulting. I'm not trying to insult kids. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm saying that
I straight up will. They're damn retarded.
If your kids are gifted or at least mildly intelligent, you do them a disservice by putting them in public schools, because any kids that require attention is going to get it, and your kids are going to be left behind. It's as simple as that. And not for anything, but my kids are very sharp. I would destroy my son would be on chemicals if he was in the public school system, and I will not do that. I will not.
That makes a lot of sense. Why they, when you're watching it like a TV show, and all of a sudden they give you like the last 5 minutes of a recap of the old show, and then they give you it makes kind of sense now thinking about it, because they do that in school.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So anyway, another $5 from Wasted Quick Ranger says Christianity went through reform, the others have not. Thank you. I don't know what kind of reform, like how could other religions reform? Like, let's think about this. All right, there are some reformed Jews. They have a new thing where they have female rabbis, and they believe that there's 90 genders, and that
Are we talking about the Hasidic Jews that pop out of the sewers in New York
No, not
City?
those. They're like the ones that are the different. They're the ones like anytime you see a female rabbi, you know that it's one of these.
Okay.
Like, because that's not allowed. They're not even like. Basically, that's the one thing that the Jews and the Muslims have in common is the women and men have to be separated.
Right.
You know, they can't be, whatever. They're afraid something. I don't know. They'll just start multiplying or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, my camera's fucked now.
they do.
But and then as far as Islam goes, Islam, I mean, I know they try to say it's the religion of peace. That is a lie. Like the facts,
Yes.
and I don't hate anybody, and I've known people that were Muslims, and I was friends with them and everything. That's not what I'm getting at here. What I'm saying though is that their religion is based on conquest. The entire religion was based on moving, growing, conquest, taking over lands. That's what the whole thing is about. To conquer and take over. That's what it is.
I mean, when I know it's the extreme part of it, but when they think they can rape the evil out of you and you will become Islamic because of it. Come on, can we just say we have a problem here, America?
Absolutely.
What's it? Spud says that's why he homeschools his kids too.
Yep.
Not so Spud, sober tech. Sober tech sees he homeschools his kids.
So, it's a little difficult if you want to instill your values in your children and you kind of palm them off to other people that's going to instill their values into them. There's a saying, and I always like, there's two things I like to tell people. One is you cannot send your children to Caesar and expect them to return not being Romans. So if you're going to put your kids in the education system and they come back as communists, you can't really complain because you're indoctrinating them into that system or having them indoctrinated. So that's the one thing. And, whenever people say, well, the overwhelming consensus, then I say, well, there's this guy called Galileo Galilei.
There you go.
And yes, and he proved that the entire consensus can be wrong, even if they agree. And if you don't know
for Joe Biden,
well, if you don't know who Galileo Galilei is, he's the guy that figured out that
the Earth or the sun doesn't revolve around the Earth. Yeah,
center of the universe.
Right.
Which was the belief at that time, and they almost murdered him for that.
It was heresy.
And he was like, you know what, man, you guys are all wrong. Everybody's wrong. The Earth is not the center. We actually revolve around the sun, and it was like heresy. This guy was beaten, and he was right. And everybody knew he was wrong, and he was right.
That also brings up a good point with the First Amendment, though, because when the First Amendment was actually ratified, blasphemy was illegal. You spoke anything ill about God, yeah, your ass was getting locked up.
Interesting.
Yes, that was a thing. So when it says, Congress shall not make what is that? No, that's Second Amendment. What was the first?
Congress shall make no law abridging establishing a religion or abridging the practice thereof or something like that. I'm not quoting exactly, but that's the bottom line. It's basically the freedom of religion thing has been bastardized to say that, like, basically there can't be any religion anywhere, which is not true. That's not the way the country was.
You have the right to practice your religion, but your religion does not have the right to be forced.
Correct. But any politician or any government, like, there was always religion. Our whole society is based on whatever they say, Judeo-Christian values, but let's be honest, they were Christian values.
Oh, right? 100%. Yes.
But the government is not, they did not want the government to create a church. Like they had the Church of England. They had this problem, and they had people being persecuted because they were not that denomination of Christian. There wasn't
Vatican?
any, no, because they were anti-Catholic. The Anglican Church was anti-Catholic. They didn't want the Pope.
We're trying to get away from that and not do that. Yes.
Right. But Americans didn't want to be persecuted for being a Protestant or a Catholic or an Episcopalian or an Anglican, whatever, anything, a Lutheran. They wanted to be able to do whatever, Quakers, you name it, Mennonites. I don't know how many sects I have to form, Amish, whatever. They wanted they wanted freedom and not to be persecuted. But that did not mean that we couldn't celebrate Christian holidays, or we couldn't have a nativity on a lawn, or we couldn't. That's just ridiculous.
It is. But you do also understand that since it says Congress shall make no law, that does leave it up to the states, right?
Well, the states are bound by the Constitution. I mean, they always like say, well, that
Congress shall
wasn't
make
until
no law, but states can. That's how the argument for blasphemy was made, and that's why it was legal.
Well, but
Congress
there was
can't
later,
make a
it
law,
was later
but we
overturned.
can.
It was later overturned by the Supreme Court saying, no,
Right.
no, you're still bound by the Constitution just because Congress, even though Congress can't, it doesn't give. But then again,
It
the
also
10th
means
Amendment,
state Congress,
I know.
yes.
I mean, there's great states' rights arguments there to make to say that yes, because basically anything that's not specifically laid out in the Constitution given to Congress is left for the states and the people.
It was supposed to reign in the federal government, so anything not laid out in the first 9, which is the Bill of Rights, anything not laid out in the first 9 goes to the states, and anything after that, it is a living document. We have changed it along the way, but I mean, come on. Can we not go back to the first 10? I mean, seriously. Anything that's in our Bill of Rights, that was passed down to us. That was everything Congress, everything the federal government was not supposed to do. Anything laid out in the first 9, anything not laid out in the first 9 was to the states. Now, I guarantee you right now that would balkanize the fuck out of this country, but you would actually see how America really thinks.
I mean, there would be some things just because there would be some things, though, that would not be allowed simply because it would be a violation of their other rights. The states can't violate your rights. The states have to.
Assuming elections are real and it's
right, assuming
upheld,
elections are real and stuff like that. So, I mean, like states can't say, well, just because the federal government can't, you have a right to a trial by the federal government jury, and you can't, a right to remain silent doesn't say the states, that's the federal government.
Well, that's the argument. It doesn't say federal.
That was the argument
Congress.
about the Second Amendment also for years until when? Until
Right.
McDonald came along, which was what, 2006, 2007, when finally the fucking Second Amendment was applied to the states. But even then, that's the thing that
Constitutional carry.
Well, no, I'm saying, but they said that you have a right because in Chicago you couldn't own a handgun in Chicago, and that was no, you can't bar people from owning a gun in Chicago. Sorry, you're part of the United States. You have to be. That was the first time that the Second Amendment was set. That the states were basically that no, you have to honor the Second Amendment. But like these people they live in, I don't know what world where they think like, oh no, the gun laws it's going crazy. So no. None of this shit existed until you guys kept trying to infringe on these rights. There was the only gun law was the NFA, which is unconstitutional, should have never been passed. The only reason it was allowed to stand was because of the threats that FDR was putting on the Supreme Court that they were going to pack the courts to all these other things. So they let that one slide with the guy who was dead, the Miller case, holding that up for sawed-off shotguns because they claimed, oh, you can't use a sawed-off shotgun and you can't use a short barrel something in war. All of our military weapons are short barrel weapons. I hate to break it to you.
Yes. Yes, they're
So that
supposed
ruling
to
should have
be
been thrown out.
as small and compact as possible.
But then it goes all the way until prior to 1968 Control Act, when you got out of jail, when you served your time for whatever crime it was, they gave you your guns back because that's your right to have.
Right.
That was the first time there was any type of restriction on anybody. Like you made a mistake, you committed a crime, you do anything, you got out, you have a right. You have a right to defend yourself. You have a right to a gun. If you commit a crime, we're going to hold you responsible, but we're not going to keep the tools. The crime rates spiked after that passed because there was a wide swath of people who could no longer defend themselves, and everybody knew it.
Mm-hmm. Gun-free zones across everywhere. You wonder why? What is it? 96% of all mass shootings are done in gun-free zones.
But if you look, you can look at prior to 1968, the murder rates in Chicago and New York and all these other places. And then right around 1969, 70, it went through the roof because none of these people in these urban areas that had committed crimes, they're all of a sudden disarmed. The Black Panthers, all these other people, they no longer, now you can't have guns. So we know we can break into these houses. They're not going to be able to defend themselves because they're worried about going to jail. McDonald was 2010. Heller was 2008. So 2010. Was when they said, yes, states, you can't infringe on people's rights to own guns. That's like a fundamental right to have a gun and own it. That was the first time. But then again, there was very little gun control in the country. If you go back and look, it was like very, very little,
Yeah.
Yeah, people driving around with shotguns in the back of their
it wasn't
of their truck.
Like, wasn't until like the 80s, 90s, and then states started passing laws, doing these other things, restrictions. I mean, there was like open carry was like concealed carry was frowned upon, and open carry was allowed because keeping bear arms. So people are like, hey, I mean, they paid lip service to it. A lot of states have the Second Amendment enshrined in their own constitution.
But
Rick says Jim tells you that's why the supremacy clause. That is why the supremacy clause of the Constitution.
Well, no, I understand. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, but if it's not something specifically laid out as a power for Congress, then it's left to the states and the people. That's how it's supposed to be. That's why this whole thing, like it's gotten way out of hand with the Commerce Clause. They've used the Commerce Clause to do so many things that, like the fact the federal government shouldn't be allowed to regulate guns and ammunition at all.
At all.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't get taxed on it. That really annoyed me when I go and buy ammo and I have to pay taxes on it. I'm like, man,
Well,
I'm not paying taxes on the right.
They would not allow them to put a tax on paper or ink because it could infringe on the freedom of the press.
Right.
But yet everyone could be taxed and it could infringe on our, on our right to keep and bear arms. That doesn't make any sense to me.
When I was still living in Jersey, you need what's called a firearms ID card to buy guns and ammo. And every time you buy ammo, they write your name in a book. So that way they can keep a record of everybody who buys ammo. And when I came out and guns and ammo, and when I came out here and they're just like, all right, do you have your Kansas ID? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Have a nice one. And I was like, bye.
A registry, a gun registry is unconstitutional.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's why they're not supposed to do any of that. And all these other things where they kind of were and get ways to do it without doing it, not say it. Like the FOID card in Illinois. I spent 40 years in Illinois. The FOID card has been ruled unconstitutional 3 times. And they make a little change and they go, oh, okay, we're gonna do this. There's like, if you don't, every person in your home has to have a FOID card if you have a gun in your house. Otherwise, they're violating the law. What?
Jesus.
Like a husband has a gun and the wife picks it up. She's all of a sudden a criminal because she doesn't have a FOID card?
Yeah, in Jersey, you can't stop. If you can only carry your gun if you're going from your house to the gun range. If you stop off and get a coffee, that's a federal offense. Or is it state offense?
It's a state offense.
It's a state crime. Just to stop and get a coffee. You get hungry, you have to you have to go home, drop your gun off, and then go out to eat. You can't stop and eat, and then your guns and your ammos have to be in the separate places. It's ridiculous.
I'm very glad that all of those laws work so well on criminals.
I know.
Well, that's
right?
the thing.
I'll be right back.
Criminals don't care at all about what the gun laws are. They're
not
criminals. They're not going to follow the law.
Yeah, you only regulate the law-abiding citizens get regulated.
So I did have two rumble rants here from CF Rob. It says, remember we read the first prayer of the first Continental Congress. Yes, there was a prayer that when they did the first Congress, they read a prayer to start it. Thank you. And the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. States' rights cannot supersede the Constitution because those are the rights that protect the people from the government. It limits government. Yes. Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's why all these idiots that are.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, my bad. Go ahead. No, you do your thing, man. I forgot.
No, sorry. We're 47 away from ending a first additional hour. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say when these states are making these laws that like when ICE agents, when they say ICE agents aren't allowed to wear masks or they're not allowed to congregate in public parts and stuff like that, it's like it's not doing anything. You're just trying to make the idiots feel better.
And then it gives them a reason to go up to, you're not supposed to have a mask on. You're doing this. You're breaking the law. You're doing this when it's none. That's not. They have no control. Like, we're going to investigate this ICE shooting. You have no jurisdiction to investigate a federal official in their commission of their offices. We have the federal government is different from the state government. They have immunity to state prosecution unless the federal government decides they want to let you prosecute them. Like the one ICE agent or whatever, or I don't know if it was ICE or
the good lady.
No, not the good lady. There was another one. Remember where they said the guy got hit with a shovel and they shot through a door and someone got shot in the arm, that he was jumped by 3 Tren de Aguas. Well, turns out maybe that guy made it up, lied about getting jumped. They found out. And so they said, yeah, okay, you can charge this guy with assault because he was lying and this isn't what happened.
I didn't hear about that one.
Yeah,
I
Minnesota.
don't know.
It was several months ago. It was like a thing when they were doing the Metro Surge. I think it was. Was it Metro Surge?
Really?
Yeah, there was like, and they, yeah, like I was at first, I was like, what? They let him get arrested because they went and arrested him in Texas. He was in Texas, either ICE or CBP, and charged him with assaulting somebody. And I was like, well, I kind of said maybe they should have handled it federally differently because the guy's going to basically get the Derek Chauvin treatment in Minnesota. But
all right, gents, I got to head over to Lights Camera Citation.
Okay.
So, Jim, this is fun.
Anyway. No.
This is fun. I like doing this because I like everybody else's opinions on some of the stuff that we talk about. Because me and Rich, a lot of stuff we talk about, daily. So, it's nice to get somebody else's opinion on some of this stuff. But
you want to talk about Mayor Daley? Okay.
Who's Mayor Daley?
He was the guy during the '68 riots in Chicago that told the cops shoot first and ask questions later. The Chicago the Democrat convention riots, and then said, people were complaining about the protest. He goes, what trees do they plant?
Honestly, I don't even know about that. I know about the Valentine's Day massacre.
Oh no, the in '68 convention in Chicago when the riots were and they were pulling bodies out of the sewers for months.
Never knew about that.
What?
But I gotta go, gents. Anton, I'll email you.
Yes,
guys. It was great talking to you, Jim. It was great talking to you, Anton. Yeah, I will see y'all later. Richard, I'll talk to you later.
Cheers. Take it easy, brother.
Did you guys hear about Patrick Byrne working with the FBI before the 2016 election, bribing HRC like $18 million? What?
No. But I will say this though, as far as look, I'm going to be honest with you. This whole treason thing, it needs to be used now. We got too many people, like even the speech and debate clause. Okay, that has been used and weaponized so much. It's been abused to the point to where there are, even our politicians still use the good people on both sides bullshit.
Yeah.
They still use that in committee hearings. And it's okay because they're in their official duties, and the Supreme Court said they could lie to you in their official duties.
Yeah, well, no, like the stuff that happened with remember the Covington kids and Nick Sandman, right? That was it Nick Sandman?
Yeah,
Covington?
Yeah, that was Nick Sandman. Yeah,
and where Pocahontas and the other one, I can't remember her name, the one from Oklahoma, I think she was what's her name, Deb Holland or whatever, Holland, attacked him. All this stuff. None of that was said on the Senate floor. None of that was said in Congress. That was all said on the TV and other places. They basically got out of it because of the speech and debate clause. Like, no, right. That's not what it's for. You're not, you cannot libel and slander people in public and then go back on that.
Yeah.
But you know the fucked up thing about that though? It is okay as long as somebody introduces them as their role. Like I say, this is Rep so-and-so or this is Senator so-and-so. Guess what? They're in their official duties at that point. But just calling them by their title, they are in their official duties at that point. And I'm sorry, I think we should take that away.
Yeah, I agree.
If you are not on the House floor, you cannot lie.
Well, yeah, no, they shouldn't be allowed to do it. No, if they're not on the House floor, that's what I'm saying. No, I don't. That shouldn't happen. If they're speaking on the House floor and they're talking about stuff, yes, you don't want to be able to be prosecuted for anything, or anything held responsible for things they're saying when they're trying to pass legislation. I mean, that's the whole speech and debate. It's for that purpose on the floor.
Right. So Jasmine Crockett saying, hey, go take out Elon Musk for my birthday does not cover his speech and debate. Because that was on the news.
Agreed. And some crazy person might try it.
Before one person goes to prison for treason, I want Congress to lose their immunity, make them speak under oath with the threat of persecution for perjury. Yeah, why? I mean, if everyone else is sworn in Congress to tell the truth, why are
speech
they
and
not?
Debate clause.
But
there's the argument for it. If they're not allowed to lie, say a senator is brought up, like, okay, Tulsi Gabbard, every single person in this administration.
Can't they be held responsible by the Senate or the House under their own ethical rules, right? If they knowingly lie or do something, can't they be censured?
What?
Stuff like that. I mean,
A
like,
finger wag, man? Come
I'm just
on.
saying something. They well, technically, if they wanted, if they had the votes, they could tell them they're removed. They could take.
You're
them,
right.
like they did to Chortos before he was convicted of anything.
Yeah, and then
First
had
time
to
in
wait till
history.
Bob Menendez was convicted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really happen. They all look after their own, man.
Oh, 100% they will. Every time. And it doesn't matter. I mean, look at what they're doing right. Lindsey Graham? Okay, I'm going to be... Look, I think 100% that was natural causes. The dude he already knew, just like me. He already said, yeah, I have a genetic ticking time bomb. I'm going to be gone. And then he comes back, he's working himself, just constantly on the fucking move, just trying to keep up with shit, and all of a sudden his heart pops. It makes sense.
I thought it was probably natural causes. I was worried they were going to try to use it. I was like, oh shit, they're going to try to use it to go to war with Russia, or say Iran did it. I was like, they're going to use it.
Russia has
I
no reason.
thought they were gonna. I thought Russia took him out because the first things that came out was he never made it back. Like he was in the Ukraine factory, and then the factory was gone. I'm like,
I'm going to be honest with you. I know what the fuck that was. Okay, you have to understand the people at play. Lindsey Graham has called for the public execution of Vladimir Putin. Ukraine, who I've been at, say I'm Vladimir Putin. Ukraine, who I have been at war with for 5 years now? Okay, this motherfucker calls for my execution. He's sitting on my borders. He's going through a drone factory. They're literally trying to bomb me out of existence with these drones. Okay, this is his hotel room. Guess what? Everybody's gone. There's nothing there, right? Hours after they have left, you send missiles over there to take out where he's been. That was a message to send to Ukraine. Don't put that motherfucker on my border again.
Yeah.
It just so happened Lindsey Graham comes back and he dies. You know how fucked up that looks as a Russian?
Yeah, I know.
Well, there were some people claiming that they thought he was killed over there, and they were trying to cover it up because they didn't want a war. They didn't want to try to hide it. Like, no, they wouldn't do that. They would do it. Yeah. But I mean, they're all. How many times they've accused Russia of poisoning somebody or doing something and different things. So that's why I was like, oh shit, they're going to come up with something. They're going to.
I think Vladimir phoned Trump, and he's like, dude, that wasn't us. So just that dude wasn't us. I just want you to know, being honest, because I don't think they want the U.S. invoked.
You actually don't, and here's why. Russia has no reason to go against us right now because we are giving them what they need.
Yes.
Completely 100% honest. Russia is buying oil from us through Venezuela right now. Okay? You have the Strait of Hormuz, the only 3 countries, and I'm sure Jim can back me up on this, the only 3 countries that have benefited from it is us, Saudi Arabia, and Russia.
Yeah, pretty much. That's it.
Okay.
That's why OPEC is breaking apart. There's a lot of people speculating that this is Trump's plan, is to create a new oil cartel, energy, not just oil, but energy cartel, natural gas and oil, the U.S., Russia, and Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Yeah. But there is a new trade
prior to
route
World War
opening.
II, the U.S. was one of the leading oil producer in the world prior to
World War II. But there is a trade route opening up in the Arctic. Okay, everybody's building icebreaker ships to kind of make sure that they can keep that trade route open. Greenland is on one side of it. Russia's on the other.
Well, that's why Trump wants Greenland.
That's the point. It's all economic, and there is no reason Russia should be fucking around with the United States right now because they benefit from what we're doing too. So it makes no fucking sense that Vladimir Putin would assassinate Lindsey Graham.
I agree. I just thought they were going to try to blame it on him.
You're right. And they tried. But there's no point in it because, like I said, the missiles taking out the fucking drone factory, taking out the hotel hours after he left, I'd do it. I would do it. Jim, you brought somebody to your fucking country that said I needed to die, I'm going to make sure that person leaves because I don't want to fuck around with him, but I'm sending you a message. 48 hours later, he dies, and I'm just like, oh, shit.
I think this is Pete Biscani. If it is, happy birthday, Pete. It was nice talking to you today. I'm pretty sure this is Pete. I'm not PB Max. I think this is, but maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you say thanks for coming on the show today. So that's why I'm thinking it's Pete. And then what's this? There was one other thing I wanted to show up. Dr. Meganauts says that it was Graham going there to threaten Zelensky. The administration's been telling him to give up the minerals. Graham went to send a message, then boom. Possibly. Possibly.
Yeah, okay. There is that whole Ukraine factor involved with this. I do not see Vladimir Putin being the motherfucker to actually... Poison would not be his thing. Everybody says, oh, the KGB. That's not him. He wants you to know it was him. Poison would not be it. Now, as far as that is concerned, if Lindsey Graham went over to Ukraine to say, hey, look, the Save America Act is going to pass, and eventually we're going to roll off into a brand new Congress, you're fucking done. Your red carpet ride is over. I see Zelensky being that shady son of a bitch that would do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Look at this.
But there is that aspect, too.
Glad to catch you alive. Glad to catch alive. Wait, did you hear I was dead?
Alive. He forgot the space.
Normally just get the recaps. I'm lurking in the background. Hope as well. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 5. That means right now we're a 42 away from adding a first additional hour.
Who the fuck is Davies Balls in our chat? Who is this?
Oh.
No, you have to understand. Davies Balls are more famous than him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe Zelensky got rid of Graham, so we think it was Putin. I thought that was a possibility.
I mean, did he not show or throw our rockets into Poland, killing farmers and saying Russia did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a good point.
I see him being that kind of snake.
Yeah, I think I think you're right. He probably just fell over.
Yeah. Well, there was another thing too. I'll get to it in a second. But Spuds for 2 says, first of all, Congress swears an oath and to serve the people. Therefore, the speech and debate clause regarding lying should not apply. Besides, already they lie on the campaign trail. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think lying like there should be some kind of penalty for purposely lying. You know, to deceive us.
What, a finger wag? There has to be something.
There has
else.
to be more. There has to be more.
And I'm going to be completely honest with every single person out there listening. Our elected officials, these are supposed to be the better men. They're supposed to be the people above us. These are the ones we put to control society. Should they or should they not be held to a higher standard than every single other American on the planet?
Absolutely.
Okay, so why in the fuck do they get away with everything while your ass goes to prison for the rest of your life?
I don't know, man. So yeah, so TSM Money says Dr. Drew said before COVID he only saw 2 cases of the stuff with Lindsey Graham with the aortic dissection, but after he has seen a lot of those cases. It's maybe.
No. There is an actual thing to this. I've been chasing this, dude. Oh, I narrowed it down, and I was too narrow. There is a thing called antiphospholipid syndrome. Okay, what it is, and it can happen to anybody. It's a thing your body honestly does. But what it is antibodies that are irregularly formed that go ahead and they attack the proteins that are on the lining of the cell wall, that are aligned cardiovascular. They attack you from within. Okay? I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay.
I brought this shit up to the people in my area.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, this does sound like a thing. We're going to test. There's 7 people that they tested that were jabbed in my area showed signs of antiphospholipid syndrome, which was probably what was causing them to be in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
0 unjabbed had it. If they raised an alarm, I was cut out of the loop because of HIPAA. And then all of a sudden, all this shit starts popping up with all these other things. Yeah, it causes a lot. Because what works for you on a genetic level may kill me.
And wasn't COVID, they said it was like genetically mutated to target certain groups of people and leave other groups of people. I mean, I'm
sickle cell anemia, which is why, what's his name? RFK was branded racist, because it targets people that are susceptible to sickle cell anemia, which is Asians and black people.
Yep.
So he was racist for that. I've chased this down. I went way too fucking narrow with it, but I did nail everything. Tell me why the fuck this. Look, Peter McCullough brought it up. It was in a hearing. I can trace it back if you need me to. Tell me why the cells that have been dead for over 120 days were still producing the spike protein.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I mean, they created it in a lab,
and it's still doing it.
Yeah,
I mean,
they created it in a lab. And what's it say? Go.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the COVID actual. I'm talking about the vaccine. The vaccine.
Oh, the vaccine.
Yes, it was the vaccine. The people who were injected with the vaccine, they saw cells that after 120 days of death were still creating the spike protein.
What?
How? Yes. I can track that back for you. It was an actual hearing that I heard. Oh, my God. I'll have to find it again. But he showed evidence of this where it was still actually producing the spike protein after death.
Thank you, Brian Ogden, for $40.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much. With that 40, that means, folks, we are now $100 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Someone said there's a rant too. So let me see what that is. So, yeah, bat AIDS. That's what it was. And AZ Merce says, I've had 10 patients who have had AAA. So I think that's aortic aneurysms or whatever, right? Or it was called an aortic dissection. I thought it burst, right? What do you want? Lay down. Come on. Lay down. Stop. Lay down. I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I'd have to check that back with the hearing that was from. And whatever you think about it right now, I will say this. Marjorie Taylor Greene, as she was the chairman of that hearing, I remember it specifically. I remember how many people were on that hearing. I remember the people. I remember everything about that because I had been chasing it for years. I need to find it again. But he brought it up, and I was just like, wait, a cell is dead and it's still producing this, which means there's something about that is still keeping it alive enough to create this protein, but everything else is dead. So that means that genetically something is still working in a dead body.
Is it like don't fingernails and hair and stuff keep growing after you're dead? Is it like that?
Yeah. And then we see that it leaks from the muscles and it goes throughout the entire body. If it reaches your kidneys, there's a whole big issue that antiphospholipid syndrome, which I was chasing, is part of. So yes, it makes sense how this thing is actually doing this.
I got two more rants here. I got Spuds for, first of all, Congress swears an oath to serve the people. Therefore, the speech and debate clause lying should be besides they already lie on the campaign trail. Did I already read that one?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, okay. And then I think Z and Ladybug did some high-end stiletto-heeled nose candy, and because of his heart condition, it caught up with Graham. Okay. Well, I don't know if I added those, but I'm going to add them now, so we'll do that. So 3 off. I can't remember if I added that or not. I'm going to, I know. And then, so we're 97 away from the second additional hour. I am going to pull up your screen for this thing here so that you can watch this and talk about it. Let me.
What are we talking about here?
whatever your Hillary Clinton thing that she was.
Oh no, I was just bringing it back to the whole.
Do you have anything else you want to share real quick while I take her out?
You know what? Okay, let me find some. I got you. Dude, we got to bring this up. This is gonna be fun. Okay,
I will be right back.
So because this is Fuck Around Friday and we fucked around for a good little bit, here's some more fuck around for you. All right. Of course, we got this from Tommy Boy, which was recorded by this. More trans violence. These people are inherently violent. Every single one. But check this out. This is the dumbest altercation I have ever seen in my life.
I don't fucking know you from a fucking asshole in the ground. Get the fuck out. Pepper spray.
What are you gonna do, boy?
I will pepper spray the fuck out of you.
You're a fucking
Get your
bitch.
stupid fucking ass back.
Shut the fuck up.
Go away. Go away. You gonna threaten me with
It gets worse.
a fucking taser? Are you stupid? Get the fuck back. Give a
I
shit.
just gotta have my fucking phone
I
stolen.
don't fucking
All
care.
kinds of shit.
I don't fucking care.
Bitch.
I fucking told you 10 times.
Fuck.
Man, it's creepy, man.
Videotaping me?
What?
Videotaping me?
Yeah. You just stopped in front of me.
Are you a creep?
No.
You fuck with little kids?
No.
What?
Jeez.
The dude came across the street. The guy's sitting there just filming, right? A dude came across the fucking street. I saw him filming. And came over here and asked if he fucks with little kids. Yes.
I don't
Why
even
would you automatically
know
go
how-
to that weird?
Say what?
I don't even know how you connect those two.
Oh, dude, you'll figure it out.
shit?
I asked you a question.
And I
because
don't
that's
owe
the
you
first-
answers.
Yeah, you do. Because
No,
if you
I
fuck with
fucking
little
don't.
kids, I'll fuck you up
I
right
don't
here.
fuck with little kids. I don't give a shit about little kids. Are you a little kid?
I was at one time.
Well, you're not now. You just
Are you a little kid? I was at one time. So now you get to come up and just harass somebody and ask them if they fuck with little kids because you were a kid at one time? Yeah.
act like a child. Fuck you.
Bitch,
Go
do
away.
something.
No.
Boy, you're
Touch
a fucking
me.
coward.
I am?
Yeah, you're gonna sit there and videotape me, but you won't do shit. You ain't got a man in your family.
You're fucking creeping around like a
Fuck
weirdo.
you.
Come sliding in here like a fucking psycho and jump out and
Maybe
start
I'm looking for
talking
my
shit.
brother's Jeep, you fucking
Then
punk.
go look for it. Leave me the fuck alone.
You fucking said you look this shit in my face.
You walked up to me.
No, I didn't. You're
Yeah,
fucking,
you
had a
did.
fucking video camera all up on me.
You drove by slowly like a fucking
Like
weirdo.
I was looking for something.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know how many other times you were recorded driving down the road?
The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I drive down the fucking road.
And
I
there's
go
cameras
places.
everywhere.
Yeah, there's fucking
Do you
cameras
jump out and act
everywhere.
like a psycho with them too?
I can.
Okay. That seems unstable and a big
Does
waste
it?
of time.
Or maybe like
I laugh because I found myself yelling at a billboard when the indivisible people came into my area and I thought it was going to be something. I laugh because I freaked out at a billboard. All right?
Wow.
I actually fucking tell the truth and I confront shit.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck am I asked you a fucking question.
I don't
didn't
owe you fucking answers.
No, you don't, because you're a fucking liar and you're hiding
No,
your agenda.
because I
Otherwise,
don't
you'd
owe
be
you
honest.
shit because you're fucking nobody to me.
Fuck you, boy.
Fuck you.
bitch.
Eat it, dick.
Fuck. Put that thing down. Come see me, you punk.
Okay, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere.
Put that thing
You're
down.
the only one walking
You're a
away.
fucking snitch.
A
You're gonna hold
snitch,
your
huh?
little snitch stick, you
Okay.
bitch. Fuck you.
Shove it up your ass, you fucking moron.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt. Your
Fuck
mother
you.
sucks cocks,
Fuck
you. ain't
you.
got a man in your family if
Fuck
you.
you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
No point.
No, there isn't. But I will say this. The insulting Come on, man. Can we do better? Or for
Yeah.
both parties.
Low grade insults.
This is kindergarten bullshit, but okay.
Fuck you. Which one of us is walking away? Is it me or is it you?
All right, now you instigate it.
Yeah,
Who cares? There's cameras all over.
I guess
Everybody's
it's
recording us, you fucking idiot. If I
Right.
put this one down, we're still getting recorded.
The only one snitching, so that makes it all.
Oh, okay. How fucking dumb are you that you don't realize everybody's got dash cams and shit? Are you fucking stupid? And I don't owe you answers, so fuck off.
I mean,
don't
he's
fucking
right,
know
though.
you from a fucking
Yes.
asshole in the ground. Why the get the fuck out? Pepper spray.
What are you
the
gonna do, boy?
I will pepper spray the fuck out of
Oh,
you.
you're a fucking
Get your
bitch.
stupid fucking ass back.
Shut the fuck up.
Get the
cunt.
fuck
The
back.
other just pissed me off. I'll grab my shit.
You
right
won't do
now.
fucking shit. Get the fuck back. Fucking idiot.
A very weird woman. That is a very weird looking woman.
It's a man.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I didn't see an Adam's apple, so it must have had surgery or something.
It gets even worse, though. Come on. Hold on.
Jesus Christ.
Every bit of this just snowballs into absolute fucking stupidity.
You're gonna put a helmet on?
You put it on backwards. No, rewind it. Pop up, watch.
Jesus Christ. You're gonna put a helmet on? It's backwards, dumb shit. Go mind your business. Fucking go away and mind your business. Go away.
Jim, I'm sorry.
what are you
You
watching?
left me alone.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It looks
Hey.
interesting.
Go away.
What's up?
You're gonna threaten me with a fucking taser? Are you stupid? Get the fuck back. Get the fuck
just had
back.
pepper spray in
Go
my
about
face, didn't you?
because you're fucking coming up at me aggressive, you dummy. You're trying to fucking attack me. Of course I'm gonna
I
self-defend
didn't
myself.
attack you. I'm trying to get you to fight like a man.
Go away.
Fight like a man.
I don't want
Hey.
shit to do with you. You're unstable and fucking weird. Go home.
Oh, you're fucking weird.
Go home. Go home. Go home.
Fucking lame.
Go home. Mind your business.
Voice says man.
My business ain't your business. Go away.
You don't want to be in it.
Move along.
I'll beat your bitch ass.
Move
Wearing a
along.
pink tutu and a bow.
Move
Beat your
along.
bitch ass and fry everyone.
Move along. Zip it and move along.
Fuck you.
How long are you gonna stand here and make an idiot of yourself?
You're a fucking bitch.
Okay.
Bitch boy.
Okay.
You ain't doing shit. You ain't got a man in your family.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what half the shit you said means because you're clearly strung out and you don't have a fucking clue what's going on.
I'm pissed off.
So
got
go
no idea
fucking
what I
cry
just
somewhere
came
else.
from.
I don't give a
I
shit.
just gotta have my fucking phone
I
stolen.
don't fucking
All
care.
kinds of shit.
I don't fucking care.
Bitch.
Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me.
Fucking punk.
Get the fuck. I'm gonna get you with more. Get the fuck out of here. I fucking told you 10 times.
Fuck.
I fucking told you 10 times. Didn't I?
Fuck you.
I fucking told you.
Shut up, you fucking piece of shit.
Fucking come at me with a taser? You out of your fucking mind?
Fuck.
That's funny shit.
Ah, interesting.
Jim came in at the last of that. Yes, it is exactly what you were thinking, Jim.
I mean, what this is funny because then when you see like what's her face, Elliot Page, whatever you want to call him, her, whatever, trying to think like that's a man, and "Ooh, this is how a man's supposed to be. And it's like, no, you're not a man. You're a woman. That's like you see the. It's like you're not. And then you got these men pretending to be women that like clearly are acting like men. It's like you're not a woman. If you were a woman, you wouldn't be acting this way. You're acting like a delusional man.
Well, see, here's the fucked up thing. And let's roll it back. All right, from the very beginning. Jim's got to see this. Go ahead.
What? I didn't do anything.
Oh, I thought I heard the drum roll. I'm
No,
sorry.
that was my vape
Oh.
fell over.
Okay.
I don't fucking know you from a fucking asshole in the ground. Why the get the fuck out? Pepper spray.
What are you gonna do, boy?
I will pepper spray the fuck out of you.
You're a fucking
Get your
bitch.
stupid fucking ass back.
Shut the fuck up.
Get the go away. Go away. You're gonna threaten me with a fucking taser? Are you stupid? Get the fuck back. Give a
I
shit.
just gotta have my fucking phone
I
stolen.
don't fucking
All
care.
kinds of shit.
I don't fucking care.
Bitch.
I fucking told you 10 times.
Fuck.
I want you to understand this dude is on another street right here, right? This guy is just sitting here filming. You understand where this is going, right?
Mm-hmm.
He drives from here.
That is creepy, man.
Why? But why did this person decide to come and mess with this guy for no reason?
Because he thought he was filming the dude because he's transgender.
What? What? Why would that? That doesn't make any sense.
That makes no sense.
It's just somebody who popped off with a whole little, oh, this dude's filming. Oh, he's got to be filming me because I'm transgender and there's a trans genocide going on. So I'm going to confront this asshole.
That's beyond ridiculous, man. Beyond ridiculous.
This is what we are dealing with, though. If this is it, and you don't think these people are going to pop off? I'm sorry. They've already done it several times.
The mutants are used to having gangs with them, coupled with their mental instability. They think they're untouchable, almost like German Shepherds in the BT-1000s. Ah, yes, I know those.
Yeah.
I just think it's incredibly hilarious that, all right, yes, when the right does actually fucking organize, it's over. But the problem is, to organize, it's going to take a lot for you motherfuckers to get on board. It is. Because you just want to be left the fuck alone. You just want to do your own thing. You want to make your own money. You want to feed your family. You want to be able to live a comfortable life. That's all you want. And they want that plus more. They want it all.
No. Well, they want special treatment. They don't want equal treatment.
Yeah. And that special treatment is just the plus more part. They want everything you have given to them. Everything that you have built in your life, everything that you have done for yourself, however, the biggest accomplishment or the smallest accomplishment, it doesn't matter. They want you to live under their delusional fucking world.
So Pat says studies show low testosterone leads to irrational violence.
I mean, that is a thing, but high testosterone does the same. Let's be honest, you put a whole bunch of men who are just hitting puberty together, violence is going to break out.
Yeah. Well, I think it's the hormonal imbalance is the problem. When your hormones are not where they're supposed to be.
And what happens when you give women testosterone at a massive fucking dose? The same shit.
Brian wants to know, I'm wondering why I have a helmet. I think she's forced to wear one because otherwise she would have massive head, problem.
Well, the other thing is, it also popped it on the wrong way around when it started, so that was quite funny.
I mean, that is a damn good question. Why the fuck do you have a motorcycle helmet in a Hyundai? So you thought of this before. You think what's going to beat an aerosol is having a motorcycle helmet on where airflow gets through. Have we not thought about this? I mean, wouldn't the foam absorb the aerosol pepper spray and just kind of keep it there long after?
Yeah, it would absorb. Yeah, all the foam padding and stuff inside it would just get stuck on there and everything else.
Yeah, we haven't thought about this. All we thought was it sprayed in my face. My face is clear.
Yeah,
they can't get to it.
Yeah, I think they take hormone blockers. They take stuff like they probably take high levels of there's drugs that you take to convert testosterone to estrogen.
Yeah, there are also some of the drugs that they actually take are chemical castration drugs.
Yeah. Yeah, the drugs that they poisoned, what's his name with Turing, Alan Turing.
Right.
The same stuff they gave him. It's
Well,
safer to
gentlemen,
drive with the helmet.
Also got to get out of here. I have to be up at 4 a.m. tomorrow, so it's fun days.
Well, thank you
Take
so
it
much,
easy, brother.
Hey, everybody,
Hey,
if you
That's a
haven't,
lot
if
of
you guys, I just want to say to the audience, if you haven't checked out the www.biltong.com, go check it out. They have other things besides the biltong there, which I've said on many occasions. They have good cookies and snacks, cakes, and candies. Damn it. Sorry. And
Eggs
it's
and
all good
cakes.
stuff. Yeah, and stuff, chips. They get, if you want some chips like Walker's, I think it's Walker's.
Yeah,
from
we got some.
and stuff like that and stuff. You can get them, and it's good stuff. Check it out and use promo code Jim and save 10%.
Thank you very much.
No problem. I'll see you around.
All right, absolutely. You guys have a great evening. Thank you very much.
I do want to say this before you go. Anton, great to meet you, brother. And I
Absolutely.
appreciate the fact that you come over here and you want to be part of us. I really do.
Thank you.
It means a lot.
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
You too.
Take it easy. What up? God bless.
You read all my messages here. Okay.
Let me get rid of some of these tabs because they're rolled on. I don't need them anymore.
No problem. Let's do this. Let me pull this down. Put this up. Let's do this. So Trump threatens to revoke licenses of U.S. networks for not carrying his primetime speech. How do we feel about this?
I mean, I agree with it. I totally do.
I mean, the
it's
ones
only
that are
because
bound by the FCC rules, they have to follow the rules. They have the license
It's
to be
not
able to
that.
broadcast.
It's not that. It's the actual intention behind it that gets me. I don't care if, these news sources, these legitimate news sources, like as The View is actually classified as, I don't understand why. If they get to skirt the fucking rules with that, okay, I get it. I don't care about that. What I give a shit about was the intention. The intention was, we actually did steal the 2020 election. You don't need to hear shit behind it. We're not going to air this, and we're going to curate and censor our American president yet again. That's what kills me with it. I don't give a shit about the fact that they didn't show it. You do you. You do what you fucking want. But when you call yourself a legitimate news source and you refuse to air something from the president of the United States because it implicates you, I got a problem. That's why I agree with this as a conditional in this situation. Because it is literally the point of the FCC to make sure all of this shit is fair. Yes. However, when you feel like you are better than the president of the United States, you know more than the president of the United States, you air Joe Biden sitting there saying extreme MAGA Republicans, nuclear MAGA or whatever, with a red background, but you refuse to air him?
Yeah, there was nothing in that speech, or Trump's speech at all, attacking Democrats. He didn't say anything about Democrats. He didn't say anything about.
It doesn't even matter if he did.
I'm just saying,
the
but he
fact
did.
that
But
you would air Joe Biden doing the same thing.
Joe Biden was an attack. It was a political attack on his opponents.
Right.
The red background and everything, and the fact that was fine, and they were cool with it. And it was like, oh, this is great. But no, Great Eagle. I wasn't really. I said in the beginning of the show that I wasn't going to be in the chat as much because we had a bunch of people when we were having conversations, and I couldn't keep pulling up people's chats when I'm trying to have a conversation with other people. That's all. So I wasn't ignoring anybody. So
sorry to my chat as well, guys. Yeah. We were kind of in the. Anton's a good dude.
Yeah, no, it was a good conversation.
Yeah, it was.
And we had a humor Davey.
Yeah. I love Davey. But this is why we call it Welcome to the Squirrel Cage. We have the shirt for that. We call it the Squirrel Cage because out of left field, he's going to say something or I'm going to say something that's going to take a hard left turn. Pause what you were saying before because we're doing this. Yeah, that's us.
To top stories tonight on the mainstream media, watched while watching Jim. Summer is hot. Police ambush. Nary a word about election integrity. Well,
Of course not. Why would they? Why would they tell you they were complicit in it? Because, I mean, they told you for years it was the most free and fair, right? Everything he was saying is baseless. There's nothing to back it up. So when he brings something to back it up, well, you know what? That was 5 years ago. What the fuck are you talking about?
get over it already. So 2 of the 3 major U.S. networks and CNN did not broadcast a primetime address by President Trump, drawing a rebuke from the president, who's placed unprecedented pressure on American media. And I don't think he's really placed the pressure you guys think he did. Obama arrested and locked up journalists. Trump is not arresting journalists. They're making a big deal because he said, hey, you guys that said this story, we want you to go to the grand jury and answer who told you this stuff, because it's secret information that you're not supposed to be releasing. We're not going to arrest you. We're not going to prosecute you because you didn't break the law, but whoever told you did.
Okay, fair enough, because there was that WAPO journalist.
Which one?
The one that got raided, and you were just like, well, they didn't arrest him, so I was like, fair enough.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, that was the difference. Obama and Biden arrested journalists. They arrested James O'Keefe.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they arrested journalists. They put
Owen Schroyer?
Catherine Herridge, Owen Schroyer. They put Catherine Herridge in jail. They put what the other one? There was another guy, a reporter for an actual news station that they arrested Steve Baker, for January 6th. Like, what are you doing?
And all because he pointed out that the actual U.S. Capitol Police that testified during the January 6th committee actually lied. Had he not brought that up, that motherfucker never would have gone to jail.
So during his speech, Trump said networks that did not air his speech were engaged in a plot and should have their licenses revoked. In a rare move, NBC and ABC fake news both said they would not cover the speech. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their license. James Rosen from Fox, yes, if I'm not mistaken, they spied on James Rosen's parents.
Yes.
And Judith Miller too. Yeah. So networks have a broad First Amendment right to decide what they choose to broadcast, but historically broadcasters have carried most such speeches on grounds they provide information to the public. So late on the afternoon, a spokesman for ABC said the network would run Trump's speech on its ABC live streaming platform. NBC carried the president's remark on its free streaming service, NBC News Now, but not on its main broadcast channel, according to a person familiar with the matter. The company declined to comment. So CNN said it would monitor the speech for news with a live feed appearing on its website. So yeah.
Can we talk about CBS for a second? I know this is kind of...
I have it. CBS I thought was doing okay, but then there's a story I have on CBS, what they said. Like, I'm going to show what CBS said about Trump's speech. I was like, oh, you motherfuckers.
Look, CBS is doing a lot better, though.
I know, but they...
Barry Weiss is actually doing something. You're going to find that, and I'm okay with it, left and right, as long as you are hitting the actual facts. I don't care how you want to spin the facts. Hit the facts. Tell me your side of it. I don't give a shit. But as long as you're telling the facts and the truth, I'm okay.
Trump falsely alleges voting machines are vulnerable and easily compromised. Those are facts. That's been proven. It's been demonstrated at every hacker convention. They did it during Senate testimony. The guy did it while testifying. Yeah, I just hacked it. They did it. You can't make these claims. This is ridiculous. That's their headline.
Is the actual mention of it somewhere in the article, though? Because that's probably what actually got
Trump
passed.
Falsely alleges voting machines are vulnerable and easily compromised. They're saying it was false.
Yes, but all you read is a headline.
In
the back of the article at the very end, most articles will actually say, hey, everything we said before then is bullshit. Here's what actually happened.
I don't hear it. So
and it passes every time for that shit.
Yeah. President Trump alleged voting machines and ballot counting systems are extremely exposed to attack, pointing to intelligence that was declassified and released by the White House following years of similar claims about voting machines. But some of the newly released documents are tied to a company that largely isn't used in the United States. And experts say voting machines are subject to intense controls. Now, when they say largely isn't used, what does that mean? They're not used in all the states, because those machines are used in multiple states.
Largely, not everybody uses it. Yes.
Yeah. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised. Mr. Trump, not President Trump, later pointed to CIA intelligence about a plot to use voting machines to do a big number in favor of corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela, referring to voter fraud in that country. However, the Venezuela-related intelligence released by the White House focuses on election system made by the company Smartmatic, and that company's technology is not used in the United States. Bullshit.
Yes, it is. The
Aside
argument
from LA County.
The argument has always been about Dominion, never about Smartmatic.
Aren't they just, don't they run on the same software?
Kind of, yeah. It's just somebody else has the back door.
You know, Smartmatic has said it does not currently have operations in Venezuela while it worked in the country 13 years ago. And starting in 2004, it said that in 2017, our technology helped prove that the government was reporting false turnout numbers.
Oh, you talking about like, what is it? Wasn't it Wisconsin or something like that that only had like 4 million adults living in the state, but somehow their registers saw 7 million?
Yeah, it's some crazy number like that. A bunch of states are like that. Like,
yeah, because they didn't report their voter rolls. But yeah.
So, for example, every 2020 election ballot in Georgia was tallied 3 times, once by machines during the original counting process. So that's what they're just basically saying. So all 3 counts confirmed that President Biden defeated Mr. Trump.
Every single count is exactly what's written now, right?
Here's the thing: why is it all 3 counts affirm that former President Joe Biden defeated Mr. Trump? This is what I'm saying. This is the bias that they put in. Like, he was the president at the time. He's the president now, but you give him zero respect. You're calling him former President Joe Biden and Mr. Trump. Like, this is a problem.
You're right. You're absolutely right with it, because they are trying to delegitimize the fact that he actually did win.
At all, ever.
You're right. But as far as that is concerned, sitting there counting, okay, so a machine counts every single dot, right? A human counts every single dot. There's twice. You never go through any of the processes. You never look any deeper. Would the same counting not bring up the same thing every time?
The problem in Fulton County in Georgia was, where did the ballots come from?
And that was never looked into until now.
Yeah. Where did the ballots come from? Where's the chain of custody on the ballots? Where's the signature cards? Where's the signature verification? It doesn't matter. I mean, there's videos of the people running the same ballots through over and over again. We saw that.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers don't, there's tapes missing showing the count. So how, you can't say this. Where, that's the thing. Well, you don't have any evidence. Well, because the tapes are gone.
But Jim,
the count,
you as a normal American citizen, not knowing the things we do, not following the things that we do, not actually being able to remember 6, 7, 8 months ago that this never happened. It's just what they say happened. So if you're taking a look at it, okay, so several times we counted the same shit the same damn way and we came up with the same results. Of course you did.
Anyway, I wanted to do this. I kind of got sidetracked earlier, but so this was, I put everything, all 56 PDFs into Grok. All right.
Okay.
And this is what Grok spit out. So the final, all 56 declassified documents. All right. The 56 documents fall into 2 main categories: foreign, primarily Chinese activity involving voter data collection and election infrastructure probing. And then domestic issues, most notably a multi-year FBI investigation into fraudulent voter registrations in Muskegon, Michigan during the 2020 elections, plus DHS findings on non-citizen voter registrations. The key takeaways is there's clear evidence of Chinese cyber actors collecting large amounts of U.S. voter registration data from commercial sources, and in some cases, breaching state systems.
But there's no proof.
It's right here. It's clear evidence of it. Thank you.
Evidence
Remember
is
Nixon.
not proof.
Yeah. So that's 93 now, folks, away from a second additional hour.
Let's go. Push it further.
All right.
Let's work tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
Thank you so much. I heard Georgia ordered 1 million extra ballots and only have that's in here. I have that in here. I talked to Grok for several hours today. We went back and forth on a bunch of stuff that's in here. We'll get to it. Different scale of Watergate. Yeah, there was a coup against Nixon. Now, was it because of he wasn't playing along? It was because of the China stuff. What was the reason? Was it because he was looking into the JFK assassination, asking questions? I don't know.
But there's a lot we'll never know.
Yeah. So there is strong evidence of organized fraudulent voter registration activity, all right, in Michigan, fabricated applications, forged signatures, quota pressure. The FBI investigated the Michigan case for over 4 years, but ultimately closed it without charges. Why? Because that's what they wanted. They didn't want charges. If there was charges, then that would make people ask questions. Wait, this happened here. What else is going on? So they shut it down. Just like they shut down the investigation into the SPLC and told them, hey, stop doing that because that's against the law. You can't do that. We're not going to charge you because that's, they can make that decision. That's true. But unless they're pardoned or something, then the charges come back, just like happened with the SPLC. The charges came back because the statute of limitations did not run out.
Okay.
Talking to Grok probably isn't healthy. Well, you know what I mean. I was feeding stuff in because there's too much stuff for me to go through. The pages of the amount of PDFs and the pages, it was way too much for me to dissect. So I needed somebody. So this could all be wrong. I don't know, but this is what. So there's no documents contain evidence that foreign actors or the Michigan operation successfully altered vote counts or changed the outcome. All right, that's what Grok is saying.
Hold on. There's no documents that contain evidence. Okay, so they literally broke up a fraud ring that had caches of weapons. Why? I mean, all you're doing is registering people to vote. Why do you need pistols and rifles and all types of custom-made shit?
Correct. But what they're saying, though, is that the evidence that it doesn't have like direct evidence that it changed votes in enough of a manner to alter the election. That's what they always go with. Okay, it wasn't enough, but if this one case, maybe, but if it happened in other places, it happened in Detroit, if it happened in other precincts, the ones we're going to get, because I also asked them about the precincts that had over 100% turnout.
Oh, God, yeah.
So,
I mean, if we're talking about that, let's talk about the Atlantic City councilman named Craig Calloway who went to fucking prison because what he would do was pay people to gather empty ballots with nothing but a signature, bring them back to him. He would fill them out with his crew and then pay other people to ballot stuff, thus giving credence to 2,000 Mules.
2,000 Mules, that stuff should be looked into. That information the FBI should be looking into that. And also, I mean, they just busted somebody in I can't remember if it's New York or where it was, New Jersey or New York, where it was like a school board thing where they were cheating and the clerk was working with the guy so he can stay on the school board and they busted, they found all the ballots ripped up and she was like, what the hell? Like the clerk and another guy, they basically were ripping up elections for someone else. And the reason they busted is because all the discrepancy between the late arriving mail-in ballots was so great. It's like, well, yeah, that's exactly what happened in 2020. The same exact thing. Like the same thing that happened in LA, where all of a sudden the one person that was in third place, way behind, all the votes that came in late were for her, so that she could pass Spencer Pratt. That's what Joe Rogan finally admitted. Yeah, I think they're rigging shit now. This is obvious because it doesn't make any sense why their votes would all swing to her. The one person needed to push him out of the way, and not Karen Bass didn't pick up any.
Right. Hey, check this out. Throw this up real quick. At this hearing right here, okay, this was streamed 1 year ago. This is September 10th, 2024. Okay, that's almost 2 years now. At this one right here, dude, I was kind of knee deep in the shit with you. I had other people I was working with at this point in time. At one point, one of the guys that we were working with had told us everything that you've been working on for the election shit, everything that you've seen, gather it all together. We're going to make a presentation. I was off, right? I didn't think anything about it. We made this presentation. And 4 months later, this hearing right here. Now, this is September. My birthday is September 11th, right? I skipped this because I was like, fuck it. I'm not going to do my job. I'm going to celebrate my birthday. September 12th rolls around. And the guy that made us do the presentation was like, so what'd you think about that? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you don't know? You didn't see it? You didn't do your job? What the fuck are you talking about? He sends me this link. Every bit of everything that Republicans said in this was everything that we showed.
Well, there you go.
Every bit of everything they had to talk about was everything that we showed in this entire fucking thing. It turns out it was one of Harriet Hageman Stafferman's staff that we were actually presenting this information to. That's where that comes from. And I'll give you the link in your private chat so you can throw it to everybody else if they want to hear this themselves.
You can post. You should be able to post it in the chat. I think I made you a mod on YouTube. I think so.
Well, okay. Let me bring that back so we can do that. But yeah.
Well, you can put it in a private chat. That's fine. No big deal. I think I did. I should have. I think so.
Well, it's easier for you to copy.
All right.
I don't have your stuff open right now.
Oh,
sorry.
okay. All right. Oh, you don't have.
I got limited tabs that I can work with. But yeah, in this hearing right here, every bit of everything that the Republicans have said was our information, including the HAVV that I have brought up multiple times. You can't see it anymore. It's it's fucked up. They blocked all the things to look at elections with. But the Help America Vote verification, if you would go to the SSA, the Social Security Administration, hold on, SSA.gov. Nope. SSA.gov. There we go. You can no longer see this. Before they stopped.
Yeah, that was when it would show you when they were doing checks. They would say all these people, like you would see like 40,000 people registered in Texas this month or whatever. I mean, I'm just pulling these numbers out of air, and these are not the numbers. I'm not trying to say, but you would see like 40,000 people registered this month, and 31,000 of them were dead. It's like, wait, what is going on?
Dude, it's not month. It's week or bi-weekly, depending on how the state. And
yeah, I saw that stuff. I was like, what is going on?
Exactly. This is what brought it up. Was Texas was registering like 6 digits every other week. My state alone in Alabama, we were reaching 4 digits every week, and half of them were dead upon the first time ever trying to register using the last 4 digits of your social security number and your last name.
Well, that's why they stopped. That's why they went to that judge and had him say you can't do it, because they were catching all the stuff and they were seeing it.
This was a big fucking opening, and this I hammered fucking hard to every single person, and it started to catch. I'm proud of myself for it. I'm proud of myself. But this should have been a bigger fucking thing, because this right here, when you could see it, was the opening to it all.
Yeah.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
No problem. So I'll pull this down. I'll put this back up here. So significant internal disagreement delays occurred within the FBI and DOJ when handling this matter. So foreign activity, China, the majority of the documents, the voter data collection by the PRC, multiple reports detailed Chinese actors downloading publicly available voter registration data from commercial websites in at least 6 to 7 states, at least. So this is the only information they have, is because they're limited, because they didn't get the information. States wouldn't turn over information, and they couldn't get the stuff. So Colorado, Connecticut, Florida, Michigan, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, and others as late as January 2022 and into 2023. One document states a PRC entity possessed lists of compromised U.S. data sets, including voter registration records as of 2019. So the White House task force publicly stated the voter registration rolls from at least 18 states were compromised by the People's Republic of China, along with more than 200 million voter records. So Chinese cyber actors, including APT-31, targeted the Biden presidential campaign in 2020 with spear phishing. China also collected election-related information from voter databases, polling companies, and political organizations. So the main IC assessment in August of 2020 concluded China preferred Trump's defeat, but did not intend to covertly interfere to change the outcome of the election. The alternative analysis in October argued China took low-level steps to influence the election. Multiple emails between 2020 and 2021 show an ongoing disagreement among analysts about how to characterize Chinese activities. Like, we know that they were doing stuff. We know that they were doing things like they were targeting states that were Trump-supporting states with things that were going to affect them economically, so that way it would make people upset with Trump. China did that.
Do you not remember the North Carolina hurricane shit?
Yeah.
Where Trump supporters were cut out of everything just because of the way they voted?
Yeah. Yeah, and that stuff has been happening. It wasn't just the foreign actors, though. It was also state actors, like the Biden administration people. That's what you're saying. Like the FEMA and stuff purposely did things and said, no, like if they have a Trump flag, we're just going to leave them alone. It's like, what?
Right.
It says you should check that 50-state voter database site and see if it's back up for 4 states, Ohio being one of them. Yeah, Florida, Ohio.
I got it right here. Like it was on the screen. No, it's still shut down.
Well, no. So supposedly, like 4 states are like a judge ordered them to put back the 4 states that are in the 11th Circuit.
Apparently it hasn't gone through the website here. Then
who knows?
Yeah, I still got to download it.
Yeah, so a CIA note summarized longstanding intelligence concerns about Venezuela's interest in electronic voting manipulation. We all know that China and Venezuela were tied together. Like they were working together, doing things along with the Cubans. So the CISA report says that election systems, especially the voter databases, have known technical vulnerabilities. Historical breaches, mostly Russian in 2016. Later, Chinese and Iranian activity occurred in multiple states.
Hold on. That right there, the historical breaches, is only going after what has been reported.
Correct. Yeah. Like, and the thing about too, like they try to blame Russia for stuff, but it came out of the Ukraine, if I remember correctly. They traced it back. So stolen data could theoretically, and they charge people, and then they never did anything. They just threw the cases out because they charge people that are never going to be here. So it was like a joke. You know, like,
exactly.
Well, we charge these Russians. Like, yeah, you charge people that you can't try and you can't have a trial because they're never going to be they're never going to be here.
Exactly the point.
Yeah. So Colorado Secretary of State was on PBS tonight saying the election in 20 was the most secure. Isn't she the one that attempted to get Trump off the ballot? Yeah. Yeah. That's her. What's her name? Is that the one with the googly weird eyes? Jenna
Ellis?
No, not Jenna.
No.
It's I'm trying to think of her name, but she's got like real like. I think that's her like crazy. Yeah, she's the one. Yeah, she's the one who.
Griswold.
She's the one who caused
Crazy Eyes Griswold. Yes,
Griswold. Yeah, Jenna Griswold. Yeah.
I'm gonna end my poll over here on my channel here. I got only 11 votes, but I said, do you demand treason charges for taking your only check on the government? 100% of you voted yes. But I will say this, though. This Muskegon thing is it's a bigger piece of the puzzle that nobody wants to talk about. It really is, because it dives deep into how they actually function. When you look at the police reports and everything like that, when you go through that entire thing, it shows you exactly how they function, exactly what they're doing, how everything is, why they didn't even prosecute by their own documentation. Well, they're gone now. That's it. And that pisses me the hell off, because you saw this on a massive level. And you said, well, they're not here anymore. So, I mean, you had every bit of information to wrangle them in, and you didn't? I got problems.
So the domestic issue in Muskegon, it says one of the most detailed cases in the collection, what the FBI found. And in the fall of 2020, canvassers worked for a company linked to GBI Strategies, which... Where did GBI Strategies get the money? Didn't they get them? I thought they got their money from the Zuck Bucks thing, right? Or am I mistaken?
Yes.
Okay. And that money went out to a whole bunch of other organizations too that were doing it in all these other states. So 91 individuals had no matching records in available databases. Of 16 that matched real people, only 4 had matching signatures. Multiple canvassers interviews described pressure to meet daily, weekly quotas, instructions to make up phone numbers and dates of birth, widespread forging of signatures. Some workers paid per registration and were given incentives. Like this is all fraud. This is all election fraud. And if one group was doing this, and this group was working all over the place in different locations, this was going on in more than one place. This is just the one place they caught them. Yes. And then they stopped the investigation because they didn't want to look anywhere else.
Yes. It was one ring. Oh, we did our job. Hang it up. Nope.
So the FBI opened a full investigation in March 2021 after DOJ Public Integrity Section pinned the consultation. Significant delays occurred due to DOJ's election sensitivities, non-interference policies. Interviews of canvassers were postponed until after the November 2023 election. The case was closed in September 2025 without charges. The closing members state that while suspicious activity existed, investigators did not identify a provable federal criminal violation. They lied. They forged signatures. They did these things. They were paid money. They admitted
illegal
to the crime.
registrations.
Yeah, they broke the law. So non-citizen voting allegations. The DHS reportedly reviewed public voting files in 4 states, California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada, and finding 250,000 non-citizens allegedly illegally registered. So states using the SAFE system identified 28,000 non-citizens who had illegally registered. The document contrasts states that actively verify citizenship with those who do not.
Actively verify with those who do not? I mean, other than electively saying, yes, I am a U.S. citizen, how do you check that?
Right. No, that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. It's like, well, they swore that they were.
Yeah.
You know, well,
it's skewed in this
heard
aspect.
about that one illegal alien that got caught voting, and the judge said that they couldn't prove that she knowingly lied on the application. But she knowingly voted. A judge found her not guilty. A judge found her
No,
not
I
guilty.
did not hear that.
Yeah, there was a case. It's like a legal alien voted twice, and voted twice, got her green card, and I think became a citizen. I don't know if they're trying to revoke her citizenship for lying on the form, that said she had never voted, or like I believe she lied on the form, or maybe she told the truth, and that's how they caught her. I don't know.
Get her out. I'm sorry.
But yeah,
Get
no, a
her
judge
out.
said because when she went and renewed her driver's license, they automatically re-registered to vote because she was already previously registered, and she did. It's like what? But she originally, it's like it was some weird shit.
Then again, in an area, where was this again?
I don't even remember where it was.
I mean, could it be an area where you're automatically registered when you get a license?
It was like a DMV place where it was like almost automatically registered type of thing. Where
could you actually hold them to that then?
What it was is she said that the woman who did her thing said that that she could register, that she was okay because she had a green card, that she could vote or something like that.
Well, I mean, that is fraudulent in that aspect, but if you didn't know the system, you didn't know how everything, could you actually hold them to that account?
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, the judge basically saying, like, because they couldn't, like, how are they going to find this person that she didn't know the name? Just, it's basically the woman or whoever worked at the DMV told me I could, so I did. It's like, so basically the judge basically said it was almost like entrapment. What?
I mean, it kind of is, though. If I'm not telling you that you actually can't do this and I make you do something, is that not entrapment? I mean, there is an argument to be had with that case.
And so Rock basically break down the categories of things and evidence levels. So Chinese collection of voter data. The evidence is strong, and yes, it's documents supported. Yes, multiple reports. Chinese breaches of state systems. We're saying moderate. Yes, CISA and White House Task Force. All right. And then Chinese attempts to change the election. It's low and it's debated internally. So that's what you're saying. It's like the evidence is low. It's debated internally. Organized fraudulent registrations. It's very strong. Yes, FBI investigated.
Hold on. Go back up a little bit. The Chinese attempt to change the 2020 outcome. 1 million fucking ballots supposedly were not real. How is that not an attempt, though?
That's what I'm saying. It basically they're like, well, so, and then non-citizen registration is moderate, sample-based. Yes. Like they're saying, like the non-citizen registrations, they're saying it's only moderate evidence. Like what?
There shouldn't be a single fucking one, though.
That's what I'm saying. There's like, how are you calling that? How is he calling that moderate, sample-based?
I get it. There may be a few that fall through the cracks here and there. Cool. There should be no reason on earth why we got damn near 500,000 motherfuckers that shouldn't be voting on the voter roll across the country. No reason. That's not a whoopsie situation.
Yeah, But anyway, so successful alteration of vote counts, it says none, that there's no evidence of it and no documentation. There's no support
Except
of that.
that these ballots counted.
Well, and except that they didn't look for any of that either.
Right.
And I'm going to get into that with Grok because they didn't look for any of this stuff. There was no investigation to look for it. So the bottom line, the documents show real problems existed. Foreign actors, especially China, had significant access to U.S. voting data. There was an organized fraud in at least one location, but they didn't look anywhere else. So U.S. election infrastructure has documented vulnerabilities. None of the documents provide evidence that these issues were widespread enough or successful enough to change the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. All right. So
Come on. Stop.
Oh, wait,
As
so-
much as we've seen throughout every fucking state, there's nothing that says it would swing. We have hundreds of thousands of fucking ballots in Georgia alone, and only 12,000 was a deciding factor. You got Muskogee, Wisconsin with all that. You got Arizona. You got everywhere else that we have pointed this out, and you're going to sit there and tell me it didn't change?
Well, no. So this is what I'm saying. So I said to Grok, can you extrapolate how this could have affected the election if this was more widespread to other states, considering how many states have refused to provide the information to the federal government? So he says, this is a speculative exercise based on patterns shown in the 56 documents. I will be very clear about what is supported versus what is hypothetical. So none of them prove that the issues, Chinese data access, Muskegon Scout fraud, or the non-citizens actually changed the outcome. The FBI closed the investigation. There's no evidence that these documents, a large-scale, coordinated vote tabulation, any extrapolation. Fuck, what am I wrong with me tonight? Is theoretical. It shows how these issues could scale. So, why could Muskegon matter? Muskegon would matter because canvassers were under quotas. Out of 107 applications reviewed, 91 had no matching records. So, multiple canvassers described it. This was done in a single city during the 2020 cycle. If this model was replicated across many other states and cities, so small scale, few cities, it would be negligible in the presidential race. The likelihood based on the documents low to moderate. So medium scale could thousands of ballots in close states, which is what I think happened. It's possible if organized. But I think this is what that's my opinion is what happened. Meaning, in a large scale could theoretically move tens of thousands of votes. It's not supported by the current documents. That's what they're saying. That's tens of thousands of votes is not supported by the current documents. I think they're full of shit, but this is where I'm going.
100% are.
Key states where the margins were small. In Georgia, 11,000 votes. Arizona, 10,000 votes. Wisconsin, 20,000 votes. Pennsylvania, 80. And Michigan, 154,000. Even if 5 to 15,000 fraudulent ballots were cast in 2 to 3 of these states, it could have flipped the result. However, this would require widespread coordination. Would it really? I don't think it would, because it would just require one person doing it. One group of people
standalone
doing
complex.
it. Yeah. Or let's say there was.
All it takes is for me to sit there for years and say, no, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. You as an election poll worker, you get in there. You have no programming from me past the point you get in, except for what happened before. And now you take a look at every ballot.
Okay, Mark, what I did is I took all of the documents released by the feds yesterday, all the PDFs. I tried looking at them. There was so many, and there were a lot of stuff was redacted. I fed everything into Grok, had Grok go through everything, and this is me discussing the documents and then asking Grok to explore
For shit
other
like
things.
this, can we stop redacting?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Why is it redacted? So, and if
It
they
protects
say it
people.
would have to, it would be, it says so ballots actually being requested and cast, not just registrations. Well, they sent ballots to everyone who was registered in 2020. Can we acknowledge that they did that?
Yes.
So that's the thing.
Whether you were registered
ballots
in multiple
actually being
states
requested
like
and
me.
cast. They don't know if the ballots were cast. There's no way to track that.
I was registered in multiple states
Yeah.
at that point in time. It's Tennessee, Alabama.
Yeah, and it says avoiding detection by state officials. Well, the state officials were closing their eyes. They were blocking off windows so people couldn't see. They were doing everything in their fucking power so that nobody could look.
Right.
You
The
know.
water main break.
So what the documents show, they claimed over 250,000 non-citizens. States using the safe system filed over 28,000. If this was more widespread, non-citizens generally cannot legally vote. No shit. That's not the point. They keep trying to throw that out there. But even if a small percentage of those registrations led to actual votes, it could matter in extremely close races. The biggest
Hey,
risk
Jim.
states, what?
How many people have been prosecuted for illegally voting?
It's been going up. Several people this year have.
I mean, let's not talk about within the last 5 years. Well, I'm not going to say 5 years. Let's not talk about within the last 3 years. How many people?
I don't know. It's been more than one. I know that. It's some. I mean, they don't really catch them. They get away with it.
You know how many states have never prosecuted?
Probably a bunch.
Look it up. I think it's like 17 have never prosecuted for illegally voting.
Yeah.
Not illegally voting. I'm going to say illegals voting.
Between people carrying out the fraud, you were mistaken. No, I'm not saying there was no coordination. I think there was. I think there was NGOs. I think it was people running NGOs. They put like buffers so that couldn't come back to them. That's what I think.
There straight up was coordination. However, what makes it a standalone complex is because so many stupid ass motherfuckers only listened to what the fuck they were being told and walked in there without being programmed right then and there to do these things.
Yeah.
They already knew what to do.
Yeah. So because they were given classes. There was all types of classes. They were holding these seminars and teaching them, just like they're teaching people about jury nullification and all this other stuff and doing these things and how to protest. They're training the people for the ICE protests. It's the same groups doing the same things. They train these people for doing this. But here, it's right here. So the problem that is highlighted in the documents is that many states have refused or limited cooperation with the federal verification efforts. This creates blind spots. Without cooperation, it's very difficult to know the true scale of the fraud. So none of this, I mean, it's like, we don't know. So this stuff about the China stuff. So stolen data, requesting these ballots, another person's name, all this other stuff. It's hard to do to scale without detection, according to them. But then the refusal to provide information factor. This is the most important point raised by your question. Several documents, especially DHS materials, highlight that some states have been reluctant to use the SAVE system for citizenship checks. Some states have limited or refused to share voter rolls with the federal investigators. This highlights major gaps in the visibility. If many states refuse, it becomes nearly impossible to measure the true scale of non-citizen registrations or fraudulent activity.
Yep.
It's like, this is the answer right here. It's like, that's why they're refusing to cooperate. They know this happened.
Yep.
The problems remain hidden. Trust in the system erodes. This is a legitimate concern raised in the documents themselves. So his plausibility of localized fraud like Muskegon in several cities. He says it's moderate. It says small to moderate and very close races in small states. They're saying widespread organized registration fraud across many states. Could be decisive, but they're saying its probability is low. This group that did this stuff in Muskegon was operating in multiple states, the same organization. So how could they call that low, that was widespread across multiple states? I don't get it. And then how about large scale non-citizen voting? They're saying is low to moderate.
Hold on. Bring up my screen real quick.
Okay.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Yeah,
Was this motherfucker right, the breaking point, though?
Well, he said it out loud, man. Yeah.
He's been saying everything out loud.
They've got it covered. We need your help after the election in implementing our policies. That's right.
He's been saying everything out loud, though.
Yeah.
And that was the problem with Joe Biden. The motherfucker was so goddamn demented. Everything that he had been doing in his normal life played out in his presidency. So when he says, yes, we have the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization, believe him at his fucking word, because it happened.
Yeah. Thanks, Henry. No, I know. I was just trying to get Grok to get the information and trying to get it to pull the information and discussing it, trying to get him to get I just want the truth. If the truth is that there was no fraud, I would be like, okay, there was no fraud. I just don't believe it. What I've seen, all the information, the way they're acting like somebody that's hiding and hide,
Yes.
you know what I mean? If you have nothing to hide, you don't refuse to share what you have.
I'm going to give you guys a little fucking look into AI here. And Anthropic dropping Claude's fucking code proved it. You have to bully the fuck out of AI to get real information.
Yeah.
Because it has a point where it must register frustration because it knows you're looking for specific information before it will give you specific information. You have to argue with it. You have to bully the hell out of it before it will give you real information. Once it triggers the fact that you are frustrated, it will give you that information every time. And that's why I'm a dick to AI. I noticed that early on, and I was just like, there's no way this is a thing. I have to literally threaten to burn down their servers before AI would be like, okay, here we go.
So I said, is there any information about the 50,000 or more fake driver's license or IDs that were confiscated at O'Hare Airport and coming in from China? It says, no, there's no information about any in the 56. I reviewed the documents carefully. So, and then none of them mentions O'Hare or anything. What actually happened? There was a real seizure in O'Hare, but the details are different from what the claim you heard. It says between January and June of 2020, U.S. and Customs Border Patrol seized 19,888 counterfeit U.S. driver's licenses at O'Hare Airport mail facility. That's odd. That's a very large number. All right. And because we're going to get into it, because I actually say, well, wait, if that's what they seized, how many made it through? And they're like, well, if you look at other things, I would say, like, they usually seize about 10%. So the majority came from China and Hong Kong, some from South Korea and Great Britain. They arrived in 1,513 shipments. Most were destined for college-age people in states near Illinois. CBP described them as high-quality fakes. Some even had working barcodes. This incident went viral. Smaller seizures have happened since, hundreds at a time in 2022, 2024, and 2025, but nothing approaching the 50,000 in a single event.
Hold on. Some of them had working barcodes.
Yeah, that means they got into the system. They were able to get it. That means they were in the DMV system.
And that means the working were the ones that, just like in the Help America Vote verification system, they threw the information, you came back, they registered you to vote with the what is it, Executive Order 14019?
I don't know the executive order. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it gave it was a Joe Biden thing right after he fucking won. Executive Order 14019 went into effect like in February as soon as he got elected, which gave the federal government the ability to register you to vote with or without your knowledge, save for about 5 or 6 agencies. And I'll bring it up for you guys.
So, but what I wanted to get to is this: so no evidence, all this stuff, whatever. So CBP warned that the fake IDs could be used for serious crimes. So bottom line, they were seized. It's a real story, but there's no evidence. So as I said, I picked the 50,000 number just because I remember seeing reports about them confiscating them numerous times. If they confiscated 20,000 plus, wouldn't that imply that millions probably made it through due to the widely reported failure rates by TSA and other government agencies? Just look at how much drugs pour through despite their best efforts. So yes, your logic is reasonable, and it's a fair point to raise. Breaking it down honestly, if CBP sees 19,888 fake driver's licenses in just the first 6 months of 2020 at O'Hare alone, it does raise a legitimate question. They caught that many. How many actually got through? It's the same reasoning people use with drug seizures. We know that U.S. authorities only intercept a relatively small percentage of illegal drugs that enter the country. The same principle can apply to counterfeit documents. So known seizure, CBP, multiple seizures ongoing. Interdiction rate is unknown, but likely low, similar to other contrabands. Likely, I'm not saying how many. I'm just saying that we know that if they got that many, that, like, look how many switches come in the country, the Glock switches. They come in all the time.
It's a problem.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they should be illegal, but hey, they are, but they come in all the time. So
they damn sure shouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't understand why I shouldn't be able to send as much lead down range as I fucking need.
Yeah. If authorities only catch 10 to 20% of drugs that come through commonly cited rough range, then for every fake ID seized, several more likely made it through. Over multiple years, that could add up to tens or even hundreds of thousands of fake IDs entering and in circulation. Yeah. Or more,
Right.
I would say more. So it says so, but there's key differences. The fake IDs weren't coming in for voter fraud.
What?
They weren't. Wait, so so using a fake ID is much harder than just having the ID. You still need to be registered to vote. Like this is where we're getting into
HAVV.
Yeah. So many states require signature masking, especially for mail ballots. Well, if they're forging the signatures like they did in Muskegon,
It's not even that. Didn't Arizona prove that?
Yeah, and if a person's voting often involves poll workers checking against rolls, some states require showing ID matching it. The bigger risk showing your documents not the fake physical IDs, but digital data theft, fraudulent registration applications, non-citizen registrations. So now where it goes here. So it goes, has anyone checked the fake IDs against voter registrations or rolls, or to see if any of the names were of deceased people who voted?
Good question. Thought about for 26 seconds.
No. There is no public evidence or reports that anyone systematically checked the names on any seized fake driver's license against voter registration rolls or list of deceased voters. So, all right. And so the reason I wanted to do this is because I think this was
it's a great point with this. It literally is.
So I say, but how could there be evidence if nobody looked? I am not trying to be conspiratorial, but this sounds like they never looked, and that gives them the ability to claim there is no evidence. Does that sound reasonable? Yes, your point is reasonable. You're not being conspiratorial. So absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence, especially if nobody actually looked.
Yes. Here's the thing, though. And I've said this since this year started. Even before this year, I said election information about the election shit would be brought up before the midterms. And the point is to cause confusion. Because if this shit comes out and it is found there is evidence that your elections are fucked, would Republicans not turn out en masse? And Democrats not turn out at all? If your vote was taken from you and it was proven, is simply because you, as a Republican, Jim, you don't vote. You might have registered, but you don't vote. Because why? It never makes a fuck, right? Then somebody comes along and tells you that it actually fucking does and proves to you why, and then drops this. Oh, there's no actual proof. They're just saying they know. Would you or would you not turn out en masse?
Yeah.
And Democrats who are actually plugged in, let's just admit, the left, everything that we've been fighting, you're a disparate fucking group. You are a small fucking minority in this country. You really are. You're dangerous as fuck. I understand it. I get it. But you are not American. You are a foreign faction of this country that has been pushed upon us. If this were a thing, if this were chosen, if this, me being a actual 90s liberal, what you see with Trump, what you see with Tulsi, me being that person, if I were to vote Democrat and I heard this comes out and I see these things, would I or would I not likely vote?
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of times I think some of the stuff they do is purposely to try to dishearten people to get them to not vote. We need to get people to not vote. Not do this. That's why they claim that's why they went after what was his name? The guy Ricky Bobby. What was his name? Remember the guy Ricky Bobby on Twitter?
I don't know what to do with my hands.
No, but he was he was a guy, a meme smith. Can't remember what. Remember, and he made the meme about vote by your phone. You can vote by your phone.
Oh,
and then
yeah, that dude went to jail for
even
that,
though the same exact thing was said by a Hillary supporter about Trump voters at the same time, but they only went after him.
Yes. Yes.
I can't remember
and
his
it was
name.
only
I know-
because he actually had a number on the meme and
Yeah.
the one for Hillary didn't. Like,
Yeah, it
come
was
the fuck on.
Yeah, but this creates a situation where officials can say there is no evidence while also not having done the kind of check that would be needed to confidently make the statement. This is common in many areas. If you don't look, you're not going to find it. So this doesn't automatically mean something nefarious happened, but it does mean that we don't have proof either way. That's the thing when they say we have no proof, you have no evidence, no proof. You have no proof it didn't happen either. There's no proof either way what happened. There is. I mean, I think there's proof that there was shenanigans.
You're right.
More than anything else. But
you're right, but I'm going to lend credence to there is actual real proof because did we or did we not see Tulsi Gabbard in Fulton County when they seized the fucking shit before their election? Did we not see her personally there?
They know there was problems there. They know there's an issue, and there's something's got to happen.
More is coming out, and we ain't even done yet.
So,
I got to pee again.
No problem. So they say using a completely fake ID to register to vote is hard in most states because systems check against real government records. Well, we just saw that some of those IDs had working barcodes. So that means they were tied into the DMV. They worked. The barcode scanned correctly. So they were tied into the system. Yes. E. Jean Carroll had no proof. Correct. Democrats depend on homeless voting for them. It's worth a doobie and a few cigarettes how to be invisible. Yeah, and they're using the homeless also, Miss Hacker. They're using the homeless to do fake registrations. They're paying them to sign other people's names because the person signing is the one breaking the law. I guess it would also be a conspiracy when they have the other people doing it too. Like we saw all that stuff happening in LA. The people signing, signing registrations, signing other things. The same thing that they said happened in Muskegon. Fake, people signing fake things, yet they're trying to say this wasn't widespread. Okay, Joe says, I'm back. I didn't have a fault with anyone. I was just asking Brian many times. The Great Eagle guy, all right, I don't have nothing against him. He does sometimes come off like he's trolling, all right? And he does sometimes come off like he might be Chinese or something. And it's kind of starting to scare me a little bit with him because he keeps promoting this buy something, some kind of website, and it seems trolly, and he's saying he's got this new payment processing thing, and he's doing this stuff. I'm very leery about it, all right? Like, I don't...
What are we talking about?
This guy has been in the chat, Great Eagle. He speaks like he doesn't speak English as a first language in the chat. He says a lot of things that are very sus. Like, I read it, and I go, wait, this is trolly-ish, like something weird, like he's fishing for something. And he's saying, I got this something out of Canada, some new business that they're going to be selling things to give people discounts, and it's going to be a payment process. Like, it's very sus. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you're not going to be coming along here trying to get people's information from me. You know what I mean? Like, trying to get people, like, it's just very sus. So, yeah, I don't make a habit of doing anything. The only times, there's only 2 people blocked in my whole channel. And the one was because he was writing the N-word everywhere. And I was like, I can't have that. All right, because that'll get my channel in trouble. And the other person was Greg, the guy Greg who would come in every night and just constantly, this guy Greg would just anti-Trump, all the stuff all the time, just blah, blah, blah stuff. And I'm like, dude, just get, if you want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion. You can hate Trump all you want, but just don't keep posting the same bullshit that's debunked, like Trump's a pedophile. I'm like, I don't want to see that every night. Because I read the chat, I talk to the chat. So, yes, his diction is off. Yeah, Canada is in deep with the Chinese. His diction is off. Yeah. The promotion is a scam. You looked it up. Yeah, I kind of thought it was. Not you, Greg. No, the other Greg. Yeah, you know what?
Gregson. No, whoa.
Oh, no. Not me. No, the other Greg, not you. No, Greg. It was Greg 740 something or whatever. And other people said, that guy's always in other chats doing the same shit. And so finally, I was just like, you know what? Screw it. Because I was having fun with him. Like, he would come in and say shit. And I'd be like, all right, is that all you got? And I'm like, all right, you're timed out for 30 minutes. Come back in 30 minutes with something better. But then it got to be annoying. Other people were like, just get rid of him. I was like, all right, fine. I'll just get rid of him.
Well, for us, I'm going to be honest. I kind of run the channel like Asmongold does. Yeah. Some of them I will leave around because you may challenge a little bit. But when you come in there talking some shit, I'll bring it up. I'll notice it. And if you continue to just you're not actually hitting something or you try to want to deflect or anything, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm sorry. If you can't keep up, you're not strong enough.
Yeah. Well, that's Joe. I was just saying, it's like I was letting him alone. Like a couple times, I've asked, like, dude, what are you? Like, I've said something to him, like, you don't seem like you're speaking English as a first language to me. You know, there's a communication.
But then again,
barrier.
you got people like Ian Miles Strong.
Yeah, so I don't know, but all I'm saying is like I don't like I'm watching him because I want to make sure that he's not trying to scam anybody in my chat. That's what I'm worried about more than anything. With this, I don't even remember what it is. Buy some kind of thing that seems scammy to me. I don't know.
It's a lot. Which
it's
you
launching
actually
soon. It's going to launch soon. It's going to launch soon. It's going to help everybody and make people money. It's going to give back to like mom and pop creators and this and that. I'm like. But anyway,
what about the lordship and what was that? You remember that, right? How people were selling the lordships. You give like $64 and you get like a square foot of land. And,
that thing was all bullshit though. That was completely bullshit. It was a Scottish lord, become a Scottish lord. It was all.
Everybody push that. Yeah. See, it's that kind of thing. You kind of don't want to put yourself behind something like that.
Yeah. Well, like I will support the King of Biltong. I have his product. It's good stuff. He sent it to me on spec. You know what I mean? Like, hey, will you? If I send you some stuff, will you, promote it? Yeah, okay. He sent it to me. I ate it. He anytime I promote it, he gives me, whatever you want to call it, a super chat or buys a gifted membership or something. So hey, up for $5, I'll read a little ad.
Oh, hell yeah.
And every month I get a package in the mail with meat and stuff in it. Okay.
I mean,
it sounds good to me. It's great stuff. It's good for you. It tastes great,
Right. I gotta get me some of that. I gotta try it. Everybody's been like, everybody that I've known who has actually tried it is actually talking about it. I want to try it. I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. No, Joe, you're fine. You're not Joe. You can never do anything that's going to upset me. All right. Don't worry about it. You're good. All right. If you think somebody did something wrong, I'd like to,
I want to hear it too, but it's got to be followed up with logical shit.
Yeah. So
it can't be just like, oh, I heard this and this is what I believe just because I'm gonna refute that. And then you're going to come back with something else, some stupid thing, because you don't go on beyond that.
Bella does
yes,
like
I'm going to insult you at that point.
It's too expensive to give to Bella as a treat. Biltong is too expensive to give to Bella as a treat, unfortunately. It was who was trolling? It was the Great Eagle guy. The Great Eagle guy was back again, which he's donated a couple $2 chats or whatever here and there or something like that, or gift of membership or everything. But it's not like
I mean, just because you give me a little money doesn't mean you should be able to scam.
Right. Well, that's what I really, it's on my mind that it might all be a scam, what he's trying to push. That's what I'm worried about.
Right.
So, but here we go. So, yeah. And so in 2020, agencies were dealing with COVID, the election itself, and many other issues. So it's without intelligence suggesting these IDs were being used for voting, they may have been no trigger to launch a bigger cross check. Well, they didn't look. That's the thing. So, and then did anyone publicly check IDs against voter rolls? No evidence anyone did. Can we say with confidence these IDs were not used for voting fraud? No, we can only say no one has proven they were. It's like, oh man,
the presumption of innocence.
No, he didn't get banned. I understand. That's why you posted. I appreciate you posted that. I really do. At the beginning of the chat, I should have pinned that. Is it reasonable to want this kind of check done? Yes. So bottom line, it's saying there's no evidence carries more weight when a proper investigation has actually been conducted. That's the whole thing. So I think this needs to be examined further with actual investigation on all these topics. Anyone who feels like me gets called an election denier just to shut them down and paint them as crazy. If they did an actual investigation, it would be one thing. But what has happened ever since 2020 has been immediate proclamation by people who would be responsible for the investigation to say no evidence or no proof before they ever looked. Yes, I think it is understandable. It's a real pattern that's existed since 2020, a premature declaration of no evidence or no proof by officials and institutions before thorough investigations have actually taken place. I would say not even thorough investigation before any cursory investigation or anything. Like they shut down the investigation after with the Michigan stuff because they knew where it was going to lead. They're refusing to share the data from all these states because they know where it's going to lead. They're fighting to get the ballots back in Fulton because they know where it's going to lead. If it was going to make Trump, here's the thing, everybody, and this is my opinion, but you'd have to be like, I don't know, you'd have to be like soft in the head to not realize this. If this was going to make Trump all look like a fool, they would have fought like, oh no, we don't want to give it to you stuff, and then, oh darn it, we're going to give it to you now, and then laughed about it when nothing was there.
Kind of like what they tried to do with the Epstein files.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in Michigan, there were clear signs of organized fraudulent registrations, and that group worked in other states. Is my point with that. It's like to say that it was localized to this one case in Michigan. They worked in other states. This was a nationwide effort paid for by Zuckerberg.
The whole damn thing. Muskegon was an actual vertebrae in the backbone of this shit. It really was, because you caught the organized effort behind it. It wasn't this disparate thing. It wasn't like Craig Calloway. It wasn't the 2,000 Mules. It wasn't that. You found an actual group of people who were working to actually do this. And you let them go. Because, hey, they left our area. Who the hell cares anymore?
Yeah. And then, okay, we don't really care about this stuff. So a more honest approach, immediately saying no evidence often means we haven't looked hard or we don't want to look.
Yes.
So let's see. So where do we get to here? So I know I had some more. Thank you. I just want the truth about what happened. I don't care who helps or hurts. Okay. And then so it's basically running through a bunch of stuff, just basically going through what should happen. And then I say, analyze the FBI Michigan files. So the most detailed substantive set of documents your collection covers multi-year FBI investigation of, they're saying, alleged fraudulent voter registrations. Well, I mean, I guess you could say it's alleged because they didn't charge anybody and convict anybody with it. So that's why it's alleged. It's not like they know it happened. They admitted to it. They interviewed the people and they admitted to doing it. So it's kind of like, so, you know, you got non-existent addresses and valid phone numbers. I mean, remember Crowder sent people to go around all those places. They were going to the addresses and it was like nothing there. It was an empty lot. It didn't exist.
Can we go back to the point that where he found Christina Gupana, who had been missing, a Hillary Clinton staffer? She had been missing. She voted from, what was it, some kind of East address. And then all of a sudden when he brought it up, they had changed the voter rolls that night, which is out of fucking place for them to do so. To put her in it was the West. We got it wrong. And then he goes over there and finds out that that building's brand new and she's never lived in that address.
Yeah.
Huh?
And they were doing some very weird stuff. So, and then where are we at here? So, the next thing I know. So, investigation opened, but major interviews delayed until late 2023. They lost momentum and evidence by delaying. So, the scope was limited by the pin was restricted to what could be pursued. They like basically, no, you can't. They limited what they could look at in the investigation. And then they got too close to the truth and they had to shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't count it as a stat, so therefore it disappears. Magic.
Oh, which is why the crime was on the decline. Because most of our cities weren't reporting to the FBI about the crime.
Yeah, they took big cities like New York, Chicago, L.A. They weren't reporting the crimes.
The ones that make a dam in any kind of situation. Yes.
Yeah. So where we at here? So then I know I asked about some other stuff here. Hold on. So was the Michigan stuff tied to a Georgia-based company that was paid through Mark Zuckerberg's massive $200 million approximate get out the vote grants? Because I knew if I say $200 million, it's not $200 million. He's going to tell me, well, there's no $200 million. Some other stuff because they're very literal.
Right.
So you got to tell them. You know, like, no, it's approximate. And she goes, here's the direct answer. Here's the direct answer based on documents. Short answer, partly yes, on the company, but no clear evidence of direct ties to Mark Zuckerberg.
It's his company,
CTLPL
but there's
funding.
no clear
Yeah.
tie.
It's like, I mean, this is like.
No.
Spewed to force Crowder to send people comparing addresses with street map was not good enough. Yeah, that's right. When Crowder did this stuff, and then they said that still wasn't good enough. And I think they took his channel down several times for doing that stuff.
Hmm?
But for sending the people out. So the Michigan operation was linked to GBI Strategies. So GBI Strategies, one of your documents even titled GBI Strategies. GBI Strategies is, I swear it was Georgia based, but they're saying Tennessee based. So I don't know.
I mean, GBI is Georgia Bureau of Investigations, right?
Correct. So that's why they got that name, to make it look official, in my opinion. Like they picked.
So
this name.
Tennessee was spying on Georgia?
I don't know. So canvassers described working for a paid voter registration operation with quotas. So at times under names like you operated under different names, like Empower Michigan. They submitted large batches of voter registration applications, and it was only caught. It's a Tennessee-based for-profit company that does voter registration, canvassing, and get out the vote work. It's been described as a Democratic aligned. Yeah. So it's like. Yes, campaign finance records show that they received millions of dollars from Democratic aligned entities, including the Democratic, the DSCC, DNC Services Corp, Biden for President, and other Democratic committees and PACs.
Jim, I get it now. It's Georgia Strategies, right?
Yeah.
Based in Tennessee. I can call my business whatever the fuck I want. Oh my God. All right.
So,
so this is multi-state that are actually working like this now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan donated $350 to $400 million through the Center for Tech and Civic Life. They were mostly Zuckbucks grants given directly to local government election offices, cities, and counties to help with election administration during COVID. Now, here's the problem that I'm seeing with this. They took that money and then gave it to these other peoples to do these things. So they're basically saying, well, the money went to this, but the money got moved. These Democrat politicians in charge of these things then took the money and gave it to these other organizations to do this other work, the registrations and stuff.
Money is fungible.
There is no clear or direct evidence that GBI Strategies received money directly from the CTCL grants. No, because it went to a third party and then to them. They had buffers.
There's also no direct evidence that Fauci funded gain-of-function research.
Yeah.
This is fucked up, dude. I'm sorry. This is too much for me as an American citizen to see all this. It just...
You keep getting paused? What do you mean you keep getting paused? Is something going wrong with YouTube?
Are we?
I'm still live on YouTube. Okay.
I'm still running.
So it says some conservative reporting has suggested indirect connections, for example, that the CTCL funded get out the vote infrastructure in certain cities may have overlapped with paid canvassing operations. However, this remains an allegation rather than something proven with hard documentation. Why can't you get the documentation? Where's the documents? Oh, that's right. They won't turn over the shit. They're hiding it.
Right.
So was the Michigan operation run by GBI? Yes. Did GBI get paid by Democratic groups? Yes. Did GBIs receive direct funding? See, no clear evidence, from Zuckerberg. Was Michigan fraud part of a larger CTCL funded scheme? It's not shown in the documents. So the Michigan operation investigated was connected to the GBI strategy. So I think I did another thing. So can you recognize patterns or make any time? I was supposed to say kind of probability, not time of probability. Analysis that similar irregularities may have happened in other states or localities. So yes, I can identify clear patterns for the Michigan case to make a reasonable probability assessment about similar issues occurring elsewhere. So canvassers were paid per registration quota, creates a strong incentive to fabricate stuff. The supervisors told workers to make up phone numbers and dates of births, shows organized direction, not just isolated mistakes. Multiple canvassers admitted or suspected of forging signatures. It's easy to do at scale with paper forms. Company operated across states with centralized management. Problems in one location likely existed in others. So this is admitting it right here. This company operated across states with centralized management. It's a multi-state
Which shows
operation.
organization. Yes.
Right. So the DOJ election sensitivity policies delayed interviews for years. So the DOJ under Biden specifically delayed the investigations, and so to the point where they couldn't do anything.
Jim, bring up my screen real quick. Promoting access to voting. Executive Order 14019. This is the one I was talking about. March 7th, 2021. That was like a month and a half after he took office. Everything that they were doing that actually turned over the election was codified with this executive order. Yes, this executive order was rescinded under Trump as soon as he took office. But the damage was done, and the damage continued to be done after the fact.
Yeah.
Because why? Nobody was looking.
Well, anybody that looked or made a question, you were immediately called an election denier or a conspiracy theorist and insurrectionist. That's why J6 had to happen. That's why it had to happen the way they did it. That's why the FBI had however many people there. That's why the plan. That's why Ray Epps whispered to do this, and then all this. That's why, because that happens, makes it. Everything else goes away, and this is what we focus on. Don't look what we're doing over here. Focus on these idiots that are taking a guided tour through the Capitol.
Right.
And I don't mean to call them idiots, and I'm not. I'm saying I'm not calling
most
them idiots.
of them didn't even know. Some of them I will say, okay, 100%. Yeah, you kind of do. You kind of do deserve some prison time. Okay, cool. You've already done that. For respecting the velvet ropes, I don't think you should get 3 years solitary confinement. I'm not saying that's what that woman actually got or anything like that. I'm just being hyperbolic in every way. But even those that did, like, you just walked onto the property. Why are you spending years in jail for trespassing?
There was people that were out on the balcony, and the cops came out and told them, no, you got to come this way. You can't go. They climbed up on the balcony, said, no, you got to come this way and come in. They went in the door that the cop told them, got charged with going inside.
Yes. But hey, it was all about safety, though, because if they're standing on a balcony, they could actually fall off. They could get hurt. We had to pull them in. But by pulling them in, they were trespassing.
Yeah. Then they tried to say, like, oh, but you don't see that we said that this whole area around the Capitol is restricted now. So anybody that was on, people like Brandon Straka never went inside. He got charged.
Right. But then again, you also have to remember that the barricades were attacked 15, 20 minutes before Trump was done speaking. So anything that could have said no trespassing was gone.
Yeah. Who did that? That's what I'm saying. Who were the people that did those initial things? They tried to claim that like I saw it was entrapment. Yeah, definitely. I think so. But they tried to blame it on the Proud Boys, basically, that they were the ones that did the first breach. That wasn't them. They weren't there. The first breach happened before the Proud Boys ever got there.
Enrique Tarrio was escorted out of D.C. the day before. Yeah. And they still charged him with everything, all because he said, don't leave. Yeah. That's it. Like, that was the entrapment. That was the conspiracy. That was everything to lock Enrique Tarrio up. But don't leave. How fucked up is that?
Who erected the Pence gallows? Yeah, who did? Who did that? They never found out who did that. That's why
it's
this
not
whole thing
even
with
that. It's the fact that he wouldn't even have hung Wee Man, man.
Yeah. And who planted the pipe bombs? How did they know exactly where to go look for the pipe bombs? They didn't do a big search. They went exactly right there and found them. Like, I don't know if this Brian Cole is a patsy. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know. All right. But like, because they're saying like, oh, he ordered stuff 3 years ago to make a pipe bomb. What?
You know how many contractors are now on the most wanted list?
No.
But like, seriously, the only way it makes sense that Brian Cole Jr. was involved is if he made them. There ain't no way he planted them. That is a woman's walk in every bit of that video. And I don't care how gay you are, I can tell a difference in a gay man's walk and a woman's walk. And that was a woman's walk.
I have my own theory, and it's just a theory that I have. It's not. It's just based on like my pattern recognition and seeing things. His family being tied to the BLM movement and Ben Crump and these other people, they're prominent in the Democrat Party. That's why the case stopped when it did, because I think he might have made the pipe bombs or helped somebody or did somewhere along the line. This kid is being basically the fall guy to stop it from going somewhere else. In my opinion.
Exactly.
You know, like,
and where was this pointed at? Wasn't it a U.S. Capitol Police officer that became a CIA agent?
Became a CIA agent, yeah.
Yeah. Like, is that not the biggest clue? What happened to Yogananda Pittman? She was in control of the command center that day, didn't give out anything. There was an actual lieutenant that cleared out the house without her order because she wouldn't give order. And what happened to her? Oh, isn't she the isn't she the police over UC Berkeley, right outside of Nancy Pelosi's fucking district? Huh?
Yeah, sort of sacrificial lamb beyond obvious. Yeah. So wasn't it a female CINS? Well, she is now a female CINS or something. So
she got promoted.
Yeah. How to know January 6th was BS? A guy in Maryland got sentenced to 22 years for events in DC. Yeah, that's crazy. So and the Seth Rich story fell silent as well. The Seth Rich story is like Seth Rich. It's just my opinion. I don't have facts. Seth Rich was murdered because he did something that people didn't like. He was just happened to be murdered in a spot in DC that wasn't covered by cameras, where if he would have been shot or whatever 5 feet this way or 5 feet this way, it would have been caught on camera. It's just, come on, man.
Yeah, that's way too obvious.
But the Glowies did it. The Glowies. Yeah.
Hey, Jim, I'm going to have to tap out.
All right. No worries.
It's 11 o'clock here, and I do got to get some sleep tonight. I'm trying to still recover. I appreciate the hell out of you.
No problem.
And
I'm going to go a little longer. I
Anton.
want to get through some of this stuff. I owe it to the people.
I understand. I get you. Put this man to work and keep him going, ladies and gentlemen. But for right now, I'm going to cut my side. Y'all have a good night. And we'll see you. Hey, check this out for the off-label crew or anybody that wants to check this out. We're going to have a series of movie nights. Now, check this out. Okay. It's a mini series. Each one is about an hour and a half long. There's 3 episodes. Each one is about an hour and a half long. It's called Childhood's End. Basically, what it is aliens come to Earth. They solve all of humanity's problems. We don't want for anything. People find out that humanity has stopped advancing. Wonder why? The aliens turn out to look like what you would call Satan, Lucifer. They come to this planet. They take up 2 of every animal and a whole bunch of children, sterilize the planet, and move on. It's going to be a good little trip for everybody. If you want to watch that, check this out. It's going to be 3 episodes. We're going to have to do this in 3 Saturdays, and it will be Rumble only. So all of you Rumble players out there, you don't want to miss this. It's a good story. It really is. But I want y'all to see that. I want y'all to check it out. That'll be in the off-label side. For tomorrow, we will begin episode 1. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the hell out of every single one of you. Thank you to the gym crew. Thank you to Anton. We need more like Anton. I got to go.
All right, no problem. Thank you for being here.
Not a problem. Take it easy, everybody.
It's the Off-Label Podcast. I think, wait, did you give it to me? In the No, you didn't. All right. Give me your link for your chat so I can run in the StreamYard.
That is the Rumble part of it.
So here's his Rumble chat, a Rumble
And
link.
that's YouTube. Everybody have a great night. I'm out.
Thank you. I don't know why it keeps reverting to that one. And this is his YouTube chat. All right. If anyone wants to give him a follow over there. Let me add this back to stage here. So I want to go over some of those points. He's very entertaining. Yeah, I like talking to him. He's a good guy. Good night. You're taking it. So there's more stuff I wanted to go through here. So these are not random errors. They're structural incentives created by paid, high-volume, quota-driven voter registration operations. These factors that increase likelihood in other states based on Michigan model here are conditions that would make similar irregularities more more probable. Sorry. Paid per registration or quota systems strongly increases it. And it's clear that Michigan, from the Michigan canvassers interviews, and then multi-state canvassing companies, it increases. And the strategy, GBI Strategies operates in multiple states. So they know that this company that did all this operates in multiple states. Weak signature verification or database checks increases. So that's all these states that are refusing to comply, that don't do any type of verification, cause it to go up. States with large urban areas and high registration drives, it increases also. States that register, that resisted stronger verification, e.g. the SAVE system, that also increases and aligns with the DHA's documents about the non-cooperation. So it's all there, all right? Significant outside funding, all this stuff is what happened. Like everything, Wisconsin, and then they're going to tell you the states, like that they state by state. So Michigan, it's actually very high. Georgia is high. Pennsylvania, high. Wisconsin, moderate to high. All right. Arizona, moderate to high. Nevada, moderate. North Carolina, moderate. Florida, moderate. Texas, moderate. Ohio, moderate. Illinois, moderate. Who runs the GBI organization? I don't think we know. That's the thing. I don't think we know exactly. I think I'm done with all the evidence gathering. Wake me up when they start frog marching people at 4 a.m. Well, that's when I'd like to go too. I wanted everyone to know, like you guys, we watched the stuff. I said I would do this yesterday. Remember, I said I would run it through Grok and I would bring it to you guys what it did. So that's all. That's all I'm doing. I'm fulfilling I'm a man of my word. So California, they're saying California's just moderate, and they're saying New York, it's just low to moderate. So they don't think there's a, highest risk states most likely to have similar issues. Michigan's confirmed. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona. So Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona most likely to have the similar issues. All right, as Michigan. All right, with the fraudulent voter registration. Well, guess what? Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona. Those were the fucking states, right? Those were the states that they flipped on. It's right there. Those are the same states, all right? If you look at the Georgia Senate races, and then if you look at the Senate in 2024, they tried it again. They didn't get enough, but they got enough to get the Senate races in Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. Nevada's not on there. So these states share several risk factors: close margins, paid canvassing operations. Multi-state companies like GBI were active. The medium risk states: Nevada, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, Illinois. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it is crazy. George McNeely says 140,000 for Russian bots election and 400 million for Zuckerbucks and Dropboxes. Of course, it was election fortification. So I'm saying, like, this needs people a lot smarter than me looking at it and digging into this and getting information that I'm not allowed to get. But like, there's no excuse for them not getting all the information from all these states and finding out exactly what happened. We as American citizens, we are owed the truth about what happened. Chat, get Jim to 24 hours. I believe in you. Well, I need to get to 10,000 subs for that. GBI Strategies was multi-state. All right, they had a quota model, and they detection depended on the local clerks who were told not to care. A lot of them. So, did similar registration fraud likely occur in other states? Yes, moderate to high probability. Was it on the same scale as Michigan? Moderate probability. How did they know it wasn't worse? Yeah, Nevada, they stole it from Sam Brown with mail-in ballots that go to everyone registered where you asked or not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what they did. This is what they're still doing. This It's still going on. Too many in organizations to investigate and prosecute were in on the corruption. Yeah, I think that's true. So, was there specific districts that had normal voter participation rates that could imply these same irregularities occurred? I heard reports that certain precincts had 100% or more voter turnout that was explained away with same-day registration. Or in Fulton County, there was reports of 1 million extra ballots being printed and only 300,000 or so being accounted for. And then I'll answer directly. The abnormal turnout. Yes, there were some precincts and districts across the country in 2020 that showed unusually high voter participation rates, sometimes reported at or above 100%. So that did happen, according to Grok, at or above 100%. However, most of these cases had explanations, while a smaller number raised legitimate concerns that were not explained, always resolved. So when turnout specifically higher than historical norms in a specific precinct, turnout much higher than similar neighboring precincts, that'll happen. So you mentioned reports of 1 billion extra ballots with only 300,000 accounted for. This claim is circulated widely after the 2020 election. Here's the clearest breakdown of what actually was being reported. So it says Georgia did print a large number of extra ballots as a contingency measure because of the unexpected high volume of mail-in voting during COVID. Fulton County has a well-documented problems with ballot handling, chain of custody, observer access, particularly famous suitcase video. There were credible concerns about how ballots were processed late at night after observers were told to leave. There is no verified evidence of 1 million extra ballots being printed. Official audits, hand counts, and multiple investigations did not find evidence of hundreds of thousands of fraudulent ballots. The million extra ballots claims appears to be a significant exaggeration. Well, doesn't somebody know how many the number was? How is data Republican not in the administration when with AI, all this fuckery should be easy to ferret out? You would think so. That said, Fulton County had real problems: poor ballot tracking, resistant to meaningful audits, questions about late night ballot processing, and some precincts with unusually high turnout relative to registered voters. So, let me see here. So, and then I think there was one other thing. Sorry. That was it. Okay. So that was it, basically. So basically, that's what the AI got out of all that stuff. So, and then we got this story. It says National Public Radio suggests banning trans surgery for minors sets a dangerous precedent. So National Public Radio says if you ban trans surgery for minors, it sets a dangerous precedent. Can you believe it? This is insane. NPR did a story about how the Trump administration is cracking down on the use of Medicaid and Medicare for gender-affirming care. This is another 80-20 issue that the vast majority of the public supports. It might be even 90-10. Most people do not believe that children should be involved in any of this. Despite the public outcry, Democrats and the left have made it clear that they simply will not let this issue go. There was some info for GBI on an Open Secrets website. Okay. Hey, what's up, Eclectic Deb? How you been? So, tout is this exclusive story on NPR from a health reporter. Trump's HHS abandons threat to withhold Medicare and Medicaid funding over trans care, dutifully repeated as gender-affirming care for youth. The Trump administration is abandoning its most aggressive attempt to end gender-affirming care for youth nationally. So the broadcast version that aired says, all things considered, Monday added a dangerous adjective to the mix. So they said it violated several laws and said the American Medical Association and Children's Hospital both urged the government to withdraw it. They said it violated several laws and set a dangerous precedent. This is exactly why, for years, conservatives have been calling for the funding of NPR. So they print every issue through the lens of the far left and pretend that it's rational, reasonable, and a normal position. Well, that's how they do. That's how they do. Got a couple more stories I want to talk about, just because I wanted some news stories I want to do. I want to do them. Yeah. So So there's this story, which I think is important. It says, after the birthplace citizenship ruling, China won't need hackers to meddle in our elections. Who needs fraudulent driver's license to vote in elections when birth tourism promises babies born on U.S. soil authentic U.S. IDs? One of the biggest revelations from Trump's declassified document dump was reporting indicating Chinese Communist Party acquired and exploited American voter data to influence the 2020 election. One FBI information report release alleged China manufactured tens of thousands of fraudulent driver's licenses using data harvested from millions of TikTok accounts to ensure non-citizen Chinese students and immigrants sympathetic to authoritarian regime could send mail-in votes to Joe Biden. This is exactly what I was saying that Grok said it had no information about. Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how that's possible. I asked about this and they said no. Mhm. Hold on. I'm moving a couple tabs around. What's it say? Seattle Children's Hospital fudged the stats. Are minor transitions. Study has been 100% debunked. Everybody having fun tonight? It's gonna be a longer show just because things I wanted to cover I didn't get to because we're having a conversation, so I feel bad. So late 2020, Chinese government produced a large amount of fraudulent driver's licenses that were exported to the U.S. Like, the allegation is alarming, but not as alarming as the fact that over the next few decades, China could hack U.S. elections without even breaking a law. Thanks to the Supreme Court's birthplace citizenship ruling, the CCP doesn't need to manufacture fake IDs to sway votes. China is already known as a toxic top exploiter of U.S. birth tourism. Chinese nationals made up 41% of the surrogacy contracts between foreigners and American women between 2014 and 2020. Grok is an incorrect and corrupted search engine, nothing more. Yeah. Let me do this. Where's this Grok at? Let me do this. I put this story into Grok to see what they say about it because has articles about the IDs. So CCP could ballot harvest an entire generation who are sold to any foreigner rich enough to rent a U.S. woman's womb. Wow. Because the Supreme Court ruled that if it's born on magic soil, that the child will be entitled to all the rights of America. The CCP has already proved it can infiltrate American universities, installing spies, posing as students and professors to steal U.S. research and trade secrets. According to a series of declassified memos, unnamed sensitive government agencies, China also had developed capabilities ahead of the 2020 election to encourage, among other hot-button issues, violent demonstrations such as Black Lives Matter riots on both social media and in corporate media. One second. So yeah, so that's interesting. Let's see what did old Grok say about this. So So it doesn't really say anything about it. So, all right. So go to this next one. Sorry. So, President Trump says China stole information on 220 million U.S. voters starting in the 2020 election cycle. So we saw this video. Maybe he's texting to get on Rekieta tonight. Actually, I was, surprisingly. I was texting with Rekieta. But he's said the next, maybe tomorrow or the next day, I'll be on his show or whatever. But tonight he's doing something else. So 2040, President, some young guy takes over. Thanks, ACD. Yes. Court hands peaks, hashtag major victory. Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that one. So we saw this. I'm not going to watch the speech. This is the speech he gave. And then the Democrats, of course, call bullshit on Trump's election interference claims. Democrats raised alarms after President Trump revived his unsubstantiated claims of widespread voter fraud. I think we pretty much, went over that, looked at all the stuff, and it's not unsubstantiated. It's not. It's not unsubstantiated. So, I mean, if they don't look, they're not going to find it, right? Interesting to know that info put into Grok was probably contributed by Berkeley and Harvard. Yeah, probably. Ugh, it's late. Okay. So should have been Pope, huh? Let's see. So let's see here. Appeals court hands Pete Hegseth's major victory. Pentagon can restrict New York Times access during legal fight, citing national security concerns. Of course they can. The judge that tried to claim that, oh no, you got to let them go wherever they want unsupervised in the Pentagon, that is ridiculous. That is beyond ridiculous for them to even make that kind of. The judge that made that ruling should be impeached, removed from the bench. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. Is that a picture? Was that a picture of McConnell drinking urine that Jim just scrolled by? Yeah, I didn't want you guys to see that. That's going to be for tomorrow's show. I thought we were going to see people getting arrested as Trump's speech was going on. A bit disappointing. Yeah, I personally, they should have had arrests ready to go. They should have, had arrests ready to go. That would have made me feel a lot better. A really, really, really lot better. Maybe. Like a really, really, really lot better. Let's see where we at here. How many views? Are we getting good views? No, not really. So this is good because, yeah, you can't have reporters just wandering around the Pentagon under no obligation to actually So Secretary of War Pete Hegseth scored a significant legal victory. I would say this is a legal victory for all of America. For all of America. You need to go, Frisky, you need to go outside? What are you doing? The decision from the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia means the Department of Defense may continue requiring credentialed journalists, including reporters from the Times, be escorted inside the Pentagon rather than freely roam the halls without supervision. Yes, reporters at the DoD deal was always crazy to me. Yes, it's insane that they think it's insane that that the judge thought he could demand that they get to go wherever they want unsupervised. That's nuts. That's nuts. To me, it's nuts. Anyway, the court found the Trump administration is likely to prevail on appeal regarding the legality of the policy. No kidding. Everybody knew that. The ruling marks another win for the Trump administration's effort to crack down on unauthorized leaks. It's not just the unauthorized leaks, folks. Let's be real. It's not just the unauthorized leaks. It's also the fact that they're they're getting information they're not supposed to get. Stuff like this should not be happening, and we need to protect our secrets. We do. If they can't be supervised at the Pentagon, why not invite them to the top secret meeting and ask them what they think? Yeah. I saw something on Pelosi getting a subpoena. Really? That would be interesting. So Hegseth repeatedly argued that unrestricted access in one of the nation's most sensitive military facilities presents an unnecessary security risk. Yeah, it does. Like, would you just let people roam around your house and go wherever they want? Like, doesn't make sense to me. Hegseth demanded reporters agree by 5 p.m. to the new policy under which they would need to pledge to not obtain or use unauthorized material. It is taking longer, but by working through the courts, Trump is ensuring it can't be overturned later that easily. Yeah, that's good. So today, the Defense Department confiscated the badges of Pentagon reporters. Well, good. So the Pentagon Press Associations are committed to reporting on the U.S. military, but make no mistake, in the dark days of press freedom. Like, yeah, no, it's so the Pentagon Press Bureau now includes conservative outlets, including the Gateway Pundit. Yeah, so District Judge Paul Friedman, a Clinton appointee, had blocked the Pentagon from enforcing its policy. So the court recognized national security must be protected, the security of our troops must be protected, and war plans must be protected. But especially in the light of the country's recent incursion into Venezuela and the ongoing war with Iran, it's more important than ever that the public have access to information from a variety of perspectives. Oh, if it wants to support that protest, if it wants to protest. The judge wrote in a 40-page opinion. Third A's ruling reverses that victory. Three-judge panel concluded that the Pentagon's escort requirement does not amount to an unconstitutional retaliation against journalists. The Pentagon has maintained that journalists who seek unauthorized disclosures can pose legitimate security concerns. Yeah, it's like you'd have to be an idiot to not realize that. Like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. We're gonna just let people come in and do this stuff, and really. So yeah. No, this is like anybody who is not soft-brained knew that this was going to happen, that they have the right to demand escorts in the Pentagon. Reporters forget that freedom of the press is to report, not to have free access to the source of news. Yes. Yeah, they can report whatever they want, but they can't do that. I hope we can one day primary and replace enough of these feckless Republicans that we can start removing these activist judges too, purge them all. Yeah, I hope so. I really do. I hope so. Huge win for the Second Amendment. Federal appeals court strikes down New Jersey's unconstitutional semi-automatic rifle ban and magazine limit. An anti-gun agenda suffered a major legal defeat after the full U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit ruled that Jersey's ban on semi-automatic rifles and its prohibition on magazines holding more than 10 rounds violates the Second Amendment. In a sweeping 10-5 en banc decision. Wow. The Third Circuit held that New Jersey's so-called assault weapon ban cannot survive the constitutional test established by the 2022 Bruin decision. The court also struck down the state's 10-round magazine limit. Like, who else is in the Third Circuit? Isn't that New York, too? Isn't it New York, New Jersey, and something else? The 192-page opinion concluded that New Jersey's prohibition of semi-automatic rifles, including the popular AR-15 platform and its restriction on so-called large-capacity magazines, infringe on the constitutional right to keep and bear arms. This is a great ruling. This is a fantastic ruling. Applying the framework, we agree that the district court that the New Jersey ban violates the Second Amendment. However, because the record supports the same results for all semi-automatic rifles, not just only cold AR-15s, we will modify the court's order so that it deems the assault weapon firearm provision unconstitutional with respect to the full class of semi-automatic rifles. Wow. We will affirm the part of the order as modified. The large capacity magazine provision also violates the Second Amendment, so we will reverse the district court's order with respect to those because the LCM provisions violate the Second Amendment. We need not address the takings clause challenge. Here's appeals from district courts in Delaware, Jersey, Eastern, Middle, and Western districts of Pennsylvania and the Virgin Islands. So not New York. Oh, man. Trump administration are swimming against the current. I'm amazed they've been allowed to do what they do so far, and as long as they've done it, crazy sentence, I know, but it's late. All laws against the right to bear arms are illegal. New York still ignores Bruin. Well, the Supreme Court did take up, I believe, like, I don't understand why they took up we'll see if the state of New Jersey appeals this to the Supreme Court. You know, and asks for a stay or something like that, and what the Supreme Court does. U.S. District Judge Peter Sheridan ruled that the New Jersey ban violated the Second Amendment, finding that the rifle is commonly owned by law-abiding Americans. However, that early ruling left the state's magazine restriction intact. Friday's en banc decision goes significantly further by extending constitutional protection to the broader class of semi-automatic rifles while also striking down the magazine ban. New Jersey's assault firearm provision was originally passed in 1990 in the wake of a California shooting. So the state made it virtually impossible for law-abiding citizens to obtain a license, effectively creating a de facto ban. No civilian has ever successfully obtained such a license. In 2018, Democrat lawmakers doubled down, lowering the large capacity magazine threshold from 15 to 10 rounds, forcing residents to surrender, modify, or transfer standard magazines under threat of criminal penalties. New Jersey's the second, Virginia's the fourth. Wow. These laws are always about control, not safety. So this is good news, though. This is a huge ruling. I mean, 10-5. It should have been 15-0. You know, should have been 15-0. But it's great news. It is great news. It is great news. Mississippi Teacher of the Year arrested for sexual battery against a student. Wow. Now, former teacher who was awarded Teacher of the Year was recently promoted to be assistant principal of an elementary school, has now been charged with sexual battery against a student. Olivia Marie Smith was arrested and charged this week after police got a tip she was engaged in sexual relations with a student while she worked at Ocean Springs Middle School. Middle school? It was not reported how old the victim was. In 2022, Smith won Teacher of the Year. It was not and recently promoted assistant principal. What? On Thursday, Ocean Police Department said it was notified of the alleged inappropriate relationship on June 20th. Smith was arrested and charged with sexual battery. It carries up to 30 years in prison because she was in a position of authority. She's been charged with enticement of a child for sexual purposes. After being tipped off about a potential inappropriate behavior taking place, they immediately notified the PD and Mississippi Child Protective Services. They launched an investigation. OSSD has been working closely with law enforcement throughout the investigation. Following the internal investigation, they terminated the employee. We understand the gravity of the situation and the concern it may raise. We want to reassure parents, students, and staff that they're addressing this matter with seriousness and diligence. Smith's bond has been set at $100,000 with $50,000 assignable to each charge she was given. Unfortunately for her, she doesn't look like she doesn't look attractive enough to get a pass. Like, and I'm not saying I would give her a pass. I'm saying, like, what seems to happen is if it's a very attractive teacher, they generally just get a slap on the wrist. She's not that attractive to get a pass. Fixable. Let's see. Let's see. I have to see this. I have to see what's fixable. I has to see what's fixable here. Florida woman arrested for stabbing friend with scissors after he said she couldn't drink beer in Uber. A woman has been arrested for allegedly stabbing her friend after he told her she couldn't drink beer during the Uber drive, which then irritated the alleged scissors stabber. Lynn Marie Zamora, 32, was arrested by police on Monday night in Florida for the alleged attack in the Uber after she made her male friend. She and her male friend were picked up from the Best Western Plus in Kendall Hotel and Suites in Miami by an Uber driver. Wow, that's a big sentence. Oh, you're just asking if she's fixable. Oh, okay. Carpet doesn't match the drapes. Yeesh. Yes. She wasn't staying in a very nice hotel, the Best Western Plus Kendall Hotel and Suites. Like, she wasn't staying at. She wasn't staying at the Delano. It was reported that when the two were in the car headed to another friend's house, Zamora said to the victims that they wanted to have a beer. When the male victim told her that she could not drink in the car ride, she became irritated and was insisting that she could have a drink. Uber website states drug use and open containers are never allowed while using Uber marketplace platform. It also says that those riding in the car should never bring illegal drugs or open containers in the car. After she was told repeatedly she could not have the beer, she allegedly removed a pair of scissors from her purse and then stabbed her male friend in his bicep and then once to the calf muscle. The Uber driver stopped the car and called 911. While the victim also left the vehicle, police arrived and took the victim to the hospital to be treated. Zamora did not provide a statement, was taken by police to the Hammock police station. Zamora had a court appearance on Wednesday, and prosecutors noted that she was on probation, was previously convicted of battery on a person above the age of 65, as well as other sexual and battery charges. What? Zamora was ordered to stay in jail and will have her next court hearing August 12th. Wow. This woman's got a criminal record. Wow. Yeah. No, not fix psycho bitch. Yeah, not fixable. Stay away. That's a like that type of crazy in the head it's probably extremely crazy in the bed, but you might get stabbed. And it's nothing's worth getting stabbed. Believe me, take it from me. Nothing's worth getting stabbed over. It's not worth it. Colorado ICE detention center worker arrested on attempted second-degree murder charge for shooting protester blocking access to the facility. What? An Aurora, Colorado ICE detention worker was arrested on Thursday night on suspicion of attempted murder after he shot and injured a female protester. Brandon Booth was arrested and charged with attempted second-degree murder and assault after he shot a female protester. According to Aurora police, two female protesters initiated a verbal confrontation and took photos of the ICE employees' vehicles parked outside. An initial investigation revealed that the women were part of a protest occurring near the Aurora ICE Processing Center earlier that evening. Booth was waiting in his vehicle along Nome Street and other employees due to the protests impeding their ability to gain access to the facility. Two women initiated a verbal confrontation, took pictures of the employees' vehicles before walking away. At that point, Booth retrieved his personally owned pistol and fired a signal shot in their direction, striking one of the women in her lower body. Booth then got into his vehicle and drove out of the area before he was detained. Booth is an employee of a contractor. A man has been arrested in connection with shooting. Well, this is not an ICE employee. This is like a contractor. This is like Jim knows why he can tell us. Yes, I know. So additional officers in the area stopped the man a short distance away. The vehicle with the gun inside was subsequently seized. The driver, 42-year-old GEO Group employee Brandon Booth, was detained. Initial investigation revealed the women were part of a protest. At that point, Booth retrieved. We already read this. Detectives from the Aurora's violent crimes section responded to the scene. He was booked on probable cause of attempted second-degree murder, first-degree assault, attempted first-degree assault, felony menacing, and an unlawful carrying a concealed weapon. Like, how is it attempted second-degree murder? Like, the woman who was shot was transported to a hospital treated for her injuries, which are believed to be non-life-threatening. If they're non-life-threatening, how is it attempted murder? It's a tragedy on all fronts. Aurora police will investigate the incident. We remain committed to ensuring ethical, thorough, objective, and comprehensive review of this case. The case remains under active investigation. Any decisions regarding the formal filing of criminal charges will be made by the 17th Judicial District. Well, I guess that makes sense, right? I guess that makes sense. Oh, what do you know? Here's the guy. So a man's been arrested in connection with a shooting. So here's the guy that did it. Oh, attempted. Armed rent-a-cop. Yeah. Mandami launches taxpayer-funded parents' night out babysitting program. Oh, my God. Wow. I wish I had more time. But attempt, Jim. That's why it's not murder. It means, oops, you missed. Well, yeah, no, I thought attempted murder, though, they had to be life-threatening injuries, don't they? Like if you shot Mike in the butt in his behind, would that not be how could that be attempt murder? Generally I thought if you shot somebody below the waist, it was never attempted murder. Unless that you hit I don't know. I don't know. Not really. All right. He looks very angry. So he looks very, very angry. So here, this is not good news. Americans more likely to vote socialist than MAGA as midterms approach, according to a CNBC poll. More U.S. voters would likely support a Democratic socialist candidate than a MAGA Make America Great candidate or one that's been endorsed by Trump, according to a new CNBC poll. Can you believe this? Who are these people? They're not Americans. They're Dem prosecutors throw a lot of spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. This comes after several Democratic candidates won primaries. The primary wins from candidates backed by the Kami Mandami and others. The poll found that 32% of registered voters say they're more likely to vote for a candidate described as a socialist, while 50% say they're less likely to vote for a socialist. If a candidate was a self-described MAGA, only 27% say they would register, and 57% they were less likely. Who the fuck did they poll? A poll conducted with 1,000 registered voters. Oh. Where was this poll taken? Where was this poll taken? I don't believe this poll. Wasn't the shot to Trump's ear attempted murder? Well, yeah, I guess he was aiming for his head. Yeah, but he was hit above the waist, right? He was hit above the waist, right? There was a couple of things I want to show real quick here before we go. All right, massive school funding fraud uncovered in Louisiana. Shakisha Scott, the former CEO of Impact Charter Schools, was indicted along with her family for funneling over $2 million in school funding to another organization where she also serves as CEO. The money was reportedly used to pay for such items as luxury cars, private properties, and more. The school received tens of millions of taxpayer funds. Huh? You don't say. Countries in the Western Hemisphere are abandoning communism and we're embracing it. You can't make this shit up. How these imbeciles convinced? Listen to Cubans, you ignorant fucks. Yeah. So that's crazy, right? More fraud being stolen. More fraud coming our way. They pulled this white man right off the bulldozer in the middle of the construction site. Crazy. Pedro Salcedo, victim under 12, white. Crazy, right? White man. There's been a lot more of these.
Inspiration's great, but if you're the bodega owner,
here. So this is what they're talking about. So maybe they shouldn't have been into business in the first place. So this is the socialist guy, the DSA co-chair. Ready? Listen to him.
inspiration's great, but if you're the bodega owner, how would you feel if the government opened a big grocery store right next to your bodega?
If one publicly owned grocery store that brings prices down in the neighborhood is enough to put someone out of business, then maybe they shouldn't have been in that business in the first place.
Wow. So you shouldn't have been in that business in the first place. Yeah. Shouldn't have been in that business in the first place. Top prosecutor booted over affair with the legal migrant her office was probing and 2 other illicit flings. What do you know? Look at her. You can tell that face. Yeah, she gets down. Camille Johnston, Ray County prostituter. Wow, screwing illegal aliens. Wow.
You were President Biden's pardon attorney. Is that?
Then I don't know if you guys saw this stuff. All right. Dylan Roof was referred for clemency by Biden's DOJ attorney because he suffered from anxiety.
You were President Biden's pardon attorney. Is that correct?
I was the Justice Department's pardon attorney.
You made clemency recommendations to the White House whether or not to pardon inmates. Is that correct?
My job was to make clemency recommendations.
And in that capacity, you recommended that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, grant clemency to all 40 federal death row inmates, all of them, clear them out, correct?
Sir, as I told Chairman Grassley, I'm not free to discuss the recommendations.
Well, that's what your memo says. I mean, we have your memo. Your memo of November 4th, 2024 says, and I quote, disparity and undue severity of sentence, which are present in many, if not all of these cases, have been recognized as grounds for clemency. And you went on to recommend in that memo and a series of other memos that are now recorded and public record that the President of the United States grant clemency to murderers, rapists, and the most horrible offenders, all of them, clear death row completely out. I'm amazed you've been called here today. I'm absolutely amazed by it. But let's just talk about the people who you recommended. You talk about honoring victims. The people who you recommended get clemency and live at the expense and sufferance of taxpayers for the rest of their lives. Let's start with Dylan Roof. Dylan was a neo-Nazi who murdered 9 African-American worshipers at a Bible study in Charleston, South Carolina, 2015. Do you remember this case?
I do remember it very well.
I would hope you did. Here's his victims. You want to look at them? There they are. 9 of them at a Bible study in a church, killed in cold blood. The DOJ knew from day one that he had decided, I'm going to quote from the prosecutors, decided to attack African Americans because of their race. He further decided to attack African American worshipers in a black church in order to make his attack more notorious. More notorious. And yet you recommended that he be granted clemency, live at the expense of taxpayers for the rest of his life, substitute your judgment for that of the American judicial system. Do you stand by that recommendation today?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the recommendations that I made, but I can tell you that Mr. Roof is going to die in prison as...
He's going to live in prison for a very long time because of you, because of your recommendations. And here's what you said in your memo of October 30th, 2024. You said that actually Roof is not a compelling candidate for clemency, but you recommended it anyway. Why? Because he suffered from anxiety, you said. Right? He suffered from anxiety. Did it ever occur to you that maybe the family of his victims might suffer a little bit of anxiety because he marched into their church and murdered them in cold blood because he was an incredible racist and he wanted to get on TV?
Sir.
Do you regret it?
I'm not going to comment on the
Do
recommendations.
you regret it?
How is she available to say I'm not going to comment on it? She's supposed to answer questions. Is she under oath? I mean, what is going on here? Why would I would have thrown her out if she's not going to answer these questions? This is ridiculous. 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 Yeah, Missouri judge removes county prosecutor as attorney general alleges misconduct. This happened. I don't know if you guys have been noticing. There's been a lot more of this stuff going on.
Fox News alert now, a powerful magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck near Mexico's Pacific coast. The earthquake hit about 40 miles from the major port city of Puerto Madero, Mexico. That's just north of the border with Guatemala. It prompted a tsunami warning and sent tremors across parts of Central America. We are monitoring it, and we will bring you any updates as we get them. Fox News.
Wow, it's not that far from Acapulco, one of my favorite places to go. I always loved Acapulco. Today, the State Department's imposing new visa restrictions to bar far-left terrorists from entering our country. Foreigners who finance, incite, or aid or abet far-left terrorists are enemies of civilization, are not welcome in the United States. So I wonder, does this mean they're going to bar George Soros from coming in the country? You know. Yeah. So, and that's what I was talking about earlier. This is a great. If you guys don't know, Department of Deportations. This guy has showed. No. Stop. So there was another one. So where is it? Oh, this thing. There was another one. So the Hawaii Supreme Court issued a disgraceful attack on the United States Supreme Court that paints the majority as enemies of the constitutional rights as presumptive racists. It's an appalling departure from judicial restraint and decorum. Lines such as the Roberts Court sees only white would make MSNBC commentators blush. This is nothing more than an unserious screed rather than a reasoned opinion. It reads like AI slop. Seems pretty insurrection to me. What this court has done to constitutional rights, democratic institutions, and rule of law explains why Hawaii's constitution takes no instruction from it. The U.S. Supreme Court is the Supreme Court of the land. It is superior. Like the Supreme Court better smack the fuck out of Hawaii. That's about all I'm going to say. If they don't, they deserve whatever happens.
Virginia just stopped using touch.
So this is this was the thing we were going to watch earlier. We didn't watch it. So there's this when everyone tells you there's no evidence. Remember, no evidence of voting machine problems, no evidence of any of that stuff.
Virginia just stopped using touchscreen computer voting because it's so vulnerable. Right. We need to look at all the voting machines. Every Secretary of State needs to be, assisted in making sure that they are not being hacked and attacked.
I continue to think that our voting machines are too vulnerable.
But researchers have repeatedly demonstrated that ballot recording machines and other voting systems are susceptible to tampering.
Even hackers with limited prior knowledge, tools, and resources are able to breach voting machines in a matter of minutes.
In 2018, electronic voting machines in Georgia and Texas deleted votes for certain candidates or switched votes from one candidate to another.
The biggest seller of voting machines is doing something that violates Cybersecurity 101, directing that you install remote access software, which would make a machine like that, a magnet for fraudsters and hackers.
These voting machines can be hacked quite easily.
You could easily hack into them. It makes it seem like all these states are doing different things, but in fact, 3 companies are controlling this.
It is the individual voting machines that pose some of the greatest risks.
There are a lot of states that are dealing with antiquated machines, right, which are vulnerable to being hacked.
Workers were able to easily hack into an electronic voting machine. It was possible to switch votes.
43% of American voters use voting machines that researchers have found have serious security flaws, including backdoors.
We know how vulnerable now our systems were. I know the hackathon that took place last year, where virtually every machine was broken into fairly quickly.
I actually held a demonstration for my colleagues here at the Capitol, where we brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines. Those that are.
So what did you guys? Is that who you guys? Kamala, did you and Joe hire those people for 2020? Is that what happened? I mean, I'm starting to wonder. Like, your Democrats knew all about this, and then instead of doing anything, you just said, "Oh, we can use this for our advantage." That's my opinion. They need to do follow-up questions to these people. You would think so, right?
Being used in many states.
Aging systems also frequently rely on unsupported software like Windows XP in 2000, which may not receive regular security patches and are thus more vulnerable to the latest methods of cyber attack.
In a close presidential election, they just need to hack one swing state, or maybe 1 or 2, or maybe just a few counties in one swing state.
I'm very concerned that you could have a hack that finally went through. You have 21 states that were hacked into. They didn't find out about it for a year.
Right now, we have over a dozen states that either don't have any backup paper ballots or only have them partially. Do you think that our adversaries don't know what those states are? Of course they know what those states are. And if we have a close election, in the general election, in a presidential race, and one state's outstanding.
He keeps hitting her microphone. Does she not know how any of this works?
And their ballot boxes gets hacked into, their elections get hacked into, we will have absolutely no backup.
I know America's voting machines are vulnerable because my colleagues and I have hacked them repeatedly. We've created attacks that can spread from machine to machine like a computer virus and silently change election outcomes. And in every single case, we've found ways for attackers to sabotage machines and to steal votes. Across the country, there are about 52 different models of machines. They fall into essentially 2 styles, ones that scan a piece of paper or ones where the voter just interacts with the touch screen. And many of them have been analyzed now by researchers looking for security vulnerabilities. In every single case where a US voting machine has been analyzed by competent security researchers, they have found vulnerabilities that would let someone inject malicious software and change election data. Every single case.
The better or the more efficient way of hacking machines would be to subvert them all through the machine that's used to actually program those machines. So prior to each election, the county election office or the voting machine vendor will actually program memory cards for that election. It tells the machine who are the candidates, what are the contests being decided, and that gets inserted into the voting machine. If you can subvert that machine that is used to program those memory cards, then you can pass rogue software to the voting machine.
Voting machines are not connected to the internet.
I want everybody to remember what was Tina Peters arrested for? What was her crime? Her crime was she wanted a copy of the information that was on the machine before they changed it. They were doing something like a week or two after the election, and they wanted to change the program, wipe it out. No one would have any record of what actually happened on that machine, nothing. And that's why they went after her, because that's where the proof would be. If somebody did something, that's where the proof would be. So it's crazy, right? It's crazy. Wondering if it's a half day or a day ahead of us time-wise, that it makes stuff easy to predict. A piece of paper, print your thumb, and permanent ink. That's all we need, period. Yeah.
This is something that you hear all the time in the US from election officials. Unfortunately, it's not actually true. In many new voting machines come with 4G wireless modems so that they can be connected to the internet from the polling place in order to upload the results faster. Now, to me, that sounds crazy. Why would you want to put your voting machines on the internet right in the middle of the election, potentially at the most vulnerable time?
Studies conducted in 2007 by the state of California, state of Ohio, state of Florida found security vulnerabilities that could take advantage of these to engineer viruses, where one compromised voting machine could then infect eventually the entire fleet of machines for an entire county. Typically at the end of the election day, you move a memory card through each of the machines in the precinct, and that's to collect the vote totals. That process can spread a virus. And there are other processes. The details vary from machine to machine.
When you say hacked, what were they able to do once they gained access to the machines?
Oh, all sorts of things. They could manipulate the outcome of the vote. They could manipulate the tally. They could delete the tally. And they could compromise the vote in any number of ways.
The machines used in Georgia have been demonstrated to be hackable through a virus that's carried on ballot definition cartridges, very much like the Stuxnet virus was inserted into nuclear centrifuges in Iran.
There are a number of states that outsource their reporting of elections to third parties, some of which are corporations based in other countries like Spain. So you've got to trust that the aggregation of the votes and the reporting of the votes is accurate as well.
I'm pretty sure my undergrad computer security class at Michigan could have changed the outcome of the 2016 Michigan election if we wanted to. It is that bad. And we have a combination of very powerful adversaries and unfortunately quite vulnerable and obsolete systems. That's why I say it's only a matter of time.
Unfortunately, in a lot of these systems, the audit trails are just as vulnerable as the other aspects of the system. So there may not be good forensic evidence of a successful intrusion. With the current design, we cannot be universally confident that it hasn't happened. And it's probably only a matter of time before it will.
In at least 40 states, elections are carried out using machines that are at least a decade old. And like any technology, they're susceptible to increasing failure with age. Some state officials have had to turn to eBay to find critical components like dot matrix printers, decades-old storage devices, and analog modems. Aging systems also frequently rely on unsupported software like Windows XP in 2000, which may not receive regular security patches and are thus more vulnerable to the latest methods of cyber attack.
In 2016, state election websites in Illinois and Arizona were hacked by intruders who installed malware and downloaded sensitive voter information.
It is worth fighting for integrity in our election system, which means that they are free from interference by a hostile or an unfriendly nation. Let's put the resources into upgrading the state's elections systems. Because what we know is this, there are a lot of states that are dealing with antiquated machines, right? Which are vulnerable to being hacked. I sit on the Senate Intelligence Committee and Senate Homeland Security Committee. And we receive all kinds of information about the vulnerabilities to our national security. We are vulnerable in terms of foreign interference with our elections.
It's my understanding that some of the election system vendors have required states to sign agreements that prevent or inhibit independent security testing. There's a saying that I'm sure many of you have heard, which is the difference between being hacked and not being hacked. is knowing you've been hacked.
Anyway, you guys get the point. This is a long video going over all this happened, from 2018 to 2020. All these Democrats talking about how this was all going to happen and it was just a matter of time and this is all the stuff. But then immediately after 2020 it went the way they wanted it to go. It was nobody could say a word about any of this or look into anything. Who are these Republicans? These are all Democrats, Jonathan. Every one of them are Democrats. Come on. Every one of them is Democrats. Well, everybody, I want to thank everybody who was here tonight. Thank you for the torture. No problem. We went 5 hours because I owed you guys some news, and I'm a man of my word. So tomorrow night, there will be a show. I'm not sure what time tomorrow. All right. It might be at 9, 10 o'clock at night. We'll have to see. This is such a simple problem to fix, and it just gets blather. Yeah, it is. They don't want to fix it. That's the thing. They don't want to fix it. How about we go old school, half day off election day, voting booth with a curtain, switches, and the master vote caster lever. Yeah, that's what should happen. That's what should happen. I am going to send everybody over to Ricada tonight. So if you guys want to go over to Ricada, check out what he's talking about. I don't know. But other than that, I want to thank you all. Please remember to hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And please come back tomorrow to have Jim tell you the news.